Kita-kits sa MCC Season 2.
Defeat.
GG bro!
Don't worry. Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now.
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita-kits sa MCC Season 2.
dito! GG bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
reppin' for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PANAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na para parang gera HB Racing may reseta Built tagatang buhat ni Hilda Full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama pataas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang lalas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang lalas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, wala kasang Pinas We are Laging every beat No surrender, no retreat Pag nagsama-sama Just imagine what we can achieve Laging every beat No surrender, no retreat Giving 100 all my all Cause we just cannot be defeated We are unstoppable Immune and invulnerable Ready ang equipment Lahat frozen malang crowd control Pakita ko na jab like Beast of the southeast Sumatawag proud and loud Cause every enemy we devour Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama pataas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang lalas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang lalas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Arena. And we are officially starting the second round of Season 15 with all of the matches na kailangan nating asahan. Ano bang dapat i-expect ng ating mga MPL fans? Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Arena. Ako, si Hans Galleria, and together with me is the lovely Miss Jamie Fournier.
Hi, Hans. Maayong adlaw sa inyong tanan, MPL fans. I'm so happy to be back. I've been watching the matches at home and I've been so excited to be here at the MPL Arena to witness the action live. And of course, to be with the community as well. Ibang-iba kasi talaga ang mga MPL fans.
You know, the community, you are definitely right about that because they are the ones empowering not only the league but also yung kani-kanila mga paboritong kupunan. In fact, para sa fans ng Northern Lights, we're talking about Aurora. They are still at the top of our standings. 8th match win streak na at lalaban pa sila mamaya.
Grabe talaga, Hans. And kalaban pa nila ang Onic Philippines. An intense rivalry is waiting for us today, not to mention Onic Philippines riding their own momentum as well.
We're talking about the top teams. Siyempre, hindi rin naman magpapahuli ang ating unang serye para sa araw na to. It's gonna be a clash of the Titans. Team Liquid Philippines going up against Team Falcons at lahat sila. Inaabangan na talaga yan.
Super teams are gonna be walking the stage, Hans. So let's get this show on the road. Sabay-sabay nating isigaw.
MPL Philippines Season 15 Super Fan Saturday!
It is Superfan Saturday. It's a triple header for us today here. Welcome to the English desk. What is up, guys? It's me, Naisu, Brigida, and Renmar. It's us, the family with... I'm so used to saying it's us, the Wee Bear Bros, but you could be... You can be who you want to be, Brig.
Yeah. That hurt, Uncle.
Oh my God.
Okay. Oh.
It's one of the shares that called you Uncle on broadcast. I can't believe it.
But yeah, it's a triple header which we feel could go as long as
A while.
6 games minimum.
9 games.
9 games.
So you already set the bar. You said 6 games minimum.
Yeah, because all teams must at least have 2-0.
So that
That's quick math,
That's
Renmar.
a safe
That's a
answer.
day of sweeps.
Oh, that's what she means. Okay, I couldn't.
But that's minimum.
Hey, what happened to the accent?
What accent?
I
Yeah,
thought we
well-
weren't going to talk about it. You let it go already.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
I don't know what's happening.
All right. Well, again, guys, it is a Saturday here. Yes, we have Brigida over here on the English desk. Chantel, you can probably kind of hear her right now through over there on the Tagalog broadcast. And if you guys have been following along all season long, you know that there is a saying that the mother and daughter of all series, they're known for games and series going the distance, all 3 games. We'll see if that happens here because after yesterday, a day full of sweeps, we'll see what happens here today for Saturday. Now, before that, before our matches get kicked off, we've got to thank our sponsors, of course, and it's Infinix. You can play like a pro with the Infinix GT20 Pro, the MPL tournament phone.
Grab yours now and use the official voucher code INFIMPL, that's INFIMPL, to get up to 1,000 pesos off and exclusive freebies.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal. With GT20 Pro, sure thing that your games will be #LaCasaLaro.
I like how they divided this one up.
Yeah, they
They felt sorry for you.
Yeah, they felt sorry for me, so they just added like one more line right there in the end.
By default, you just go to that, right? You don't want to miss this amazing deal. Also, again, there's a great deal for you guys from BPI, bringing you a better tomorrow. BPI empowers Pinoy gamers with next-level banking solutions to help you level up. You can get a digital deposit account, insurance, investments, loans, and there's plenty of more for you guys from BPI.
Yep, start saving now for an epic future. Open up a #SaveUp account today via the BPI app.
Don't miss out, because all you need is one ID, 5 minutes, and you already have an account. That's an amazing deal. Open an epic future with BPI.
There it is. Okay, again, thank you to our sponsors. We wouldn't be here without you. And moving forward, again, the whole thing yesterday was the entrance, or us entering the second half of the regular season. This is also an interesting time because of the fact that you have this new hero now playable. If you guys missed it, we got to see Kalea pop up a couple times actually, and then it was most likely the red side banning her out. We'll see kind of what the teams decide to do this time, because the one thing is RORA is still undefeated. They are the team that is looking to go ahead and go undefeated this season. Obviously, I don't think a lot of people expected that coming into this, but as we take a look at the Infinix standings, you're seeing how things are falling into place here, Renmar.
Well, with Aurora still lording over everyone, Team Liquid Philippines, Onic, and Falcons are looking to just fight out for the second slot. Of course, ending the season in the top 2 is one of the things you want to go for if you want to advance right away to the second round of the playoffs in a very comfortable position. But we're still a ways away from that, but don't worry. In just a little bit, we're going to be talking about some very important things that you have to watch out for today regarding the playoffs. TNC Pro Team now have distanced themselves somewhat from Falcons, which is, of course, not a place you want to be, although hashtag TNC in 5.
At 5.
Not exactly what I wanted for that one, but that's where they are. AP Bren, Omega, and Twisted Minds, it's going to be a gauntlet for them if they want to make it in a comfortable spot to go for playoffs contention. Now that we are in week 5, the conversation of playoffs, seeding becomes all the more important.
Yep, I agree. Imagine if this kind of trend continues for the remaining weeks. AP Bren, Omega, and Twisted Minds will have to really battle it out for that last and final slot. But we'll see if there will be some drastic changes heading into the latter portions of this regular season, as today is indeed a day where I think a lot of very remarkable headliner matches way back in the first half are about to happen for the second time around.
Definitely, we're going to see teams looking for their revenge, of course, after what happened in the first half of the season. But it's TLPH versus Falcons. Again, that's the Battle of the Titans that we're going to be witnessing first for the day. And then, of course, later on, AP Bren and TNC. AP Bren has a lot of potential. I've been saying this a lot throughout the weeks. It just seems like that they're not able to actually push through and finish a series with a win that they're looking for other than that one they got. So we'll see if they can do that. TNC, on the other hand, also has had some adjustments after being on fire in the beginning of the first half of the regular season. And then, of course, we ended out with our star match at the end of the day. It's Onic Philippines versus Aurora. And, you know, the thing is about it is I think a lot of people now want to see if there's going to be a team that takes out that win streak and that undefeated record that RORA has right now. Onic Philippines, after what we saw yesterday, would you say, Renmar, that they do have the potential to do that? Because they're looking pretty good.
Oh yeah, they're looking like they are back. But of course, with the more dominant showcase of Aurora yesterday, it really feels like Aurora is going into this the favorites for a lot of people. While for Onic Philippines, they have a chance to just stop the potential record-breaking run of Aurora here today. Remember, they're the ones that set the 13-1 regular season record, the best in the entirety of MPL Philippines history. Aurora are at 8-0. They can stop that today at 8-1.
Yep, that's the star match of the day, which I think a lot of people are definitely gonna watch out for. But personally, too, adding on to what Naisu earlier mentioned about AP Bren, I'm really looking forward to their changes as well, specifically in terms of what new heroes. Because I feel like in the first half of the season, a lot of teams probably kind of had them read out in terms of their strong points overall when it comes to the draft. But yeah, I think we have to first talk about the upcoming series.
Yeah, the upcoming match here, as you guys can see, it's the Clash of the Titans once again. Can the young GOAT's GOAT retaliate? And when we think about this, it's interesting because TLPH and Team Falcons, again, they have tons of history. Now, yes, Team Falcons, the players there under a different banner, you know, even the previous season, but still there's so much between these two. And yeah, the junglers as well, you know, and I think we're in this centric of the meta, very jungle-focused centric meta, at least in a portion of the game, but then that's where the gold laners that we've seen in the recent matches get to shine. But it is so jungle-focused. How do you think that matchup's going to be this time around, the second time around here at Renmar?
Well, I think this is why we're looking at it from the perspective of Few and the mid lane for Team Falcons, where we're in Team Liquid Philippines, we're acknowledging, yeah, with Carl TZ and the rest of Team Liquid, they have been great. But we go back to the old idea of we go to the center of the map. How do we help out our jungle? By making sure our mid laner, our Few, Ogwin, can set the tempo for Kyle TZ so that he can duke it out very well with Carl TZ when they need him to. Comparing the stats between the two, for Carl TZ, he's #1 in total kills, total gold, turtle secured, and lord secured. That's why they find themselves in a very good spot in the standings today. While for Few, the total assists, matches won, games won, and total damage. Folks, these are their total stats career-wise. That's why they are Titans. Carl and Few hold #1 standings in MPL PH history records in a lot of categories.
they've surpassed so much players even in terms of all these rankings, in terms of all these total assists and goal. And I feel like we always try to bring up and mention, even in terms of like a graphic, whenever there is some sort of historic kind of surpassing of all these graphics. But then to think that wait, what?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No. Okay, if you look at the banner right now, he's looking dead-eye on Carl Teasy, right?
Right.
Carl Teasy, if you look at it from a blue to red side perspective, he's looking at the purple buff, at where Kyle Teasy is.
It's totally an inner dialogue that Redmar just had in his head.
Sorry about that.
We're going back. Now we're seeing overall, I guess, all-time head-to-head of both of these players. I guess this is not to mention all the changes that Few has gone through. But yeah, even in terms of role, he's just done so much in the past few years he's been part of this scene.
Oh, yeah.
He has.
He's still
I'm trying. Are they trying to do the glorious pose too? Is Sanji trying to do it? He's trying to match up here.
Doesn't fit Sanji.
The haircut. I was supposed to mention.
I was wondering, it's like, whoa, did Carl lose weight? It's like, no, he just cut his hair.
He just cut his hair.
I don't know why some people kind of like laugh at it though.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Are you laughing at another haircut again?
No, I just meant like he tends to hide it whenever he goes live because like people tend to know. Oh my goodness! See, look at this. This is another example of why he hides it.
Is he calling him Diggy?
Wait, who is he calling Diggy? He's calling
Carl.
He's not bald. I mean, I look more like Diggy than Carl
No,
does.
it's probably the shape of the haircut or something.
They weren't saying that Sanji looked like Diggy?
No.
Because the glasses and the...
Oh, no.
Oh, maybe that could be.
That's what I was thinking. Like, was that...
Yeah, it could be. Because he was doing that, and that's the pose of Diggy. So
yeah, and he had glasses. I don't know.
Maybe it's both for Sanji and Carl.
Because, what are we calling Sanji right now? Like the hamster...
The
hamster mage?
Due to popular demand, we call Sanji the hamster mage.
The hamster mage. So, also, again, Redmar kind of hinted at this earlier. It's kind of crazy that we're actually thinking about this already. It's week 5 here, second day already, and there's already some playoff stipulations that are coming into place. As you guys can see right now, for TLPH, specifically, their condition for the playoffs, locking that in, is they win versus Team Falcons here, so they win the Battle of the Titans, and then later on, TNC wins versus AP Bren. If that happens in the second match with TNC and AP Bren, then TLPH will already qualify for the playoffs.
That's wild. It's only the 5th week. It's only the 2nd day, and we're already talking about securing your playoff slot as early as now. That gives so much breathing room and leeway for teams, especially when they want to figure out and really fix some things in the competitive level in terms of their picks and their strategies. So if Team Liquid Philippines can win versus Falcons, they're going to be fingers crossed looking at the match later and hoping that TNC beats AP Bren so they can just breathe easy and say, hey, we're a playoffs team.
Yeah, and if you guys are wondering if it's stopping here, later on I think we'll be talking about more.
Yeah, there's also another condition.
So just imagine the amount of,
excitement, pressure
that all these teams are considering right now, especially for those in the bottom half of the standings, since you'll already have to take into account that there are already slots being taken out from the playoffs. So you really have to step up if you're those teams now at the bottom.
That's exactly why they have to step up. And all those 3 teams that Brigida's mentioning are all sitting at 1.2. So who knows what happens here. But for our community out there watching with us here on the English stream, let us know what you guys think. Why is Few called the idol ng mga kids? I'll tell you guys why, but I won't. A, he's Carl Teasy's idol. B, he's Flap Teasy's idol. C, he's Kyle Teasy's idol. Or D, he's our idol.
Why?
What?
So what is it?
So
I'm showing you guys my answer now.
are we supposed to translate what idol? I'm sure they can put context clues in there, right? Like
it's idol of the kids.
Of the kids.
Idol of the kids.
So are we kids?
It's funny because when he was first given that moniker, he was still the kid.
He was
one of the kids. But now there are literally a lot of players in the league and in the ecosystem who's saying, yeah, I looked up to Few when I was a kid.
Hey, you guys can let us know if you also think that, but again, let us know A, B, C, or D. Also, there's some new battle emotes that you guys can go ahead and grab in-game right now. They're only 109 diamonds, and they're available until August 5th. Make sure you guys grab them.
I wanted to show them up too. But anyway, you can get new emotes from RORA, TLPH, Twisted, and if you haven't gotten them yet, Onic, Omega, and TNC's battle emotes return as well.
Show your support for your favorite MPL team and buy them now at the in-game shop. Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
Don't miss out on that amazing deal. Every time we get to this point too, I'm always like, yeah, I need to go and get those emotes. But I cannot replace my S14 ones, man.
S14 ones were special.
I love these ones, but there's just something about the Onic one, and then there's something about the TLPH flexing one. I don't know if we're gonna top those.
I mean, if you do want to collect all, especially the new franchises though, it'd be nice to get those Aurora, Twisted Minds emotes too.
Yeah, I think there's still 2 that we're waiting to come out also. I think there's 2 that say coming soon, so
yeah.
We'll have to see exactly when those end up coming out. Maybe it is before that August timeline, but in just a little bit, we're going to be welcoming out the teams here. Again, this is a big matchup to start off our triple-headed day. And honestly, at this point, because of the way things have been going for the season, I'm not really sure who I would even predict if it was up to our predictions. I don't know who I would say, but I do know that maybe it's a 3-game series because you're over here. So anyway, let's go ahead and welcome out our marshals and, of course, our teams to the stage.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, our marshals, Joshua, Chico, Patrick, and Sent. The Titans of MLBB walk the MPL arena in a bout that'll shake the ground in the land of dawn. It's Team Liquid Philippines versus Team Falcons. In the EXP lane, the Apex Predator Sanford and the Filipino cannon Flap TZ. The junglers, the young goat Carl TZ and the young phenom Kyle TZ. In the mid lane, the hamster mage, Sanji, and idol ng mga kids, Few. The roamers, Daddy JP and Master Ogwen. And the gold laners, the Filipino sniper Oheb and bulletproof Super Marco. And their coaches, Coach RC and Coach Trevor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Clash of the Titans. Tawagin na natin ang papalago on stage. On the other side, you have the walking legend, Few, and the young goat, Carl TZ. Step forward. Few, kiss daw. Few, paano babawi ang Team Falcons? Ano ang palag mo?
Hindi ko alam paano mapalag eh. Bagong tabas eh.
Carl TZ, hindi na muna ako titingin. Ano na lang ang palag mo?
May libreng purify ako ni Diggy.
At least may digi sila. Gentlemen, you may now do the fist bump. Players, you may now take your fist bump dahil oras na magingay tayong lahat para sa unang laban ng araw na ito. It's Team Falcons going up against Team Liquid Philippines. Casters, balik sa inyo.
That was about the cleanest fist bump and cross paths I've seen here yet. So Team Liquid PH, we're going to take us through the lineup.
Yep, I gotta mention first and foremost what Carl TZ mentioned in that face-off. He said that he automatically has Diggy's Purify, and it's probably because of his new haircut. Yeah, Team Liquid Philippines, of course, despite their previous loss just against Aurora and despite one of their most challenging series up yet against TNC, they've built still one of the most consistent teams you'd have to watch out for in this season, and they just keep on improving as the weeks go by, introducing us a different and much more improved version of their Express together with Oheb as the newest addition again, which just continues to keep getting refined. So we're looking forward to see how they're going to show that once more in this upcoming series.
Yep, and up against them, the other Titan, it's Team Falcons, Renmar.
All right. I was talking earlier about Few and Ogwin and making sure they can set things up for Kyle TZ. And yeah, I'm going to go back to the basics for this one. Set up the center of the map. When they faced off against Aurora, they had a lot of difficulty holding on to the center of the map with how Renajay and Yue were just outplaying Ogwin and Few. So Ogwin and Few need to step it up today, make sure that JP and Sanji cannot set the tempo. If ever, at most, just control it, make sure no one gets a clear win, set up Kyle TZ for success so you can set up Super Marco for success later on.
Yeah, if we start talking about this entire center of the map thing, I really want to highlight Ogwin too. I don't know if you guys saw it, but he was all smiles earlier, and just recently he just shared with everyone how he was already brought up his new house. So
Yeah,
I think he's really happy entering this week.
I was gonna say, I remember seeing the photos online of the housewarming, and all the the Team Falcon boys were there, and so congratulations to him. And it's always nice to see these players who we watch every weekend compete, especially over on internationally, and they all have their own accolades and achievements, and then you see how they apply it to real life. So, but now can they apply it to getting their revenge in a sense against TLPH and furthering their lead or standing, I guess, in the season so far? Because again, time is of the essence. If they do win here, then at least for them and maybe for everybody else worried down on the lower part of the standings, they don't secure that spot, or they don't get that one condition of the two that they need today. So if Team Falcons can go ahead and get the win here, then that's going to shake things up a little bit longer for our teams until they lock in the playoff spots. Aside from that too, I'm wondering which one of them, is it going to be JP or Ogwin even, that gets their hands on the Kalea? Or is it going to be banned out? Another thing between the junglers is, are we going to see this Hanzo pick up again, man? Like, we saw it so much yesterday, and it was still like, you mentioned it was like cheat code, basically. Because even when you're down, it's like you can always go in and just probably get a kill. Like, even if you're down and out of the majority of the game.
Yeah, the Soul Snatch is really good. And besides the Kalea, I think Ogwin and JP both have a chip option on them. Both Few and Sanji both have a low Yi option as well. So that's one thing that the two coaches are really going to have to lean towards into. Except the fact that you might have to trade for heroes such as low Yi and chip.
Yep, I agree. And it feels surprising to see, because this hasn't been the case during the first few times we saw Hanzo being played here in Season 15. Or at least it was Twisted Minds, but now more teams are exploring it.
Yeah, I think he's still at 0% win rate. I don't know. We'll have to find out. Let's go ahead and hear our players prepare for the match.
Good re! Dad, kunin mo dad! Pre, pag gumababu ko, pre, di ko napapagupit. Ano dad, basket? Basket kaya tayong 5, pre. Ano? Okay, dito na ako pag 5. Ano, mamaya agad, mamaya. Di naman na siguro sasakit kung kung di ako kasama, kasi 6 naman na kayo eh.
Hello. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Uy, all in na, parking.
Nakabina ko.
Yun, nakapagpani din. Pogi ni Pando. Kamukha ni SGA.
Okay, just for our international viewers out there, yeah, Carl TZ wants everyone to get a buzz cut.
Yeah.
And
I want to play basketball too.
I honestly find it so funny, because I think, no, I'll talk about it later. Let's just talk about the keys to victory.
All right, Renmar, take us to the Infinix keys to victory here.
All right. Remind your idol why you're his GOAT. So, Few has talked about how Carl TZ is his GOAT. Carl TZ has talked about Few is his GOAT. So, make it hard for him. Those little rotations you do to get information to stop the jungling pattern of Carl TZ are making it uncomfortable for him, or excuse me, for Carl TZ as well. Make sure that you can find ways to pressure Few in the center of the map. What I just said earlier, of course, because of the GOAT, the idolize, I'm actually, my brain's gotten all mixed up. So just find ways of the map to make it hard for the other. For Few, smart rotations with your roamer, and from time to time, see if you can steal something from Carl TZ. While for Carl TZ, kill Few if you can. It sounds easy to do, but it's difficult to pull off in execution. And channel your primes. Carl TZ had a mean Hayabusa game, and I want them to look at the Hayabusa getting potentially picked up for Team Liquid, while for Team Falcons, I want to see Few pick up a either a Loyi or a Faramis today.
I mean, that's Few. He has so much in terms of his hero pool.
What were you going to say? What were you going to say, Brigida, earlier?
All right. So here's the thing. I was laughing inside.
You were having a Renmar moment.
I was having a Renmar moment earlier, because like we were talking about Carl TZ and Few as the matchup for this
The Titans.
for the series. And previously, weeks before, we talked about how Few could probably be one of those players who hasn't changed his hairstyle since the dawn of time.
Since the dawn of time.
But like Carl Tizzy, on the other hand, now is experiencing a very drastic change in terms of his hairstyle, to which why he mentioned earlier, if he gets to grow his hair again, he's not going to get it cut anymore. So that was the reason why I was laughing.
Because you were thinking about this.
I was thinking about the entire hairstyle difference.
So it's something about dudes getting haircuts that make you laugh.
Yeah, I was going to say.
The hair, the more you laugh at it.
I was going to say, I remember when she looked you right in the eye after you buzzed your head.
Yeah, she laughed
And
at me. And I felt that in my soul. The next time your stylist messes up your bangs, I will laugh at you.
Oh no, I'm not gonna get my back cut anymore. I don't want to get anything on forehead.
Oh, man. Well,
Whoa. Man caught us straight.
he's probably listening right now. Anyway, let's jump to this draft. Kalea is banned out. That's the Phobius here. So Phobius, Fanny, Matilda over on the blue side from TLPH is banned. Team Falcons takes out Kalea, Jushin. Last ban, we'll see if they still go for one of the typical ones, or they kind of try to leave something open. But right now it's looking like, I wonder if TLPH will still first pick Suyo.
Yeah, there's a Luyi too. But like, there have been so many changes in terms of the bans in the past few days, at least, which I feel is why Falcons are really taking their time also thinking of what to ban last.
Yeah, I like the Team Liquid Philippines banned out the Phobius because that's them signaling that they're thinking about the trade of the Granger and Harith already, and that they will most likely end up with the Harith. So Falcons decide to come out of the swerve and decide to take the Harith out anyway. So the Suyo Joy trade is active, but then Team Liquid Philippines will have to think about, wait, we might need to rush the Granger, because if they get the Harith, in terms of the gold lane picks, they're going to be stuck with things like Irithel, Carry, Moskov, which are still very fine picks, but not like a Granger.
Yeah, but I remember you mentioned something also earlier about
Yes.
Yeah.
I want my attack speed Beatrix to show up today, please.
So could that be a possibility? I know I'm looking forward to that too, honestly.
Yeah, we need some change up in the gold lane, man. It's been a whole lot of Granger and Harith.
You were an advocate of a change in the mid lane,
I
but
was.
now...
And we saw Zask yesterday, so
Oh!
there's Lui Yi.
All good.
First pick over here for TLPH. They take the Lui Yi. What does Team Falcons do? A lot left open here.
I hope they consider just getting the chip now. I mean, the chip Lui is a bit too overkill for me. Like, I've always been like not the biggest fan of the combo, even though I understand why they would be devastating. But I'd want Falcons to consider just picking up Chip Granger now, and then just play for the Suyo Joy trade later on.
Experience the youthfulness.
So that's a Granger.
Chip it. Chip it.
Chip it.
Oh, it's a Jawhead.
Yep,
Okay.
it's a Jawhead.
Although the Suyo could potentially fall into the hands of Team Liquid Philippines now, which I feel like should be a smart move too, because the Jawhead, Suyo, and that'll be too terrifying if that goes into Falcons' hands.
Man, after seeing what happened yesterday and how like King Kong played the Suyo, there's a reason why this guy is still dominant in the jungle. Think how many outplays Suyo is capable of just by himself with his own kit.
Yeah, and imagine even the dodges that the Suyo mains are able to do against target or pick off kind of roamers, like the Cho and the Jawhead. So that might be a similar scenario too for this upcoming match.
Okay, with the lineup of how the lineup of Falcons are looking right now, and with the high loss getting picked up by Team Liquid, I think Team Liquid might commit a ban for the glue in the second phase, considering that it's gonna be one of the best options that Falcons can go for right now in the EXP lane, considering they're going for pickoffs. As expected, the Joy gets picked up. They can pair it up with a strong crowd control mid, but as I say that, teams really have fallen out of favor with Aurora, so we still might see the Harith, not Harith, Farsa or Vexana be prioritized instead by Few. And with them taking away gold laners right now, I think they might manipulate it in such a way that if it's a Farsa for the hands of Few, it's going to be a good pick regardless of what the gold laner is left for Team Liquid Philippines, whether it's a Beatrix or a carry.
And I was going to say, what better person than the Filipino sniper to pick up a Beatrix on the wish list of Renmar right now if that ends up happening. Because the Moskov, is taken out. They might still focus on another gold laner. They've already taken out two, though.
And I'm wondering about the possibility of you deciding to pick up either the Selena again, similar to the first time they did go up against one another. I mean, the record hasn't been that great back then, but there's a Luyi on the opposing team now.
Yeah. By the way, that Luyi of Sanji is undefeated this season.
Yeah.
And I think I understand now why Falcons decided to rush the Jawhead. Other than the whole trade and threat of the Suyo, Granger, and those combinations, the Jawhead of JP is also undefeated.
Oh.
How many times has JP played it?
5.
5 times?
5 games on Luyi, 5 games on Jawhead, both of them undefeated for Team Liquid.
Okay.
But since these are the picks we're seeing right now, I'm assuming there will be... This is quite a change. There will be no Hanzos for now, and there will be no chips for now, I guess.
I'm okay with, like, trust me, I got excited too when I saw Hanzo picked up, but like I said, it's almost, right now, it feels like a one-trick thing, where it's like, I'm going to just go kill someone, but we're not going to win a game. And so, like, maybe teams are still going to go ahead and push that today, maybe, but so far, this is just a classic jungle matchup we're seeing with Suyo and Joy. Now for the next picks, this next phase is that Hilda is the last ban here. They're going to pick up their mid. They still have a Farsa option.
Yeah. Although I would want Falcons to pick up the glue now and pick up their mid laner later.
Last, yeah.
Yeah, so if ever they have the option of deciding whether to go into the Faramis or Farsa, considering that the Valentina is open, and Team Liquid Philippines might consider picking that up. Actually, no,
there it is.
Not the Valentina. They already have the Loyi. So it is the glue. So for Team Liquid and Sanford's pick, I think he's just going to be stuck with his go-to Lucas. That's one of the last options that they go for when all are gone on the board. And then for the gold lane, I think they're going to be stuck with either they're going to be stuck with a carry. They can't go Irithel. They might even consider Beatrix just for the hell of it. But I feel like no matter what happens, Falcons have gone out of this with a slightly better draft and gambit around the gold lane of Team Liquid.
Yeah, so it's probably the Lucas that's just left. Not unless they still want to bring out the similar damage XP lane, which they did previously, but...
oh, the Benedetta, you mean?
Yeah, but like...
CC is still an option, but I'd want to see them lean towards something like the Lucas. It's a mix of good offense and defense.
Oh, they still got
they go for the CC.
So CC, there it is, Irithel.
It's an Irithel.
You were thinking it was the Prime skin?
I thought it was the Prime skin.
Yeah, you're thinking it with the voice line there, but it is going to be the Irithel. And again, this is probably mainly just because of mobility.
Yeah.
I mean, the Beatrix would be great and all, and yeah, she's able to go ahead and get away a little bit, but Irithel's better for that.
Okay.
Last pick is the Farsa, like we mentioned earlier on in the draft, so these are now locked in. What are we leaning towards here, Renmar? Is it still Team Falcons you mentioned?
Yeah, I'm a big glue guy, so I like the draft here of Team Falcons, and not just because I'm a Falcons guy. Falcons 5.
Falcons and 5. We go, as long as they're a bird that can fly in the sky of the bird family, you're on that wagon.
Yeah, if Team Liquid were Pegasus, I would say Team Liquid in 5 because they fly, but they're normal horses. They're stallions.
Okay, so he's the Falcons guy. Usually Leo would also be the Falcons guy. So Brigitte, who are you? Are you the Cavalier?
Horse. Yeah.
Yeah, you're the Liquid girly, aren't you?
The Liquid girly.
Yeah.
Why did I say horse?
Huh?
Because you were talking about birds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like they're horses.
The battle of the horses and the birds.
Oh my.
All right, I'm neutral.
Horses and the birds. Who would win that?
I don't pick sides over here.
That's my thing.
Hey, I'm sitting in the chair over here.
I like how you admitted it finally. That's your thing.
Well, it's the first match of our triple header. Once again, Saturday here, MPL Philippines Season 15. It's the Battle of the Titans in a best of 3 already. Game number 1.
Welcome
Which
to
team
Mobile
will
Legends.
get the first blood in the series? Will it be Team Liquid Philippines or Team Falcons?
So the starter for Falcons and the orange buff is actually a fast leash. It was 3 bodies committed into the orange start for Kyle TZ so that they can clear that up as quickly as possible. That's where the Granger of Super Marco went first alongside, but Ogun accidentally got the orange buff.
We saw this with TLPH last week.
Yeah, JP accidentally got the buff of Carl. Now this time it's Ogun who got the buff of Kyle.
Oh
no.
That could have been such a fast start to their jungling rotations, but now Kyle TZ will have to look for more just to compensate for that.
Yeah. He'll be able to hit level 4 though, since he was able to clear out his side of the jungle top side, plus getting the gold crab. So that was a good adjustment that they did to balance it out. But yeah, it's going to be an orangeless Joy who did not lose out farm though.
Oh,
That was
whoa.
fast. Oh.
Fast flicks.
And the flex.
Is that what you call athletic
That is
flickers?
athletic from both of them.
From both of them, right?
I like it. Also taking a look at the placements here. Kyle T, yeah, even though he doesn't have orange, he's still relatively fine, you know, in terms of even. He's actually ahead
Oh, wow.
of Carl Teasy.
Yeah, he actually is. And we might see something happen down bottom. Kyle Teasy using the electrifying beats, but it will be dodged by Carl and Sanford. Nothing much happening yet. Still the farming for both of these two.
Ogwen's not trolling him.
Tosses here and there, but it seems like Ogwen might be the first to fall. That was very unfortunate for Team Falcons.
A big punish, and that slows down the rotation and the scaling for Falcons, as Team Liquid will be able to get the turtle without a problem unless Kyle has another plan for it.
It seems like he does have a plan.
He's
Sanford
buffless.
will use the curtain call. Oh, denies! The dash coming in from Kyle Teasy. And now with the yo-yo blitz, he will attempt to take him out, but he will be able to survive. That was a great play.
Okay, that was tough to see. So it seems like one thing building on the other right now for Team Falcons, and it's not going their way here.
Yeah, and Oheb is beating Marco in lane right now. Of course, the Irithel being one of the natural counters to the Granger in lane. Lately, though, it's become a little bit of a 50-50 between those two heroes and who wins and who loses. But in this specific matchup so far, it's Oheb winning in the gold.
But this is literally Ogwen helping and babysitting Kyle, making sure that he gets more farm. But look at that blade surge. Oh, there's the unstoppable force though, and look at the dispersion rotation, just denying the attempts from Falcons, taking down Ogwen, and now Few might be next. That's a double kill for Carl Teasy.
And it's a killing spree for him. Plus an emblem, the killing spree. Actually, that's what he has. So,
yes.
Yeah, Carl Teasy, great entries and timing. So, what we were talking about in the condition of controlling the center of the map so far, how Sanji, JB, and Carl have been playing around it so that it controls the rotations of Falcons right now have been great.
Did you
They're
see?
doing a great job.
Yeah, and even in the XP lane, there's just zoning out Flap, cutting him off from getting some of the XP cards. So it is Ogwen kind of babysitting right now, Kyle Teasy, but so far that's one of the things. If he doesn't actually have, oh no, diversion?
Diversion, and they go for Kyle Teasy, try to burst him down, but he's able to escape. Few also using the feathered airstrike. There's the toss, and Carl Teasy will just focus onto Few, but it seems like Sanford's the one getting bursted down. Flicker from Ogwen, and the split is still there, or it was already previously used. Ogwen falls, and Flap Teasy, despite all that, he still survives.
Straight up, Falcons are just getting outplayed right now. Team Liquid Philippines seems to have a counter for everything that Falcons are tossing at them. Looking at the items between Oheb and Super Marco, slight lead here for the Irithel. Already has the Haas Claws on the way to rush building the Hunter Strike for Super Marco. So despite Falcons having a good lineup and skills up in the mid-game, they might need to wait a little bit more to hit their power spikes, as Team Liquid Philippines have set the tempo for majority of it. This turtle might change the fortunes of Falcons, though, if they can steal it and get a kill or two without losing a lot.
Yeah, but these are 4 members from Team Liquid Philippines. Sanford doing the zoning, Flap TV trying to find his way in. JP already uses the glorious pathway though, but this might be a referee battle, and Kyle Teasy will succeed. Few takes down Sanford, and JP will go next. Flap Teasy will be trying to escape, and he successfully does. No trades for Team Liquid.
Good fight. Good fight for Team Falcons, able to go ahead and get a couple of kills, and then Kyle swoops in and gets the turtle.
Yep, exactly what we were talking about though. That for Team Falcons, they need to get a big win. And Sanji!
Oh, a dispersion rotation followed by a blade surge just to burst down Kyle. Few and Flap Teasy are here, but Team Liquid, they're running away. Ogwen though, spots Sanji. Will they still go for it? Flap Teasy, half HP now. He will be using the split, but that won't make him escape.
That's why Sanji's the low yi master in MPL Philippines. How he used the diversion right away after the previous turtle, immediately going to the purple buff area to give vision for Carl Teasy to set up the kill onto Kyle.
And with that, I mean, Team Falcons was able to go ahead and stop some of the build up in the lead all around for TLPH, but they also now lose that first turret on the top side, and they have to have an answer for that kind of setup potential. Not only the diversions coming out from Sanji, but also just the fact that Carl Teasy's able to pump out so much damage, and that he's 4-0 right now. He is scaling so much faster than Kyle. Here's a diversion again. They know the buff is up. Oh,
he still got it?
He didn't.
Didn't.
Okay. Kyle TZ was still able to secure it, but there's the curtain call also used. This feels really interesting since honestly you would think that Falcons with the Jawhead and the Farsa would be the ones who will be rotating really fast. But I feel like since Ogwen's been trying to help Kyle TZ for a majority of the early game, Team Liquid Philippines gets to position themselves first. And but there's the engage coming in from Falcons though, uses the ejector onto JP. The Glorious Pathway will be the response, however, and he still sustains, but not for long as he gets taken down by Super Marco.
Yeah, that's a big pick off there for Falcons. They might be able to continue this. They go for the conceal.
Conceal's going to be used. Fighting for the last turtle of the games, 1-for-1 so far. They just hold it there with Sanford. A diversion again on the other side. Might be looking for a surprise attack here.
Oh no, they spot out Few! And they force out the flicker curtain call coming in from Sanford. They can't use the wings by wings, but then Sanford will still go for it, taking down Few. And now Sanford is the trade. But that's a 1-for-1 so far, and they're still gonna go for it. They captured Carl TZ. He gets the bullets from the Rhapsody. And with the unstoppable force there as well, they will make sure that he goes down. Another Glorious Pathway coming in from JP. Slows down Ogwen. But Falcons, they're just buying time. They're just gonna take the objective.
Okay, no Carl TZ here for Team Liquid Philippines, no retribution, but Carl TZ used his, so they cannot rush this turtle. It's gonna be a reset, and another big fight potentially coming up for turtle number 3, diversion, to send Oheb to the bottom lane.
Send him, you know what, forget the turtle, go push the lane.
All right, Flap TZ split, almost getting bursted down, and without Carl TZ to contest, Falcons will secure this turtle. But it seems like Oheb is getting his hands on the second turret so far of the game.
Good trade. They knew they weren't going to be able to go and contest for that turtle, so they might as well go grab the second turret for them. And that's the advantage right now they have against Team Falcons leading into the eventual Lord. They have no turrets down, so they have a little bit more space to work with on the map.
Yeah, that's something that you have to deal with when you're up against a low Yi and you're not really a lineup built for macro. Although, yes, you can get around the map quickly as a Jawhead and the Farsa. It's just the overall macro leans towards Team Liquid Philippines, while Falcons likes to play around pickoffs and engagements. That's how they're keeping themselves in game right now within distance of Team Liquid Philippines because they're winning some fights. And another diversion is committed.
Oh, right there.
Go for Flap TZ. JP trying to block the other members, but Flap TZ will be able to sustain the damage. And they force out the Feathered Airstrike 2 from Few, but there will be no casualties just yet.
Yeah, Glue. And maybe this is why Redmar mentioned he's such a fan for Glue. Glue is so good at being able to withstand that amount of damage, with the split and everything else, especially when he starts to continue to build up some of the defensive items here. You're already taking a look, though, the damage dealt Sanji and Carl really high up there, but I do expect as the game goes a little bit longer into the late game, Few is going to be a pretty big threat when it comes down to especially those objectives because he's only got the glowing wand right now.
Yeah, same thing goes for Super Marco, who just built up his third item, already up to the Malefic Roar. But of course, he gets out quickly because he went for the Sky Piercer second. A toss-up!
Oh! They find Carl right before the objective spawns!
Yikes!
That's
not good for the Liquid girlies out there.
Yeah, that's
and the one beside me.
And the one beside you. That's the Noops right now. They might be able to delay it, though. I know it is up in about 5 seconds. Carl's got about 12 on the death timer. TLPH might try to go ahead and stall it out unless they just give it up and get ready for a base defense because they should be able to clear things. Because look how fast this is going. Yeah, there's not enough time here.
Oh no, there's a diversion though, but they still won't make it in time. Are they still gonna commit? Oheb with a heavy crossbow decides to join the fight, but Sanford is the first to fall. Now Sanji uses the flicker to get away because JP might inevitably fall too. And that's all the more better for Falcons. They don't just get the objective.
Super Okram looking good right now. He's 4-0 and 2. I believe that's 2 or 3 stacks on his Sky Piercer, considering when he built it and the kills he got since then. And yeah, again, you're seeing why I'm a glue guy. Ogwen with the conceal.
Oh, Ogwen going for Sanji.
Oh, it's not Oheb he's after. It's actually Sanji. Now Super Marco's unstoppable, and they expose the mid lane base turret of Team Liquid.
At this point, Ogwen's made up for taking the orange buff at the beginning of the game. He's gotten so many tosses on the right targets. Now they're going to approach the base. The shields are still up, so these are going to pop, but the Feathered Airstrike comes down.
No more Holy Shields for the top lane turrets. But Team Liquid Philippines successfully clears it out for now. But this is a really interesting turn of events. Earlier, it was just Falcons seemingly trying to defend and play very disciplined, but it's all aggro from now. It's all aggression.
Yeah. The majority of the game so far has actually just been determined by really good calls and surprising plays by any of the two teams. There's no clear moment that you could call a massive error for anyone, no big mistake. It's just been two teams playing really damn good MLBB, and lately it's been Team Falcons with Super Marco now bulletproof 502. The OHEB is deathless as well, but we're starting to feel as to why I was kind of iffy about this Irithel.
All right. Ogwen successfully still gets a toss, but that's JP. It's quite tanky. Now he responds with a glorious pathway and separates himself from the rest of the members of Team Liquid. The pensions won't help Sanford survive that. Carl Teasy and OHEB, though, they find themselves right behind some of the members of Falcons.
Oh no, Marco,
but will
Marco.
They decide to go for it? They find Super Marco and burst him down just like that, but Kyle Teasy with the response. Carl Teasy, will he decide to engage this? OHEB will successfully retreat, but Sanji still looks for another kill.
They could get another.
They're going to Gannon.
Carl Teasy looking for a few, and for some reason Sanji survives. OHEB instead will become the trade.
Oh man, the back and forth.
And Sanji, he just wants to go home. But it's a double for Kyle Teasy!
This is the kind of MLBB I like! MLBB for the streets, just fighting, it's scrappy, it's smart, it's surprising, it's crafty. It is the clash of the Titans.
That's for the streets, man. You know, there's a different kind of land of dawn we're seeing in this game one. TLPH and Team Falcons, we mentioned it's a battle of titans. We know some of the stakes already in week 5. If TLPH wins this series, they're one step closer to locking in a spot already for the playoffs, but Team Falcons is definitely making them work for it. They're gonna have control of this Lord right now. TLPH will get in position. They do have the diversion. FlapTZ already taken a couple shots.
All right, FlapTZ will try to latch
Diversion?
onto Carl Teasy, and he successfully does so after he zones him out. But few anticipates everyone else. Sanji gets bursted down, and it's a trade for the mid laners. But OHEB, unfortunately, will fall next. Now FlapTZ still on the zoning, gets to successfully distract Carl Teasy. And now another successful toss onto Sanford 2, and they triple for Super Marco. Now only leaving JP alone to defend.
Team Liquid thought that they could find another great diversion, but the golden gold few was ready for them.
Concealed from JP, trying to buy some time, but there's a minion alongside the Falcons, and they gain access to the base and successfully claim game number 1.
Bulletproof Marco coming in clutch in the last couple minutes of the game, and Team Falcons will soar high above the Cavalry in game 1.
That was a very exciting game. When at one point it just evolved into, it wasn't even a devolution. Yeah, it was a lot of fights and crafty, but you saw the thought process, the gears turning in their heads. You go diversion here, there's someone there, check that with your skill, no need to walk up. There's someone low, see if you can reach them, you got the kill, you have the angle, go for it. It's, oh, that was nuts.
I can't imagine the dialogue or whatever Ogwen decided to say during the entire game, wherein he may have gotten the orange buff in the beginning, but I assume he was like, no, I'm gonna redeem myself. It's okay, Kyle, I'm gonna help you farm.
Probably
We're gonna
Bowie,
catch
Bowie.
up.
Yeah.
We're gonna Bowie. And then eventually he's been such a crucial playmaker for the Falcons.
Yeah, Team Liquid Philippines were playing around Sanji's usages of the diversion very well. Again, early on, it was them controlling it because of very smart rotations coming from JP, Sanji, and Carl Teasy to shut down what Falcons wanted to do around the map. But once it got to the team fighting, that's where we saw the struggle for Team Liquid Philippines. That this is why I was hesitant about the Irithel pick, because once Super Marco and OHEB joined in the fight, it was Marco dealing way more damage.
Look at him right now too in the right here. Of course, he's going to be our MVP for game 1. There's the iconic double thumbs pose. You know, by the way, I love that in the walk-ins, he walks with the other gold laner, so now he's forced to stop. He can't just thumbs up, walk off camera. But 10-1 in 3, a phenomenal game here for Super Marco, especially like I mentioned, in those last few minutes, he really just locked in. He had so much space to work with too, and I don't know how many stacks he had eventually towards the end there with the Sky Piercer, but he was a huge threat, and at the same time, Yes, a lot of that allowed them, and this has been the trend all throughout the season. These gold laners get to shine so much, and they become, you know, the BPI rich guy eventually because of what everyone is doing from the early portion of the game, and even the mid game, where we saw so much of what we mentioned with Ogwin, finding the right ejectors, targets to throw into the air. You know, even Flap. Like, how many times did Flap tank so much damage with this glue and pop that split to withstand those diversion surprises?
It was the complete opposite for Team Liquid Philippines and their XP later here. Flap was able to, I feel like, sustain so much.
Yeah.
But whenever Sanford did try to look for a key target, all Team Falcons' attention would shift towards him and he'd get bursted down even with the Vengeance.
Yeah, Falcons looked like they were a little bit more ready to deal with the eventual ganks, the multiple angles that Oheb and Sanji could come from with the diversion, Sanford going in, as you mentioned, Brigida. And again, when comparing the glue and the CC, the glue can just survive ganks way longer. That's what his kit is built for. That's why when he gets the grab onto someone, that's when the whole team fight dynamic turns around. Because then you'll have to definitely trade for Sanford, who at that point is doing his job as an EXP lane already in the back line. But of course he's gonna get taken out, which means it's more pressure for Team Liquid to commit plays such as these that unfortunately few was ready for, which meant that Oheb would take damage and that Super Marco would take him down. At one point, Falcons just adjusted and were so ready for the backline ganks.
Again, as this game goes forward, I mean, it's kind of crazy how fast it changed in like the last couple minutes.
Oh, that was a 14-minute game.
Yeah, it was a 14-minute game. That's what I'm saying. You know, at some point, especially with TLPH controlling some of that early game swing, and then it just went way in favor of Team Falcons in the last portion.
It was 40 minutes exact.
14 exact.
Yeah. Exact. And yeah, they got actually equal towards the end in terms of orange and purple buffs. None of those really mattered with the way they just were able to execute and regroup later on. It was really interesting to see. I think there were a lot of Carl TZ and few moments there, honestly. But all together.
Unless somehow there's something we don't know, and that's a orange buff for the Jawhead on purpose. I don't want to say that that's definite facts because I might just get clowned on.
It's either a random missile, like just caught it, you know, or it is part of a bigger plan.
Yeah.
That there's like, okay, you're actually such a threat now as a Jawhead with an orange. Like, don't take that as a sign in your games to be like, Jungle, give me your orange. Like, if you walk in the Jawhead, don't do that, please. Yeah. But we've seen that twice now, again, where the roamers of actually both these teams in previous series managed to get one of the buffs. So, but either way, this is still one of those games. Like, I know it looks like this, where it's like, yeah, Team Falcons really popped off at the end. But honestly, at some point, this could have been anyone's game.
Yeah, I like the itemization of Flap Daisy. He went for the second item, Blade Armor, after full building the anti-Cuirass. And I think that's one of the reasons why Team Liquid Philippines, they couldn't even send Oheb to try and deal with Flap. Yeah. Flap's job was look for, if it's JP Nato who's getting tossed up, you look for either Sanji or Carl TZ. Once he got to the major objectives, he started looking for Carl and just focusing on him. And since he already had the Blade Armor, it wouldn't amount to anything if you decide to say, hey, Oheb, can you just try to bring this blue down? You wouldn't want to hit him also when he has to grab on anyone. So that's a great bit of itemization by Flap.
Yeah, despite the immense damage dealt by Sanji, he'd just always walk past the Louis and not mind him at all. So he did serve as the sandbag for that game. And here's our BPI rich guy with that very rich smile.
This looks like a very good ad smile.
Yeah.
Like there's something about this smile, like, yo, Kyle, have you done commercials in the past? You know, like
smile that sells toothpaste.
Yeah. But again, yeah, BPI rich guy, Kyle TZ here. Great game, especially with the fact that regardless of whatever happened there with the buff, he really kind of maintained and even had a minor lead against Carl in the early portion of the game. And even when he was a buffless Joy, he was still actually able to do what he needed to, whether it was provide some of the threat around the objectives, make those plays on the side lanes early on, and you know, just kind of a great adjustment to maybe a start they weren't expecting, to put it that way.
I think they were able to recover from it eventually, and This is why I'm a glue guy, man. This is why I'm a glue, and that's why I wasn't even suggesting the Irithel there in the end. I was looking for either like a carry or a Beatrix.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I feel like at that point it was also a good call. You needed mobility. You need to be hard to grab. I feel like the Beatrix would have also had a difficult time. But in terms of the damage output, it would have been okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would have just been too hard for something like a Dea.
And again, we want to clarify TLPH's playoffs conditions for you guys watching internationally here. For Week 5 Day 2 match, this is right now TLPH wins versus Falcons. So they need to win this one against Team Falcons. So now they got a reverse sweep. And of course, for Week 5 Day 3, it's TLPH winning versus Twisted. So these are the conditions that they need. It's not the, what did we mention earlier?
TNC
AP Bren,
and the AP Bren one.
TNC.
AP Bren, yeah.
So that's the updated one. So TLPH needs to win versus Falcons, and then TLPH needs to win versus Twisted. That will be tomorrow, match 2. So all of these conditions must be met for them to qualify for the playoffs. This is to correct the playoff conditions shown earlier. So that is the current stipulation right now for TLPH.
So it's not going to be decided today. A
Yes.
part of it will be.
A part of it. So what? Basically, if you're part of the Liquid Nation or Team Liquid, Liquid Girls,
Liquid girlies.
Liquid Girlies. My bad. There's so many. There's Brigade Dudes. There's Liquid Girlies. There's everything.
I'm a Falcons boy.
These are Team Falcons. If you're part of Team Liquid, that's what they need. They need a win here now versus Team Falcons, and then again to tomorrow. So also they have a watch party going on right now. Shout out to all the Cavaliers supporting Team Liquid PH in their match versus Team Falcons from the watch party at Barangay Rizal, Science City of Muñoz. Yeah.
Muñoz, yeah.
Nueva
Ecija.
Man, that is a...
Yeah.
I've always wondered how to pronounce that.
Nueva Ecija.
Nueva Ecija. Like,
I like the attempts.
But
I respect it.
It's City of Muñoz, Nueva Ecija. Okay.
Okay.
We're not gonna say it again, I think.
Oh yeah, we're gonna leave it at that. Shout out to the Cavalry out there.
This version of Bluey is so cute.
What, the Bluey?
Yeah,
The little
liquid, yeah, the mascot.
Mascot.
I like how he has a little mohawk.
And his short arms.
Yeah. I wish I had one of the plushies.
Oh yeah,
That's
the
what I
liquid
should've got.
plushies are adorable.
Yeah. Well, I gotta get one of those plushies. Also, we also want to see your guys' favorite TLPH moments. This MPL Philippines Season 15, you can post a photo, you can post a short 30-second max video, you can actually set it to public, because if it's not public, we're not going to see it. Yeah. So don't forget to use the hashtags below.
Yep. And 5 lucky winners will be chosen for a chance to meet and greet Team Liquid Philippines during their matches. So publish those posts right now and grab the opportunity to meet your idols.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal. Screenshot this so you don't forget the hashtags you'll need to include. It's all there. That's a lot of hashtags. I am not going to pad time by reciting all of that. So screenshot it.
Yeah, this is the first one where we actually have one of these. So it's TLPH.
It's 8 hashtags.
That is 8 hashtags.
They have to use all of those hashtags?
I am not are you guys a hashtag people?
I'm not. I do it for the memes.
Yeah, I don't call it a hashtag. I call it what it used to be called.
What?
A pound sign.
Yeah, that's true. That
a pound sign.
Oh.
we're sharing our age here, man.
Yeah. No, like
hit the pound sign.
Weren't you in that burger place? And it's called Pound. Why do you think they put that on the burger?
That's true. They stamp it on the bun.
Yeah, it's called the pound sign, folks.
What do you say? Oh my gosh, there's a hashtag on my bun.
You got a rice meal at a burger place?
I did.
Get away from me.
Brigida, get off this desk. How can you get a rice meal? There, she's gone.
I know we're Asian, but that is so Asian.
This is perfect.
Bye-bye.
Because right now we're gonna go ahead and throw it over to our host for the All Access. Let's take a look at this.
Thank you so much sa ating mga casters. Yes, Jamie here with Hans, and we're so happy to feature our students from the MPL Smart Battle Trip.
Kamusta naman magingay naman ang MPL Smart Battle Trips? There we go!
That's the energy. Alam mo, Hans, we have students from Samar, Leyte, Laguna,
Hindi ko nga alam kung
all
may galing
over.
pa to sa Mindanao eh. Pero feel ko fake news. Yan, mga dyan lang.
Sabi nila meron daw. Tingnan natin. Okay, but anyway, we want to get to know you guys. We want to know more about your experience. So, sa dalawang representative natin dito, kindly introduce yourself and tell us where you're from.
I'm Jem Froilan El Pabalan from Laguna and the current student leader admin from Southern Luzon and Bicol region.
Thank you so much for being with us. We also have...
I'm Jericho Dalma from Laguna rin and representative ng Community Hero.
Okay, Jericho, and I know you go by Pots. So, Pots and Jericho, kamusta naman ang inyong experience sa MPL Arena? Ano yung tumatak sa inyo sa battle trips?
Siguro yung pinaka-tumatak sa akin ito on what I experienced today is yung talks about esports leader na yun. So, they gave us knowledge on how to approach, set or talk about good and right questions, and also they also give us an insight that yung mga personalities dito sa esports how life really.
I love that. So, the know-how on how to interview, the right questions, and nakikita nyo talaga in action yung mga hosts and casters dito, ano?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think kung esports journalism yung sa'yo, Pots, do you have the same
Hindi
idea? Ganon din ba? Or hindi?
Hindi po.
Hindi, right? What do you want to see for yourself?
For sa akin po, gusto po pag maging player po talaga. Kasi way back po nung senior high ay competitive po kaming team. Then natigil lang po siya nung nag-college na since mas nag-focus po sa studies.
Alright, I like it. I like the idea. Isipin mo, no? Ilang stars na last season?
Ay, last season po kasi hindi po masyado nakapaglaro. Since
Okay
may
lang,
trabaho.
okay lang.
Pero ang highest po is 132 lang.
Lang.
Wow.
Lang.
Lang yun,
132
Take
lang.
note, lang
Para
daw.
may 132 ba dyan? Iba 132?
What about you
Wala.
guys?
Okay lang. Okay
Ito
lang.
daw, 500. Okay,
500.
kayo talaga.
Ito,
kanina pa kayo.
500 stars yan si pare, men. Actually, gusto kong malaman kasi hindi lang yung player side yung nakita nyo rin, di ba? You were also able to talk to the production team, the people on the back end side. What were they able to showcase to you? Ano ba yung mga nakita nyo while you guys were learning before the broadcast even started?
Nung kanina po, napakita sa amin kung paano na itatagod ang MPL Live sa ating mga FB page, then kung paano nagtatrabaho ang ating mga staff sa likod, kung paano ine-execute ng maganda para mapanood ng bawat tao. Kahit wala sa venue ay napapanood pa rin ng quality at walang labis at puro sobra. Walang labis, walang kulang, puro sobra ang experience. Kahit nasa FB Live tayo.
Totoo. You know what? Everybody here is passionate about giving everybody a good show and good matches as well. And as someone who's aspiring to be a player, I just want to know, Pots, no? Ano yung experience and feeling mo na nakikita mo yung mga players on stage na naglalaro? Ano yung nangyayari? Ano yung feeling mo doon?
Para po sa akin, as a player po dati, medyo nakakaba po kung may mga bago po dyan. Then, at the same time, na-enjoy na rin po since they're more experience po silang nakukuha, then ayun po yung nagpapatigas ng ating kalooban kasi how much more kung sa competitive teams as mas napapanalo po nila na walang kakakaba-kaba.
Okay, so paano nga ba sumali sa battle trips?
Jericho, paano ba sumali sa battle trips?
Yun lang, like our page, MLBB PH student leaders and also MLBB PH community heroes. Weekly may announcement kami on how to join and also announcement din yung mga winners.
Okay, thank you, Jericho. Why don't you invite everybody watching to join battle trips and also to watch here at the MPL Arena?
Hello everyone! Kindly follow our page, Monton Student Leader PH and Community Heroes para doon po natin abangan ang mga battle trip posting sa bawat lugar. Iikot po namin kayo at once na napatapad po sa lugar nyo ay pwede po kayong magsagot at makuha at maka-experience ng live dito sa MPL PH Arena.
There you have it!
Pwede siya doon, no? Pwede siya umupo. Palakpakan na to, men.
Hindi lang player, pwede din mag-casting. Anyway, speaking of casting, let's turn it over to the casters because everybody's excited for Game 2. Casters, over to you.
And thank you again, Hans and Jamie, and of course our Battle Trips community and group there. Again, for our international viewers, that is a student-led, right? Student-led program basically for a lot of the students to come and enjoy and experience the MPL Philippines here in the MPL Arena. It's happened for seasons now to this point. It's a really good opportunity for them to see what goes on here behind the scenes and everything else.
It's like a field trip.
It's like a field trip. It's an old esports field trip. I wish we had those in my day, right?
If we had that, I probably would have wanted to become a pro player at some point. Now it's too late for me.
It's too late. Hey,
Dreams are over.
but you're here.
Yeah.
This is a dream.
Yeah, I guess so. No, yeah, it is.
But again, if you're just joining us right now, we're in the first series of the day. It's TLPH versus Team Falcons, the Titans, the Battle of the Titans once again. And first blood in the series went over to Team Falcons. So we'll see how the adjustments are made. It is going to be Team Falcons on that blue side this time for game 2. TLPH will be on the red. Ban's already coming out. Kalea isn't banned just yet. We'll see if TLPH bans this. If not, I'm almost expecting Team Falcons. Okay, they take out the Granger. Are we thinking the Kalea first pick?
Yeah, there's a Droid ban too.
My tail's
So-
itching for a real fight.
I like it.
There she is.
Very different now from what we've seen. I like how Falcons have adjusted their bans to be very tailored towards the JP pickups. And of course, 1-0 head pick. They forced Team Liquid Philippines in this scenario where they had to ban the Granger. So they turn off that trade, and now we're going to look at the Irithos, Moskovs, carries of the world to fill in that gold lane spot. Although the Juiced and Fanny are still banned, and that makes me quite sad. Now, I wonder if they'll go for the Suyo here. I mean, they do have the alpha option that they sometimes lean into, but usually that's best paired with a
Mathil.
healing type.
Where
Yeah.
there is light, there
Low
are
E still for
also
Sanji. It was a
shadows.
great game for him, despite Falcons reading into it very well in some key scenarios. Are they going to go Joy or Suyo is the question. They go for the
None
Suyo.
of the above. It's a
Phobias,
Phobias.
Phobias.
Oh my gosh. So these are, I guess,
This solves the CC problem earlier.
yeah, this is a huge adjustment from them in terms of the XP lane.
Yeah.
Somehow ensuring that they'll not have that hard of a time. I mean, yeah, the Suyo Joy trade's still there either way, so
They have to pick. I think that's what they're leaning towards now. It's just that choice. The few picks should definitely come in later. They might even consider picking up an EXP laner this early as well.
Yeah.
If you want the Hilda. Either the Hilda or the CC. Because for sure, Team Liquid Philippines are going to be considering banning those out. It's a Joy, but no, it's the Selena of you. It's a lot of crowd control, but a little bit all-in and risky.
This is a whole lot of crowd control. I'm also wondering because when was the last time we saw Granger Harith banned out in the same series? The Suyo is the last pick here. This is a classic matchup in the jungle that we talked about. But yeah, what does this leave open for our gold laners? I'm also thinking that maybe another ban might even go to some of the options.
Yeah. Come on, Beatrix, please.
come on.
Now is the time. Probably not for Liquid, but maybe for Falcons. Might be tough if Liquid decides to pick up a Beatrix.
Remember what I mentioned earlier in the talent room wherein I was watching? You don't?
No,
What'd you mention?
What was this?
Oh yeah, but like there's a streamer I was watching last night, and he was playing a Beatrix, an attack speed Beatrix as requested by Renmar, and he was alongside the Selena. So whenever the Selena was able to land an Abyssal Arrow and then he'd just go in for the follow-up damage, it's almost always a sure kill, which is probably what we could potentially see if Falcons does decide to go for that. But there are other options available too either way. There's still the Moskov we also previously brought up, but if it's not that, it's the carry Moskovs, which we previously mentioned.
It might be the trade.
Yeah. Good ban.
Okay.
I was almost expecting that glue to come through again too, so.
That's why we were posing the possibility that Falcons might pick up an HP laner in the first phase, because clearly that'll get taken away. If they decide to lean towards something like a Lucas here, Lucas doesn't have a great record against EXP Phobias for this season. And look at the bans for Falcons. They shut down JP with 4 bans in the Roam.
When was the last time we saw the Roam that focused banned out, you know? I mean, it's been a while. There was a time when all the bans.
Single-digit seasons.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, what's left right now? There's a chip?
Oh yeah, it is still chippable.
Chippable.
Yeah, Chip's probably one of the ones.
Chippable, bedangable.
Yeah, bedangable.
Bedangable yesterday.
Yeah, but then if that's the case, then that means Falcons are okay with that. They chose to play into those heroes.
Yeah.
Whatever's left for JP. He still has the chip. Show is still open actually. But everything that Team Liquid Philippines can choose is sort of like Falcons already choosing that beforehand. So they save their roam pick for last, and it becomes a Moskov pickup for Team Liquid Philippines. That's a lot of macro. Falcons here they might end up with a lineup that leans with just focusing on the team fights. They go for the CC. And it's a Bruno.
So close yet so far. We skipped the carry, but
they were in the same letter category.
I was thinking, you know, I thought I was leaning towards the carry, especially since there's a Phobius over there, but maybe why the Bruno here?
I mean, the Bruno won't need a lot of time to scale up. I think they were thinking about scale, because the matchup-wise is still very meh. Despite everything, Team Liquid still ends up with a high loss anyway, so it wasn't a big loss for them.
Yeah, and the Worldy too, I guess, for potential dives coming in from Team Liquid Philippines, although that can only buy you so much time.
Exactly.
So you really need to be wary of your positioning regardless. But that Super Marco we're talking about, there's a reason why he's the bulletproof.
I mean, it's interesting to see the Bruno come out. I mean, there was a time when everybody's wishing it wouldn't get picked up so many times. And I'm sure you guys remember that. Now, taking a look once again at the breakdown here for both teams. You're going to have a little lineup rating favorite over here for Team Falcons. But for TLPH, again, it's all down to the execution. They have so much macro pressure with the Loyi. That's probably the biggest thing. Now, they had that last time too, and it was kind of shut down with the glue, I would say, for the most part. So we're going to see if now the tools are here for Team Falcons to deal with that Loyi coming out from Sanji. So again, it's game at 2 ahead of us. We're jumping into the land of Dawn. TLPH versus Team Falcons. TLPH, remember, wants to go ahead and knock off one of the stipulations for making it to the playoffs. They have to reverse sweep now against Team Falcons.
Yeah, which is why they're probably really careful here. They picked up 2 Purify spells for Sanji as well as Oheb, if I'm not mistaken. So if team fighting is the way to go indeed for Falcons here, they'd have a little more room to operate. But this is Team Liquid Philippines still maintaining that aggression early on.
Yeah, look at Super Marco. He's really up in your face against Oheb in the laning. Wants to get crabs, everything. But forces a rotation topside for JP to help out Oheb just a little bit. And Oheb trying to manipulate the minion waves and the siege minion especially, so that the minion waves are closer to his lane, so he's under tower, which forces a rotation topside for Team Liquid Philippines to supplement their gold laner a little bit more.
Yeah, and this is what we saw yesterday too. Again, for our viewers that probably, oh, hold on, Kyle?
Kyle TZ goes in.
Just gonna do some damage, but again, with the Kalea in play now for Game 2, this is what we saw yesterday, where the team opposing it was forced to go ahead and take up 2 Purifiers, or at least 1 Purify.
Yeah.
And so that might be one of the jobs only here, is just to pop those Purifies.
Yep. All right. Considering that the ultimate, the Tsunami Slam of the Kalea, isn't a suppress, she has no suppress in her kit. It's normal, cleansable crowd control. Which are good calls for Team Liquid, which might mean that JP and or Sanford might be in the receiving end of just getting slammed down as much as possible, that they can apply the pressure. But of course, you can do that to Carl TZ. But with the escape capabilities of a Suyo, might not be the best target. I think they might want to lean towards that idea of, you know what, when they see JP, just bring him down low.
Yeah, at least for now, though, he has more ways to sustain and tank the damage. Carl TZ, though, just in time goes in and steals away the turtle in exchange of a kill onto JP, but Sanford still wants to go in for the fight. Dispersion rotation landed onto Flap TZ. Blade Surge will be denied by Ogwen somehow, but there's a Cyclone Eye keeping him alive, and now Carl TZ will be trapped in the middle of the members of Team Falcons and will be traded out too. Sanford goes in, takes down Ogwen, and he's still trying to fight, but Kyle TZ is here. He needs to take note of the damage. Will survive and dodge that Abyssal Arrow, but not for long as he gets taken on by 2 members of Falcons.
All right, so the Phobius. Oh, wait. Few.
Few will get bursted down.
All right, so of course, the familiarity between these 2 teams with everything that they did in the second half of last year. Of course, we know the entire saga of Season 13, MSC, Season 14, into SPS Season 5. Don't know what we're talking about, look back into the history of then Falcons, AP Bren, and Team Liquid Philippines. But yes, the Phobius will be a problem for Team Liquid Philippines, but not as big as a problem as the glue was in game number 1. However, as much as I am a glue guy, I am also a Phobius guy.
You're just all the guys.
I'm all the guys.
Yeah, all the guys right now. But it's true. I mean, when we saw it picked up, again, it was prioritized in that first phase of the draft for TLPH. There's a reason for that. You're so capable of just tanking up so much. And you saw that that is how basically the choreography of some of these team fights for Team Falcons is going to be. They're playing around some of the, bringing up the fights in a longer period of time and then landing arrows. A lot of the times it's got to be few that is able to land those abyssal arrows, and then they follow through with it until at one point Super Marco is going to be that main source of damage and he's online. But also think about the interactions with having a Joy and a Selena. If they can also just kind of whittle down some of the magic defense that eventually TLPH will have, it'll help this lineup that they have.
Gets stunned by the Dark Waves, and now he finds no way to get away. Sphere of Destruction does not connect, but there is the curtain call from Flap to somehow deny the aggression, but that's enough space. And this is probably one of the biggest differences. Team Liquid Philippines have more ways to zone right now.
Yeah, tremendous play by the Sansa and duo. Sanford committing the issue there. I thought he used the flicker for the Dark Wave, but no, it was just straight up Dark Waving. Plus the duality interaction for the low Yi. So Falcons needs to watch out for that. With the close range nature of the Selena, let's be careful that if he gets caught out in the wrong spot, he's going to get taken down by a Phoveus and a low Yi very quickly.
Yeah, low Yi is such a threat, even before you start considering the diversion and its uses there. Oh, Ogwin?
Ogwin.
Wow.
Forced to flicker out because he gets stunned consecutively here. Law and Order alongside the Spear of Misery. So there are a lot of layers too that Team Liquid Philippines could actually do once they get an isolated target from Falcons.
Yeah, and again, as they play around this composition that they have, Team Falcons is just going to be trying to find those pickoffs. Meanwhile, TLPH will go ahead and push down first turret of the game. Little SOD just thrown out there, but this turret will fall now top side. They're setting themselves up to go ahead and have some of the advantage again. Just the fact that they get that push pretty much uncontested. OHAB hasn't really had to do too much at all throughout these first 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, the small times where we saw the members of Team Liquid Philippines rotate up top is where Team Falcons, Super Marco, wasn't able to get a clear win in lane, which is why the Moskov is going to be unbothered. Again, Team Liquid Philippines will shine in the macro. They can do a lot to control the map. While Falcons, similar to game number 1, will have a lineup that want to play around trying to get a pick. At this point, though, it could be difficult, and I wanted to say it earlier in the draft, but we might be heading into game number 3. I was going into this game liking the Team Liquid Philippines draft a bit more.
And that's an Abyssal Arrow connecting onto Sanford. He won't be able to get away from that. One man down for Team Liquid Philippines.
I feel like I'm a curse. The things I like crumble.
Hey, you know what? That's okay. You attract the things you fear, right? So now, they're going to go for it again at Sanji, but they're going to be zoned out from the turtle. So now Kyle TZ grabs that one. But still, things are okay for TLPH. They might get picked off here and there, but ultimately, they still have some control of this game.
Yeah, and for a majority of the game, it's like they have indeed been just playing the map. It's more of them utilizing their macros that they have in their lineup and the amount of zoning that they can offer. But that's a two-man rotation up top. Super Marco, SOD connects towards him. That's the Glorious Pathway as well, but they get enough space just to take down this turret. And this is exactly what we've mentioned. They're just clearly playing the map.
Yeah, and Falcons will have to find a way to get out of this. Although it's going to be so tough with how Team Liquid Philippines are rotating, they're controlling, and how they're approaching engagements. Again, you're going to be looking at the Phoveus as one of the main reasons as to why Falcons are hesitating to fight. Why, unless they get a very clear start against the Phoveus like this.
Oh, Tidal Strike into the Tsunami Slam for Sanford, but he still gets away. That's the Revitalize 2 from JP Darkwave, stunning multiple members from Falcons, but Super Marco's there doing the free hits, taking down Sanford, but it's traded by Ogwin, and there's still a diversion. They still want to go for it. Sanji, will he get spotted here?
Oh, Super Marco.
He's not going to risk it.
Yeah, risk it.
It's a Bruno. He's not going to try.
Yeah, it's better if he doesn't. He gets out. But I'm still surprised. You saw that fight happen. Yes, Ogwin started it up using that Tidal Strike and then the Tsunami Slam. But then when they all crowded around and brought in, that's where, again, Sanji's going to have the advantage with this Yi. And then you just have Sanford, Infernal Pursuing and dunking on everybody. So as the game goes on, that Team Falcons will be able to withstand some of that combination a little bit easier. They got really close there where multiple of them almost died in that exchange.
Yeah.
Okay, the next team fight for Team Liquid Philippines might not be so clear-cut. Unless... Oh, they whittle him down low, but they're not going to be able to take down JP.
Oh, that's another...
Oh, another arrow.
Okay. Too far, though.
Yeah. Okay, so...
Hold on.
Wait, they're not done.
Okay, we cannot complete our thoughts. Kyle TZ just gets the perfect pick-off against Team Liquid down bot.
Yikes. For Team Liquid, losing OEB there is going to be painful for them. But I think he should be back in time to dish out an SOD for what should be the first big Lord fight of the game.
Oh, they're going to blitz this one, though. They know OEB's up in about 5. He's going to throw this spear for this. They want to just go for it.
Oh, they're going to target Sanford and JP first. And JP gets bursted down even as he just used the glorious pathway. Sanford using the Infernal Pursuits. And Cartesi probably gains access, but he does not get to secure the objective.
No. I thought OEB was going to toss out the SOD, but they decided that with how fast it started to go bad there for Team Liquid Philippines, they probably just told OEB no need to come in here. It's going to be way too risky. So Falcons are holding on with the raw damage output of a Joy and Bruno together. Plus the crowd control that they can dish out, it's buying them time. So I did mention that the team fights for Team Liquid Philippines are not so clear-cut anymore. And yeah, we've gotten to that point where now it's back to whoever gets to play it better will win. But now we're starting to feel the pain point that is the Abyssal Arrows of Vaselina. Once it lands, it ruins the team fight timing for Team Liquid. Purple buff will get stolen away by Kyle.
You really have to admire how Team Falcons is playing this lineup. Again, this is a lineup, you see how often they get solo, but beneath half health in a lot of the team fights against what the composition TLPH has.
Yes.
And it really takes a lot of proper decision making to even bob and weave in and out of these fights, just like now.
Oh, FLCN.
Yikes.
Didn't expect the damage coming in from Team Liquid Philippines. All right, there's a diversion once more. They seem like they want to go for it. OEB and Sanji gets stunned right in time. But the SOD connects onto Super Marco and they take him down right under the turret. There are no minions, however, and they will have to be safe. Kyle TZ uses the electrifying beats just to reunite with his teammates.
And this is what I was talking about. This is a squishy lineup, and they really have to be decisive on the fights they pick because a lot of the times they have been constantly getting low. So now they're going to lose the tier 1 turret in the mid. TLPH continues to press on the gas, and yeah, the purple buff might have got stolen earlier, but now they're going to take one for themselves.
All right.
It's just a response from Team Liquid. Abyssal Arrow won't connect onto anyone. Kyle TZ still gets the purple buff.
Yeah. Well, good news there for Falcons, and good news for them is that they still have that tower in the lower part of the map. So in terms of minion wave management, they just need to worry about the tower up top. Item-wise, okay, 3 items for the Bruno. Already Malefic Gun as the 3rd item, actually, to increase the range and even more crit and attack speed. While for the Moskov, already up to a DHS. So team fighting, as you mentioned there, Naisu, should go better for Falcons as long as they're going to start the blasting or they're all together. But if they get picked off one by one, similar to what happened in the previous sequence with Flap TZ overextending in the bottom, and then the surprise great call by Team Liquid Philippines to just commit and dive onto Super Marco once they saw him, then yeah, it's not going to go well for Falcons.
Yeah, they've really got to rely on that main point of this lineup, and that's actually pretty tough when it comes down to these lords. Carl TZ jumping in.
Sanford, Infernal Pursuits, does the receipt of the title strike once more, but Flap TZ gets to use the Vengeance as well as OD connecting from OEB, and that's multiple members of Falcons forced to walk away.
Yeah, but they're just going to go ahead and heal back up. Again, Kalea does provide a lot of that sustainability too. So they might be down. They're going to wait for some of the ultimates to come back up. Again, also a flicker was burned, and even the revitalize from JP. So both teams just get set up now to go ahead and deal with this. But the diversion is going to be used. They're going to come back for this fight.
Amazing. Now they're complete once more. And just when Falcons wanted to engage, they find themselves in front of 5 members of Team Liquid Philippines. Flap TZ falls next. The only one who's traded so far is Sanford. Super Mario trying to survive, but Carl TZ still gets to take the kill and touches Spew as well. OD connecting, and now it's a killing spree for Sanji. Now it's only Kyle TZ alone for Falcons.
What a quick call there by Team Liquid Philippines. Since Oheb didn't have his Hes OD, he went with Sanji to apply a bit more pressure up top of the minion wave. Came back just in time using the diversion of the low Yi, and the team fight executed by Team Liquid Philippines led to this. Carl TZ getting the double, and the Lord for him and the Cavaliers.
Again, it's just the team fighting that Team Falcons is struggling with. Look at this, you know, even Flap gets crashed down on before that. Oakwin had no escape. He didn't have the flicker available. And when those arrows don't land, the fact that Carl survived that too, again, that's why the Suyo is so strong and it's such a priority. We saw the preview of that yesterday in the hands of King Kong, and now for Carl, TZ, and TLPH. They got themselves a Lord to work with, and they are going to be getting ready to approach the base here of Team Falcons. How's this look on the defense for Team Falcons?
Defending for them, it's not going to be the easiest for their kind of lineup. Team Liquid Philippines might just be able to throw bodies, specifically Sanford and JP. And Carl, while Sanji and Oheb will be at a safe distance, being able to pepper them from afar. I'm not saying Team Liquid Philippines should just overcommit, dive, and lose so many. No, but they can afford to do something close to that and still walk away with kills.
Yeah, throwing bodies, I feel like is something both teams want to do, but it's more expensive if Falcons were to do it first, not unless they get a kill. But it seems like Carl TZ still survives again, just in time, and it's Kyle TZ instead who falls right before this defense. But successfully though, Falcons will be able to make quick work of the Lord, but Sanji,
ouch,
alone at that.
Okay. But
Sanji's 2v1ing the Bruno.
Sanji?
He didn't want to do that earlier, but now he's doing it against two. Enough time for Carl TZ to catch up though, but that defense from Flap TZ making sure he goes down. And there's the knockups too coming from Ogwen. They decide to fight right under the base, but Ogwen gets taken out alongside Kyle.
Oh, they're gonna go for another turret. It goes in.
Flicker Dark Wave coming in from Sanford, and they just want to put an end to this game. Flap TZ trying to clear the waves, so will Few attempt to do so. Super Marco buying time, but there's Carl TZ and JP making sure he does not survive. Still almost goes for the outplay and distracts Team Liquid Philippines.
Kyle, is he gonna be able to chase down JP? I can't believe Carl's alive again. And JP escapes as well.
Oh, there are minions walking up top.
To do something like that takes massive balls of damage. And that's exactly what the Bruno had.
Ooh, those are on fire, man. Oh, and it just showcases what the Suyo can do. Call it strong, call it OP, but my God. You know, it's just time and time again, but Team Falcons amidst it all, you know, they're able to actually go and fight back in moments like that.
Yeah. That was a bold move from Sanji, though, I must say.
Yeah, Sanji starting all of that by saying, look, I can handle 2v1. That's a low Yi. Oh, oops, I have a Winter Crown. He gets taken out first, but they got to trade things out. But even Flap TZ being the one there to, I thought he would fall down early, but no, he was able to escape that sequence with the dive by Team Liquid Philippines. And you saw the TLPH actually played that right. They were zoning out Marco. They needed to keep the Bruno as far away from the action as possible, but Marco just held on with a crazy amount of lifesteal that he was able to get and that he has already. So I still lean towards the idea that Team Liquid Philippines should still be able to win team fights much easier this time around. But Falcons need to force something, because defending this without towers, this next Lord is going to be so tough.
It is. We're going to see how they deal with this. Oheb took that one arrow, took him to half health. Right now, again, positioning is going to be very important. Carl TZ will keep this Lord pulled out. It will go for a reset. They got to deal with the waves in the mid and the top for Team Falcons.
Yeah.
They know that. They have the information. And right now, TLPH, they can still make a mistake despite them having all the base turrets down, despite them having this Luo Yi and being a little bit of ahead. They have to respect what this lineup from Team Falcons can do, especially around the Abyssal Arrows.
Wait, no more curtain call for the CC. This is actually big for Team Liquid Philippines. They still have all their ultimates while the CC lost hers.
Oh, yeah.
Minion waves don't look good as well in the bottom for Falcons. Diversion to the bottom.
Oh, there you go. There's one ultimate. Where are they sending Oheb? They're sending him down bottom. And now Team Liquid Philippines will decide to engage in the fight. Oh, TZ secures the Lord as well. And it's a 1v1 down bottom. Where are we supposed to look? Because the base is getting taken down by Oheb. And we are officially heading into a game number 3.
macro would be there for this lineup with Aluyi again, and that's exactly how they end up winning Game 2.
Classic Liquid fashion, the backdoor, the segue, whatever you call it. That was a damn good play to force game number 3, sending OHEB to the bottom lane. And Falcons expected it. Falcons knew that that could happen. But phew, the Selena was just not enough to defend against that Moskov.
Oh my goodness, we honestly could not expect any less from the Clash of Titans. Imagine 2 consecutive MLBB games for the streets, as you would say. And there are really good, commendable adjustments coming in from both sides, especially in the drafts. I cannot believe the entire last few sequences we've seen from these teams.
Such good team fighting, really, from both. And, you know, even with that whole Sanji thing when they were in the base, you know, even before that, it looked like they just wanted to go ahead and get a distraction going, but Team Falcons really responded well. They found some of these windows where they had these opportunities to turn the tide in their favor. But TLPH reminds you on why, you know, this lineup, and albeit beside, you know, OHEB now on this for this season, why they work so well together. It's the decision making. It's the fact that, hey, we know that Kurt Call is going to be down. Maybe they only send few to defend the base. Well, OHEB, you can beat a Selena. Like, just dodge the arrow, and then you're going to be fine and be able to end the game. And that's what happened here.
Yeah, and I feel like, could this be one of like the perfect ways to show how the Purify just really directly answers the Kalea? Because I feel like Ogwen struggled to find targets in that game, but this guy just really wanted to put an end to that game.
Yeah, 4, 2, and 5. And you saw there in the highlights that it wasn't just all about the final play that gave OHEB the MVP honors here. It was just the things that he was doing all throughout the game, keeping himself scarce for Falcons to take down. Only 2 deaths with everything that's happened, and the kind of lineup that Falcons was able to build is impressive. 4 kills and 5 assists, so relatively high kill participation of 64%, plus how he handled the map. How Team Liquid played around the fact that they have the Moskov who can play for the macro, and that's where they would beat them. It was easier to handle the map and also even easier to fight. It was a clear win for Liquid.
Yeah, again, it's also nice to see something other than the Granger and Harith.
Yes, sir.
You know, and then of course the MVP going to the hero that wasn't them. It's the Moskov here, and yeah, like you mentioned, it was just they had a relatively, I would say, easy early game where a lot of the action was happening for the rest of the 4 members on both teams. I mean, stuff like this, especially with the Phobius on the side of TLPH. And, you know, again, really it just allows them to shine later on in the game. And there were so many good interactions even around this portion of the map, right? The mid lane brawls that we saw break out, essentially. And, you know, they kind of clumped up and everything else, but because you have Aloyi, because you have Sanji now, and I'm wondering if he actually gets his hands on this again, but this is what you call that Liquid Stampede playstyle. They were very decisive on crunching down on these choke points, especially on the side of the jungle, where they just knew the lineup that they had gave them that advantage.
Yeah, for again, Team Falcons too, I feel like they realized later on how they were mostly reliant on Super Marco for majority of the damage, and that most of them had to really go in up front against the Team Liquid Philippines, and at the same time just allow Super Marco to deal the damage. But Team Liquid Philippines, even though Falcons had their timings, went in together at the same time, they were already able to deal with them. And that's probably one of the biggest differences of this mostly melee kind of lineup for Falcons and Team Liquid Philippines, who's much more balanced.
Yeah, it's a tremendous combo that Team Liquid Philippines drafted together to go into this one with Loyi, Phobius all paired up together. Of course, with JP supplementing the healing for Sanford's entry, it makes the Phobius an even more formidable target, which is very difficult to take down. And this is the risk that you get when you're playing a lineup with a Selena. Yes, the majority of the magic damage will be coming from the Joy. You're not looking at few to deal far sub Vexana levels of magic damage. That's not what Selena brings to the table. It's the crowd control. But even when they land, what does few walk into? A dark wave. Getting stunned up and damaged, or that little crowd control pull from Sanji, a quick poke from JP to stun him. It's like the Selena goes in, oh look, I'm dead.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, you know, earlier on, when seeing some of those fights break out, I was like, Team Falcons, if they win a team fight, it's like they have to give it their all every single time.
Yeah.
They can't make one positioning mistake because of how, you know, the lineup is meant to bob and weave through a fight, and and TLPH is just, we're going to post up and we're going to run you down, you know? And so when you have that kind of contrast between these two team compositions, and then like Brigida mentioned, the Kalea is great, but if a lot of times you can't even really utilize that Tsunami Slam or even the Tidal Strike, you know, unfortunately you do lose a lot of that setup potential and that pickoff potential even. So looking at this, our BPI rich guy is going to be Carl TZ this time around. JP was everywhere as well, exactly how he needed to be. Probably one of the most decorated high-losses right now towards the end of the game on this one. But remember, he had 4 bans towards him, so great work from JP too. But Carl TZ, really phenomenal game here on the Suyo. And again, we saw so many instances where you're wondering, like, how did this guy survive? How did he get away with a sliver of health?
Yeah, I mean, like, Suyo straight up OP.
He's OP.
Still a good amount of damage. You can take a lot of damage, and you can live. You can beat Dashi. It's like tanks a lot, but
can,
more.
Yeah, you can choose to be immortal.
Yeah, literally.
Literally. On the Suyo.
That's great.
I give it a thumbs up. That was good.
That's already enough.
Not a Super Mario double thumbs up though, just a 1 thumbs up.
Just the one. We got a long day ahead of us, as we know. You know, this is game 3 ahead of us. Good job, Brigida.
He did the sign right when we entered game 3.
Yeah, I was like,
and he was looking at me.
He was looking at you. Yeah, you know, I knew it was coming too, and I hope you guys watch it at home.
Hey, but he almost jinxed it because like
he almost jinxed it.
Oh
but,
yeah, that one, but no.
Speaking of,
look, actual stats for the two.
Now you guys know what we're talking about on the international stream. It's not, you know, you might wonder. Look at the stats.
Huh?
Right, Chantel and Brigida, they're more powerful together. The percentage goes up tremendously when they're both on the desk. Brigida over here on English, Chantel over on Tagalog.
So far, yeah, when you're both working the day, there's a we'll round it up, a 78% chance that we will get a 3K.
So you know what that means? When it comes time for the playoffs, you never know. Some of the teams might be asking, like, hey, who's going to be on the desk?
They might not want us on the desk anymore.
I'll trade you 3 of my drinks to not have Brigida.
By the way, he
on the
was
desk.
one of the first few people who actually took note of the stats.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. He was writing down the stats for this one.
Yeah, I calculated your guys' total time after like week 3 of
This
game
started
3
when?
series.
Season what? When did this whole bless or curse of Mother of all
I
series?
think hers started when the event lasted up until past midnight.
Yeah,
so that was a couple seasons ago.
Yeah, that was like season 8 or season 9.
Yeah.
And even we had a couple of that in season 10, and Chantel was part of it.
It just got intensified.
Then when you came into the MDL Philippines season 1, you almost always got the game 3 series and the very long ones too. And then now that you guys are working together, I think ever since.
Ever since, a couple seasons ago. So are you guys actually related?
I don't know. Maybe.
Long lost. Well, I guess we call
Maybe
you
this
mother and
proves
daughter.
it.
The cousins.
The cousins.
Yeah, probably cousins at some point. Somewhere there.
Somewhere there. Somewhere in the timeline, the family tree, they're both there.
Yeah.
But right now, what is true is, again, Game 3 is ahead of us between the Titans right now.
I love that.
Community Day.
Love Tam. Community shout out. Love Tam?
Yeah.
OHEB doing OHEB things.
OHEB things.
What are OHEB things? What did OHEB just do that were OHEB things?
He made sure that there would be a game 3.
Okay.
That's money in the bank.
He's gonna get some money now.
He's gonna get some money
That's why they have this official player entrance.
The rich guy.
It's a rich guy. What do you call this? It's a...
He's a rich guy, but he hasn't gotten the BPI rich guy yet. In the series.
Not yet.
Maybe,
that might
maybe
happen in game 3.
Maybe game 3.
That might be a poetic way to end this. But then, we do have to acknowledge, I'm not sure if everyone was able to see the post. It was Flap Teasy in an interview. He mentioned that he is, 200% or 100% confident that they can beat Team Liquid today.
Flap Teasy said that.
Yeah, Flap Teasy said that. So they're ready for it. I mean, in game number 1, it showed. Game number 2, they were sort of like low-key kind of outdrafted.
Yeah.
They went into this with a more difficult lineup to pull off, definitely.
Yeah.
But game 3, hopefully they veer away from the Selena a little bit.
I was going to say, every single time that Selena has been picked up so far through the season, I know overall it doesn't have a good win rate, but you really play around the Selena. Like that ends up being the case. So I think we kind of see them take a step back a little bit, maybe kind of reset on the composition they bring for Game 3. And we're going to find out exactly what side selection they're going to land on. So, okay, TLPH is going to the blue side, so we will have Team Falcons on the red. And I don't know, man. I'm still sitting here scratching. I know it's scratching my head because it's day 2. Kalea has popped up, and I think Brigida has really mentioned it. It seems like the answer right now is just take the couple Purifies, and you don't really have to worry about too much. Do you think she's much more of a threat than that, Renmar, or is like, are the Purifies seeming to just be enough?
To be fair, I think we also need to give Kalea a little bit more time to get acclimated to with the players. I mean, it's not like the OG version of Chip, where it was literally, that is one of the most busted heroes
that guy was
ever came out, and that's why it had to get quickly nerfed and shut down in Season 13. So it's not like Chip. Kalea, even though she brings so much to the table, there is still a certain learning curve you have to get used to. And even though I could see why a Kalea-Selena combo would do so well because of the sheer amount of crowd control that they can dish out, I think the previous game is just one of those moments where we didn't get to see that. I still think Kalea is still one of the most OP heroes we have ever come up with in MLBB. But yeah, it's not unbeatable. And there will be an adjustment period.
It honestly feels like every single time we say that. Like every single time, like when was the last time, even the community out there, you guys can think about this too. When was the last time a new hero came out and the general consensus was like, that's pretty OP. Like maybe there was...
Lucas was not that guy.
Jushin?
Okay, maybe Lucas. No, Jushin was...
No.
Yeah, there was a time where people thought, no, we can let the Jushin through.
And then they're like, nope.
Yeah, because people got used to playing it.
Yeah.
And eventually they realize how crazy good the Jushin is.
Yeah, best introduction video, Jushin, by the way. Won't be beaten. For all the fans out there, if you haven't seen that, go check it out. But yeah, maybe Lucas is the one.
Yeah.
Maybe Lucas is the one.
Because early on, people realized, wait, Lucas gets countered by CC.
Yeah.
Like it was even in SPS.
That's why he's forced into the jungle.
Yeah.
The only successful one so far is what, Demon Kite?
Yeah, and then you realize also that, wait, he's so first turtle dependent.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't get a good result out of the first turtle, what happens to the Lucas? If even the second turtle, if you lose a second turtle really bad and the Lucas dies in that scenario, it's over for the Lucas.
It almost feels like his whole purpose is just to be like, oh, look at me.
Yeah.
I'm in beast form.
I'm probably going to be Naruto once the collab comes out.
Whoa, probably.
Probably. No, but if you think about it, guys, come on, Ninetale Beast.
It makes sense.
Right there.
It makes sense.
Sakura is most likely Kalea.
It makes sense.
Sasuke is most likely Suyo, right?
Yeah, I just want to remind
Who's Hayabusa?
Yeah, Hayabusa should be someone.
Should be?
I'm not the biggest Naruto guy.
Maybe.
So.
Tanjiro, he's No, sorry, that's different.
And we just gotta remind everyone to start saving diamonds.
Yeah, start saving your diamonds, but buy our battle emotes.
Yeah.
They're only 109 diamonds, so
buy those first.
Buy the battle emotes first, because otherwise you're gonna be like, oh man, I have no more diamonds. I'm thinking the.
Oh wait, that sounded like it came from personal experience.
It did, because I just got the. This is probably gonna come up later.
Gothic
the acid Gothic alpha skin. And that cost me my diamond. So I had to come with a decision of, am I gonna go save for Naruto, or am I gonna go ahead and get Alpha Dog 360 acid Gothic style? And that's what I did. So I got him. I'm also wondering now, with what's ahead of us, how will the young GOAT respond, or how will the idol get back to the young GOAT? Because there hasn't been an answer for Carl Teasy yet, man. I think if you look at Game 2, maybe it's just better that they... I would like to see them ban out the Suyo, man. Honestly, like, I would love to see the bans change a little bit, where we don't see the Suyo come through for Game 3.
Yeah, he's on fire right now with that hero, so it should warrant a respect ban. I think I'm going to lean towards that idea, too.
And the Louis too. I'm starting to think about it. Will like Sanji decide to pick it up for the third consecutive time in a row, since they're already on blue side?
Yeah, but
again.
The tough thing is, if you're Falcons, are you willing to give up the Jushin? Are you willing to give up the Fanny? Because Because Team Liquid Philippines in game number 1, when they were blue side, they banned out the Fanny. Falcons had to commit the ban of the Kalea Zeus and Harith. So let's see. Let's look at the Filipino Sniper and the Bulletproof first, though. These are their stats comparing each other for the first 8 minutes of the game so far this season. Super Mario higher in terms of the average kills and an insanely high KDA for the first 8 minutes, 21.5. That is why we call him Bulletproof.
What is that KDA? He's just smiling too at it because
it's the first 8 minutes, man.
What's the first 8 minutes? What is that, 21.5?
21 something.
That should mean that he averages around 1 to 2 deaths. 3 if at the absolute most, but on average maybe just like a death and a half.
Yeah.
Every
maybe
8
none.
minutes. Or none. Yeah.
Or maybe none.
No, but there's a 0.5.
Yeah, but there's
so if there's a 0.5, that means it's at least 2. And then
I never figured out how KDA worked because I'm not good at math.
Okay, I'ma leave it to you also.
That means in the first 8 minutes, he's probably around, so far this season, 42 to 44 kills, 2 or 3 deaths. Oh no, but that includes the A, the assist.
When he was like...
So that should be significantly less kills, and then you balance it out somewhere with an A.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a whole lot of KDA.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of K, a whole lot of A, not a lot of Ds.
Not a lot of Ds.
He only gets like 2 or 3 deaths. So
get those.
That's crazy.
Get those Ds out of there.
Yeah, okay. While he was computing though.
Not this one. This is the D. It's the drafting phase.
Okay.
This is the one we wanted. All right. It's TLPH on the blue side, Team Falcons on the red. Look, the Louis is going to be banned out and the Kalea.
Wait, the team who bans out the Louis, Team Liquid Philippines themselves.
Yeah.
Sanji's like, yeah, I'm tired of playing it.
I want another one, coach.
Just ban it out.
Yeah. I mean, they're probably respecting the idea that... wait, no. They first picked it in game number 1,
yeah,
too.
they did.
So, yeah, Sanji's just tired.
And they banned out the Fanny, too.
It's the official analytical perspective. Man told his coach, no, I don't want to play low E anymore.
I'm tired. So now probably the usual gold lane picks will be open again, which I know a lot of us would have preferred not to be the case, but like, okay, at least one out of 2 gets taken out.
They're thinking about either granging the... Oh, they rush it instead. They don't fall for it. They're like, no, just pick up the Granger. Well, I'm not going to play that trade. So it's going to be Granger, Irithel, and it's a Suyo. Jawhead, probably, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Is it time to drop? Oh, wait.
Oh,
and
they
the
choose
Joy.
to go for the Joy?
Instead, make it make sense. Why?
What are they leaning towards to now?
Oh, what could Few be thinking of?
Oh, they get the Fulvius too. I'm just gonna say this. I'm digging the draft of Team Liquid so far.
Same.
Honestly, at this point, Falcons needs to consider rushing either the Hilda or the Glue at this point.
Yeah.
There you go.
This is a very blitz draft, and the Hilda coming up for the last pick of the first phase.
Both mid laners will be left for second phase. So, it's interesting. Whichever options they do decide to go for.
If Falcons ban out the Valentina, they're
Yeah.
gonna clearly go for the Farron.
Yeah, the Valentina is still there, so that could be a huge giveaway.
Yeah, because they don't need to worry about the artillery backliners for Team Liquid. They already have the first 3 shuts off the artillery backliners. Team Liquid smartly taking away the carry. I wouldn't want to see Super Marco end up with a carry here, but that might be the option that he's going to be left with. Either that or dare I say maybe even oh wait, no, yeah, the Moscow would be okay.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. I think if he's able to grab the carry, like go for the carry. Deal with the Phobius a bit, but then, you know, he's gonna have to work with that short range until he picks up the Malefic gun.
Yeah, I mean, like earlier when we were to look back at the previous game, I think the follow-up really mattered. It felt like it took a bit more time for Super Marco to dish out the damage towards the targets that occasionally get tossed by Ogwen. So So they take out the Farsa instead.
Yeah, I think Falcons are going to the second phase thinking the carry might be their best option for the gold lane as Nice who picked up here. Considering the Farsa gets banned out. Now Liquid, Man's Sicilian still, rising up to be one of the best mid laners. I think Faramis would be a great pickup. It would mean very close range, though they won't have the reach.
Again. Or the Valentina's possibility is still open too, so they leave it for last. There you go. Team Liquid Philippines. Now they're left with... There's a Vixana.
It's probably a Vixana.
Yeah,
it might be tough to pick up the
Valentina?
Eve here.
Oh, Eve.
Sanji's picks.
Unless he goes Valentina.
Yeah, unless he goes Valentina. But then, like, what is he gonna mostly take? It's like the Joy and the Jawhead for now.
If ever he picks up the Valentina, then that's all the options left for few have great ultimates a Valentina could steal anyway. So I think it's gonna be them choosing. Yeah, they play into it. And they will get another Revitalize in the center of the map with a Gotcha for JP.
Okay, so the only magic damage so far is the Joy 2 for Falcons.
They need more reach with that. I wonder, for fuel, I'm really still leaning towards the Faramis, but with the presence of the Valentina, they might even consider something like an Aurora as an off-filter pick, or a Vixana as their next best ones. Yeah, that might be the two that they're really leaning towards right now.
It's been so long since we saw a different mid laner come up.
Yeah, it's time we shake up the mid lane. I'm always
What
going to be a
about
proponent of that. That is going to be a Selena again.
Still a Selena.
Are we?
Okay.
They still want to play around this, I guess.
If they can, okay, the last time we saw a really good Selena performance was from Super Fins.
Yep.
His partner in the center of the map then was a Jawhead. And he started off that game with a double kill.
Oh, yeah.
On the road to becoming MVP. They need a start like that. If they can play around a huge, quick snowball with the first 4 minion wave trading going in favor of Few and Ogwen, then they'll hit their condition to potentially ride it out all the way until an end win. But it's a very specific condition that asks so much, while Team Liquid Philippines, again, have the easier lineup to pull off.
Just run them down.
Yeah, run them down.
I guess the only difference too, though, for Falcons is at least they have the Moskov now, so they have a marksman who could be independently working his way around the map, and later on, someone really reliable too when it comes to the team fights. But that'll take a lot, especially if they do not secure the early game that's necessary for them to actually get the advantage. So this could be tricky, but let's see how this goes for both of these teams.
Down to one game for the Clash of the Titans here. Team Falcons and Team Liquid Philippines coming down to this already. Once again, to throw it out there for our viewers, Team Liquid Philippines needs to win this as one of their conditions to get to the playoff spots already in Week 5. They have to win this match and they have to win tomorrow's match. So this is what they want for TLPH.
That's a lot of damage that could potentially come in, but so far, Team Liquid Philippines, they're really making work with the mid duos they have to so far. I mean, this isn't a typical duo you could just keep engaging in, because there's a taunt that could possibly come from JP. There's a Terrify from Sanji, so they have to be extra careful if they really want to play it aggressive.
Okay. Emblem's looking pretty normal here too.
Yeah.
This time.
See Falcons, well, very fast with how they're rotating. They're really trying to find a kill angle for the Selena Joy and Jawhead. On the bottom half of the map, Team Liquid Philippines will look to control Flap TZ with the first major rotation. Downside by Carl, but he just shows up to help clear the wave and backs off. The team's taking it easy right now. Turtles can spawn in the next 15 seconds, with Falcons holding a better spot on the map right now. Very aggressive is their positioning.
Most of this too for Sanji. I mean, most of the time, what do we expect them to take the Jawhead ultimate? Maybe Kyle TZ's for the most part here, right?
Abyssal traps though everywhere. JP, half HP. forced to use the Revitalize, and they're bursting down
Oh,
the
no.
objective. But JP gets the last hit on the turtle. Now Few needs to flicker just to survive, but there's an Infernal Pursuit. There's still a Dark Wave. There's no need for Sanford to use it because he gets the kill, and they will proceed with contesting the purple buff. But Kaltisi secures it either way, but probably, or fortunately not at the expense of Ogwen's life.
Great sequence there by Team Liquid Philippines. They got the gotcha pick coming in big time here for them. JP miraculously getting the last hit of the turtle. Revitalize, reducing the efforts that Flap TZ brought at the start of that team fight, trying to bring Carl TZ and the rest of Team Liquid Philippines slow, and then capping it off with a great Avatar of Guardian to the back. Although Team Liquid weren't able to get the purple buff of Kyle TZ, they're closing the window on this early snowball condition of the Jawhead and Selena very quickly.
Yeah, the last time too that we saw that, when you were mentioning it, didn't they also have an Edith in that lineup to kind of help? So it was like a Jawhead and Edith in the XP lane, and then you had the Selena there. So you had so many options of CC other than just the Abyssal Arrow. So again, we'll have to see if Ogwen's able to go ahead and find the right targets like he did previously when he played the Jawhead in the series in Game 1. But a whole lot of just, again, action here. They might go for a 2v1.
Unstoppable Force, but the ejector will not be used. That's a flicker from Sanford, keeping him alive. But on the top lane, though, Super Marco, I feel like he can sense danger. Blade Surge still connects, though, and now he will get to touch even the Avatar of Guardian.
That's that 21.5.
Yeah. He's going to be able to get away, but he's desperately losing in the laning phase. It's a level and a half lead for Oheb. And the SOD does not land, but Few gets blasted by Liquid.
Saji just finds him there, uses the ultimate he stole away from Flap. And this is all the more difficult for a Selena, who needs to be activated in the early game if he's down 0-2 in just the first 4 minutes of the game.
Yeah, they've 100% lost their conditional window for the Selena already, and they're going to have to redirect their efforts into potentially somehow helping Marco. They aren't able to contest the turtles. Third turtle contention. If Team Liquid get 2 more pickoffs, Falcons will not be able to contest that healthily. It'll be a very risky contention for it, if ever.
Yeah, not only that, but like you guys mentioned, this Selena at this point, you're not going to be that much use unless you're just landing these arrows. Because even if you land the arrow, because of the scaling happening right now for TLPH, being 2,000 gold ahead already at this point, it's going to be really hard to actually enter those fights.
Yeah, I feel like Falcons, though, they're just trying to replicate what we saw from them when they were in a similar scenario where they were slightly behind, because as of the moment, Kyle TZ is still fairly getting a lot of farm, probably even slightly ahead of Carl TZ. And on top of that is at least they have a Moskov that they could rely on in the latter portions of the game. But we'll see how fast Team Liquid Philippines gets to snowball or convert all of this, because they're probably looking to secure some turrets from this point. But look at Team Falcons and where they're positioned.
Yeah, cross-map trade. So this is going to land, but Moskov cannot take that. Falcons zoning out around the orange buff area of Team Liquid Philippines in the lower portion, so that Kyle TZ will be able to get a bit more farm in the bottom and even clear out there. While Team Liquid will go for a 5-man rotation to hold the upper quadrant of the map. Falcons, they're losing their windows for the mid-game quickly. Yeah, they might get to the point that this might be a very long game, just waiting for Super Marco to get to a healthy point in the farm.
Yeah, it's looking to be the case as the Tier 2 top side's already being worked on. They do hold on to it a little bit longer. Arrow's going to land, but Few really can't follow anything up and risk it. So right now, it's just kind of TLPH taking what they can across the map. They're going to travel mostly together, and they're in full control at this point in the game.
Yeah, this is the entire, even if I get an Abyssal Arrow, I can't go in. There's a Dark Wave scenario again.
Yep. I mean, no, never mind. I don't want to be dead. And if you're Few, you can't fault him for not committing it. Sanji gets tossed, but it's not going to be enough follow-up there at that moment.
Yeah, the Abyssal traps were a bit too late too. He was slightly too far away. Flaptease is the only member from Team Falcons trying to get information, but they can't even utilize that because majority of them are yet to catch up. And Team Liquid Philippines, they're just working their way, but at least for Super Marco, he's been getting some really decent farm so far.
So that's kind of what Renmar was saying here, painting the picture that that's going to kind of be the Hail Mary play for them. You know, he's still, even if he's farming up, he's still pretty behind Oheb.
Yo, Flap.
Flap TZ won't survive this. That's 5 members of Team Liquid Philippines. Abyssal Arrow connects onto Sanford, but cannot do much. When it's the team fight that is about to happen, Team Liquid Philippines, they're way too ahead.
Yeah, he just wanted to poke and get info, didn't realize that the entire cavalry was there ready for him. And now it's going to be hard for Falcons to defend this purple buff. Team Liquid Philippines will be able to steal it away without a problem. And now it's just left to a 4-1 split with Falcons holding the center of the map. Ogwin goes in, but it's not going to be a follow-up there.
Oh.
Arrow's not going to hit too.
It demands so much for the synchronization to happen, or the coordination of these crowd control skills to layer at this point.
Okay, so now at this point, because of just, it seems very one-sided right now, Team Falcons, how can they get back into this game? Is it literally just buckle up and wait for Super Marco to come online?
Yeah, it has to be around that. Unless somehow, whoa, okay, I thought we were going to get taken out there. I mean, KyleTZ only built up a second item as well, so it hasn't been a good farming time for Kyle. Oh no, it has just been 8 minutes, so.
Oh,
AOG gets denied. JP still gets to make his way out of that, even despite finding himself in the middle of a tier 1 and 2. KyleTZ versus Carl. It's a 1v1. Electrifying beats will be used, but it's gets dodged by KyleTZ.
that just shows how behind Team Falcons is, especially in the damage department, itemization, because of JP able to do that, survive, you know, and he's only he has a Thunder Belt.
Yeah.
So, like, it's the revitalize and the passive of that Gatakacha to go ahead and help him survive against just the no damage that Team Falcons has right now. Now that the Lord is up too, I'm actually going to be surprised if they really want to go ahead and show face here and contest this, because it could go pretty bad.
No, a dark wave revealed where Ogwen was, but
Kyle.
KyleTZ trying to look for Carl and successfully gets the pick off.
That changes things.
Yeah, that's a big turnaround. KyleTZ needs to be able to get away from this though. I wonder are they gonna commit the chase onto him? No. Falcons suddenly have a massive opening in the map.
We'll see if they take it. They still have bottom pressure too from Super Marco. I think he's getting the information to just go ahead and push in, farm up, try to catch up to Oheb. They don't have to commit to the Lord just yet. They can drag this out, and they need time. That's exactly what Team Falcons needs to get back into this game here.
SOD doesn't connect. There's a
1v1?
1v1 down bottom. But Oheb will just clear the way. Oh no, he still goes for it with a flicker. And now, here in the lore pit, it seems like they're still going to engage. The Apex Predator Sanford secures the sword for his team.
What a turnaround! Team Liquid! Sanford still going after few.
Oh, you saw the reaction too.
Yeah.
I think that was Sanford, right? So.
Going for the pause.
Ooh, that is tough.
Oh yeah.
That's our first pause in 2 days.
2 days, man.
By the way, yeah, we
What are you trying to say while you're looking at me?
I just wanted to say something. Wasn't
Okay.
it? It's like we didn't get any pauses yesterday, actually.
Well, today is
fun fact for y'all.
technically
Well, that's true.
Today,
second day.
Yeah.
Anyways, great play there by Liquid.
Yeah.
Able to recover right away. Oheb being able to just destroy Super Marco at the bottom portion of the map. That was big that he was able to stop Marco from going in with the SOD, forcing Marco to fight a duel that he's behind in items. He cannot win against that Granger. And then come the Lord, miraculously Sanford got the last hit. There was a lot of pressure onto KyleTZ. He was brought so low. At that point, he had to throw out the retry, which was just a microsecond too early for Sanford to be able to get the last hit. And now the members of Falcons are getting chased by Liquid, who should be able to win a massive prize with the next siege coming up. A lot of towers are probably going to get taken down inside of Falcons.
Yeah, especially considering how far ahead they are. I'm just surprised too that, like you mentioned, right before that Lord, it was a jungle versus jungle catch out, and then it was, you know, Carl that ended up going down despite KyleTZ being kind of behind, but that's just also the power of the Joy. If you do catch someone in the 1v1, most likely you're able to pump out enough damage, especially when the ultimate's available.
Yeah, speaking of 1v1, I feel like the 1v1 between the two gold laners down bottom would have been so different too if only the goal was slightly equal.
A little bit closer, yeah.
Because that was a Moskov. At the end of the day, we even saw how it was possible for him to even put an end to the game earlier, but indeed Super Marco was kind of behind, too much behind for 1v1 that would favor him in that particular scenario. But beyond that, really the decision to engage in that fight, I feel like they just wanted to go all in, or they wanted to risk it either way. Could have been a huge opening for them, but yeah, for now we gotta wait.
We gotta wait a little bit here. We'll see if things are gonna be fixed up here in just a couple of seconds, or if they're gonna need a little bit more time, because that seemed to happen right in the middle of that team fight. And it looked like, again, that it was gonna be TLPH coming through after Sanford did secure that Lord, and then, you know, they were trying to collapse down even further on Team Falcons. And so at that point, we have to start to think, you know, how's it going to look for Team Falcons on the defense side of things, knowing that they have this kind of lineup that, you know, is relying on, for example, the Selena and the pickoff potential with having a Jawhead for them.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, honestly. Not unless
looks like they got it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're going to see where we catch back up in here. So it looks like the action was over after that Lord was secured. And it is TLPH moving forward now to make this work.
Few gets taken out, I believe, earlier.
Yeah, it was getting chased down by Sanford the last time we saw them in action.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that we're catching back up, they will have that Lord eventually making its way down that bottom side. Team Falcons looking at the items. They still have a lot of room to catch up. There's a massive gap in the gold. That's nearly 3,000 gold difference between Super Marco and Oheb here. As some of those items are now picked up, he just gets the BOD now for Oheb. Doesn't have his flicker available, so they might just try to go ahead and get the shields down to the base for now.
Ooh.
Sanji holding on to Fuse form and ultimate. But they'll make their way. The waves are pretty much managed the way they want them to. Still a tier 2 standing on the top lane for Team Falcons and all the shields. So this is going to be a big Lord for them. A 6,000 gold lead for TLPH as they approach the base.
Yep. 11 minutes in to this game, and now gradually Team Liquid Philippines are gaining access to their inhibitor turrets. Oh, they terrify onto Flapteasy, won't allow him to escape. Now that's one member down for Team Falcons, and the Holy Shield in the middle lane, which is already taken out. Wait, Sanji goes in!
No way!
To engage against Super Marco and successfully secures the kill. That make that 2 members down now.
Sanji, what a play!
Oh man, are they going to end the game off of that play?
They use the conceal, but could they buy enough time? The Abyssal Arrow does not connect, and there goes the AOG from JP. Now they gain access to the base, but the minions from Team Falcons just spawned as well. They could potentially buy enough time to defend this for a little longer.
Okay, they take the discipline route. They got all the base turrets. It looked like they might have been able to end it, but Sanji is now back up, but Team Falcons will stay in the game.
Oh, Sanji with a Moskov cosplay taking down the Moskov.
And like moments before, I even thought he had the Selena ultimate too.
Or was it the Selena ultimate? How'd he get it? How'd he get in the base that deep?
How we gotta, I think
it wasn't a flicker. That was wild.
He was it.
I think it was probably the 2 consecutive dashes, but wait, hold on. They're blocking the waves for Team Falcons now. Ogwen's down to half of his health. This isn't looking too good. They seemingly wanted to even deny this purple buff right before the Lord.
Yeah, they're going to fight for it again. Purple buff is going to be secured for Kyle, though. TLPH will get in position at this Lord. And even though they're down 8,000 gold, somehow, some way, Team Falcons has been able to go ahead and make things happen. Now with this, if they're not landing arrows or anything else, I think there's going to be too much damage facing front. Lord is already under half health.
They're bursting it down. Flapteasy gets bursted down first though. SOD will connect, and so will Arrow. Carl Teasy will be the recipient of the damage, but he dashes in and makes sure that he gains access to the Lord, but it gets denied by Kyle Teasy. And there's a double kill for Oheb though. Few needs to run away, but he will be chased, and there are minions up top. Make that a triple for Oheb, and that's 3 members gone from Falcons.
And it's only Super Marco to defend the base with Ogwen. Here's the push.
Ogwen and Super Marco and they make things happen. He tosses Cartesia away, but that doesn't do much as Team Liquid denies the revenge of Team Falcons.
And one step closer to locking in their spot for the playoffs. One thing done of two. We'll see if they can do it tomorrow.
For the first time since MPL Philippines Season 12, this roster of Team Liquid finally beats the roster of Team Falcons in a regular season series.
Man, oh man. Again, there's a reason why these gentlemen are considered titans in MLBB around the world, and especially here in the MPL Philippines. It's always a great match when you see them. Very nail-biting series time and time again. Team Falcons, hats off to them. They're going to take their bow here. They really put their effort in that one, and it was just unfortunate because TLPH just seems to really shine right now with the current meta.
Yep.
But Team Falcons, I mean, they've made great adjustments up to this point too.
Yeah, and it's a really great fight. I mean, their rivalry has reached anniversaries now.
Yeah. Again, though, it was just a really tough lineup to pull off of your Team Falcons.
Yeah.
The fact that they were still able to get the Lord, it was a big Hail Mary that they tried to pull off there in the end.
Yep.
But at that point, again, it was just too tough to play around that. It was a massive lead already.
Yeah, and we're going to hear from them very shortly here. We're going to get ready to throw it over on the stage with our hosts and for our winning interview.
Back on the winning column, your winners, Team Liquid Philippines!
You know what? I'm so excited, Hans. Uunahin ko na yung tanong ko, ha? Carl
Okay.
TZ. I just want to say, ang gwapo mo naman!
Ang gwapo! Okay, para sa lahat ng mga nagsasabi na gwapo si Carl TZ, magingay naman tayong lahat! Ang dami mong fangirls, Carl.
I love the haircut. So I just want to know, no, yung panalo nyo ngayon, dala ba ng swerte ng bago mong gupit?
Ano? Siguro po hindi kasi puro talo po kami sa scrim.
You know what? You should shout out sa barbero mo. Narinig ko sa pingtas mo kanina, no? Sabi mo, baka buzz cuts yung gagawin nyo during the season. Can we expect that from the team within this season?
Hindi, ano po kasi sila po, nag-aaya po si Oheb, basket daw. Lagi, lahat daw kami basket.
Okay.
Buzz cut?
Speaking of Oheb.
Oo nga.
So, kung feeling niya hindi, Oheb.
Ikaw ang pakana eh. Inaasar mo sa live na anong hero? Digi. Hindi, pero para sa'yo, sa tingin mo ba yung bagong gupit ni Carl TZ ang dahilan kung bakit nanalo kayo?
Oo, bagay na bagay.
No, I really think super bagay. Ang gwapo talaga, di ba? Yes. Okay. Gusto mo bang i-shout out yung barbero mo? Carl
Lahat
TZ?
po sa barbero, papabahin ko ng buko.
Anyway, going back to the game, Carl TZ, first of all, congratulations ulit. You and Few go way back. In fact, tinuturing mo siyang idolo, di ba, nung nag-uumpisa ka. Now that you've beaten him and their roster for the second time this season, feeling mo ba na surpass mo na yung iniidolo mo?
Tingin ko po, hindi pa po. Kasi in terms of achievements po, mas lamang talaga siya eh. Tsaka sobrang tinitingala ko talaga siya kahit nung nakakampi ko pa siya.
Humble pa din talaga, no, Hans?
One thing is for sure, there are a lot of people supporting you, Carl TZ. And in addition, babalik tayo dito sa matchup na to. Kasi parang pag naghaharap kayo palagi ng Team Falcons, Game 3 palagi. Hindi ko maintindihan kung bakit, but there's always something about you guys going up against each other. Pinamagatan kayo na Titans of MLBB. Last time na sinabi mo, hindi pa kayo deserving of that one. Pero ngayon, nabalik kayo sa winning column. Tingin mo ba na pwede na ulit kayong matawag na ganun? As Titans of MLBB.
Tingin ko po sakto lang kasi dami namin ding mga errors sa game. Hindi talaga as in dominant yung mga nilalaro namin.
So kung dati, hindi pa, ngayon, medyo, sakto, pwede na. Alright? I guess we'll take that for now. Pero siguro silipin natin yung nasa likod mo, yung nananahimik ng konti. Coach, pasensya ka na. Ikaw kasi kukunin natin yan. Kasi natanong ko yung ibang mga coaches regarding sa bagong patch na meron tayo ngayon with the recent updates. Nag-adjust ba kayo sa laro nyo? Or is it still the same? Or may mga kailangan lang ba kayo na i-adjust talaga na minor changes?
Siguro, meron pa kasi nahirapan din kami talaga sa Falcon eh. And di rin talaga namin madedena yun. Lahat talaga ng team ngayon nag-adjust talaga sa patch.
You know what, Coach RC? We talk to the players a lot. Pero, you know, we should really highlight the coaches as well because without you guys, wala sila dito. So sa mga nai-inspire sa story mo, sa kwento mo sa esports, ano yung advice na maibibigay mo sa kanila to pursue their dreams?
Siguro mas maganda yung ginagawa mo yung isang bagay kapag nasa puso mo talaga. And kahit anong hirap ng buhay, talagang laban lang. Kasi wala ka naman choice eh. Kapag nagpadala ka dun sa hirap ng buhay, talo ka rin.
I love that. Laban lang. And look at where they are now.
Oh yeah, and there are a lot of people supporting them. Kaya naman, Sanji, halika na dito. Maraming sumusuporta sa'yo. Asan ang mga tao sumusuporta kay Sanji? Ano masasabi mo sa lahat ng members ng Cavalry and to everybody watching at home?
Thank you po sa pagsuporta kahit ano.
Uy, panalo kayo. Panalo kayo, ha? Okay, take two tayo.
Thank you po sa pagsuporta at sa mga pumunta sa venue. And kahit wala kayo sa venue, ramdam naman namin yung supportan ninyo, guys.
Thank you so much to everybody else. Once again, your winners, it's Team Liquid Philippines. Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. Getting right back into that winning column after that 3-game series. And with that, you may now take your bow. Team Liquid Philippines, they finally got back into the winning column. This is a good start on the second round.
Indeed, Hans. You know what? There's so much to look forward to. Such a strong team. I'm just ready to get this going to see more games from them.
Bagong gupit si Carl, buzzcut ni Oheb. Malalaman natin yan sa mga susunod na araw. But as of this moment, we're gonna toss it right back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Hans, Jamie, and of course, congratulations there to Team Liquid Philippines. And yes, I'd love to see if eventually we get to see a buzz cut there, but I don't think he's going to be changing his hair anytime soon, man.
Yeah.
But he also shouted out his barber.
So by saying that he's gonna keep his hair long.
He's gonna keep his hair long. So, but again, it's great to see some of the adjustments that Team Liquid Philippines has made. That they're still strong as ever as they move through the second half of the regular season. MVP for Game 3 is gonna be Oheb. So we talked about this earlier. We're wondering if he'd get the we don't know if he's the rich guy yet.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
He does get MVP. He should get it.
Yeah, he should be getting the BPI rich guy as well.
6-0-1.
Yeah, this time he was bulletproof and
915 GPM, man.
That's high. No, at this point I think that does make him the rich guy.
That's got to be BPI rich guy.
He straight up just beat Marco in lane.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then the play that he was able to solo kill Marco at the lower portion of the map, that was it. I mean, we talked about how in the keys to victory, yes, we put a lot of focus onto Carl, TZ, and Few, but we talked about the importance of controlling the center of the map and winning trades there. That in this very specific matchup, you cannot lose. You know how these two teams play. They like to play off the fact that they're controlling the center or having a good lead around that.
Yep.
But Team Liquid Philippines, they were able to control it in this one. Super Marco was just straight up beat by Oheb, and at the same time it was hard for Marco to shine in this one with everything else not going well for the rest of the team. The Hail Mary play here in the end, it was just a tough call for Marco to whether to continue his push. He doesn't have a big minion wave. It was going to take a while to get to the bottom. He needed to try and defend, and Oheb walks away with MVP because he had the perfect game here for Liquid.
Yeah, it's could we almost say that Granger is kind of a sniper? Like, is Desanata a snipe?
It's not, in a way, it's a skill shot.
It's a skill shot.
Yes, you could say it's I guess you could say that he sniped him from afar.
Yeah, he's a Filipino sniper after all. So using the Granger there, but. That's the thing. I think they knew their game plan. We talked about this a lot in the draft, and that's why, again, I think all of us, and maybe some of the viewers out there too, were surprised when we saw the Selena picked up again for Few. And I love that there's still that massive respect between the two, the goats of the league, basically, Few and Carl TZ, because even Carl TZ mentioned that, he hasn't surpassed him because he still really respects the way that Few plays, and even when he picks a Selena, again, we might have questioned it, but they had some moments where it was working. But I would have liked to see something different on Few in Game 3.
We were laying out the Vixana and all
The
that.
Aurora, maybe?
The Aurora, maybe, even though teams tend not to go for the Aurora recently, but it would have fitted so well. Especially in this lineup of Team Liquid Philippines, where they were just constantly not afraid to keep diving in against Falcons.
Yeah, exactly.
So I feel like, even though that was also quite of the same idea Falcons wanted to go for, the mere fact that they weren't able to activate their mid duos early on denied the possibility of that. And here we go! He is the rich guy!
Hey, he's got money now.
Poetic way to end it.
Good job, Poetic.
Becoming the rich guy. And one side I want to put a bit more focus here into is the sandbag with the Flap TZ. It was a tough game for him. And there were times also where I think there were two major sequences that I was thinking, like, why is Flap TZ that deep in? And why is no one close enough to back him up in case anything happens? Those are the type of things that I think really need to get ironed out here by Falcons. Positioning of Flap vis-a-vis where everyone else is in the map so that he has backup in case he needs to get away. Because, of course, he's in the position where he's going to be the main roamer frontliner, considering that the Jawhead's more pick-off type. So,
Yeah, it'll be something that they can definitely learn from. Again, all these teams that are on these upper half of the standings, you never really know with them, and because they're just, I mean, the teams in general, all the teams in general are very relatively close, but these power teams, these Titan teams right now, it just seems to be able to go ahead and bring certain compositions and make them work. And I like that in some way too. Again, we're seeing some of these newer compositions because of the way the bans are going now that we have thrown Kalea into it. And we've even seen, for example, where the Granger and Harith were banned through this series. We also saw where some of the jungle was mixed up a little bit, and we even saw that yesterday where the Hanzo was picked up. So I still feel like we're in a relatively healthy area of this meta, and I think things are still going to be falling into place and shifting here throughout the weeks ahead of us. But before that, and before we close out the series, we got to hear how the players sounded from TLPH with the win. That's cool. Woo, they were really happy about that. And again, it's a, what do we call it? It has an anniversary between the rivalry between these two teams. It was since season, what, 12? Since they last won against this lineup of Team Falcons?
All I know is it's been
in terms of total, like the final regular season record. So in season 12, that's when Echo was able to beat AP Bren.
AP Bren.
Season 13-14, it was AP Bren, Falcons AP Bren, who had the better regular season standing compared in their specific matchup against this roster.
Yep, again, congratulations to them. And also, we want to let everybody know that the SPS Mobile Masters is nearing. It's very close. The culmination of the Snapdragon Pro Series tournament is ahead of us.
The best teams from Southeast Asia, Europe, MENA, Turkey, Latam, and China will gather in Jakarta, Indonesia, starting on April 7.
Since this is the MPL Philippines broadcast, support our representatives, Onic Philippines, the reigning defending champions of the world, and Team Falcons, the former reigning defending champions of the world in M5 World Championship and former champions of SPS back in Season 5. A lot of championships as they become the champion of champions. Scan the QR code that was hopefully going to scan it.
Hopefully you guys can scan that and support the champions of champions. All right, also there's the Athena Cup. It's also happening right now. This is an exclusive league for the female pro players out there. It's also the official qualifier for the MLBB Women's Invitational heading up.
Yes, this is ongoing right now. It started last March 7 and is lasting up until May 25. So let's all support this growing league that empowers more women to be esports pros.
Number one supporter right here.
Yeah, my fellow women.
My fellow ladies.
Yeah.
Good
no,
job.
Brigida, you do a fantastic job of being a woman.
You do. I think you do an outstanding job of being a woman here, Brigida.
Great.
I'll fist bump you. There we go. All right, next matchup. AP Bren versus TNC. That is going to be our second matchup. Any thoughts about this one real quick?
I wonder if we'll see the Jawhead and Badal.
I hope AP Bren can finally rack up some wins. You know, they're one of the teams really struggling on there, and
Yep.
we've said so much, a lot about them improving. Hopefully this time around, we actually get to see it in practice.
I feel like every single week in one of my videos, I'm like, man, AP Bren is improving, but like, when are they going to get starting points to climb up after the 1 point they got earlier on? So
Yeah.
we'll be back after the break here. Again, it's me, Naisu, Brigida, and Renmar. We'll see you after this.
Di abot ang data! GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC Season 2.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yep, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple, just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1,132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Arena. And we are officially starting the second round of Season 15 with all of the matches na kailangan nating asahan. Ano bang dapat i-expect ng ating mga MPL fans?
Good race! Dad, kunin mo dad! Pre, pag gumababuko, pre, di ko napapagupit. Ano dad, basket? Basket kaya tayong 5, pre. Ano? Okay, di din ako pag 5. Mamaya agad, mamaya. Di naman na siguro sasakit kung di ako kasama kasi 6 naman na kayo eh.
Hello. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Uy, all in na, parking.
Nakabina ko.
Yun, nakapagpani din. O, gini pando. Kamukha ni SGA.
Bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
cut us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching a lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset up. Tagatang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Takas sa matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Welcome everybody, that was a pretty quick break, but we are back here in MPL Philippines Season 15. We're still going to be your casters for this one. I'm Rockhart, this is Brigida, and of course we got Renmar, looking really lucky today. And I had a lot of fun watching game number 1, and I'm pretty sure you guys did too, but we got a brand new one here. It's TNC versus AP Bren.
Yep, 2 teams. I feel like all the more important is this matchup for AP Bren, especially as they're the ones who are yet to climb up. But I think equally for TNC, I feel like they've been struggling to seal their wins for the past few series.
But again, just a quick reminder of what you missed out in the very first series of the day. The Baby Kicks duo got to propel Team Liquid Philippines to win the Clash of Titans against Team Falcons PH. So Team Liquid Philippines are getting closer and closer of really cementing themselves in the top 2 spot, while at the same time threatening what could be an all-timer run against Aurora, who are currently still #1 in the standings.
If you didn't catch that, I would love it if you just replayed a little bit if you're on YouTube, because that was a reverse sweep, by the way. Baby Cakes really fired up in that last one, and in this one, I feel like we're probably going to see pretty similar performances from a lot of our duos, specifically for our 2 teams right now who do feel like they are also still developing, right? They're still developing those synergies. They're still getting into that form. And I guess for one of them, I guess maybe a little better than the other.
Yeah. We're also yet to give a name to like
Yeah.
JamesPankgs and Shizo Jungle Gold duo, if ever we are to think of one eventually down the road. Whereas for TNC, if there's one that's established, that's the Zai Zen duo so far, named by Yawi. But who knows, we might be seeing some new duos come in for this upcoming match.
We probably will. I mean, you already saw the loading screen. It was posted in TNC Pro Team in their official channels that it will actually be Coil playing in today.
Coil?
So it's Coil and Benny Cutie. It's Cutie Coil.
Cutie Coil.
Coil and Cutie, yeah.
Coil and Cutie.
Cutie Coil.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
Cutie Coil.
Why did it sound like...
They're both so
Like
cute
a
as
nail
well.
thing, yeah.
Cutie coils. All right, we'll see. We'll see what the day has to offer. Before the meantime, again, Time Zone is offering exclusive promo just for you. Get 400 pesos power load for only 200 pesos. That's insane.
That's like 50% off, and all you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues. So I think this should be yours.
No, it's not today.
Not today.
It's not for
So
me
I'll
today.
say it. Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
It's amazing. Someone got
Oh,
hurt
now
right
this
there.
one's yours.
Well, you have something
I
of
got
your
one,
own.
okay.
All
Get
right.
a 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase. Use the code TT Racing XMPL, excuse me, MPL 2000. So the code for TT Racing and MPL Philippines exclusive partnership is MPL 2000 over at ttracing.ph.
There you go. Plus, you're also going to be able to get some exclusive gaming share giveaways here during MPL Philippines. You got to catch a share. I'm kidding. That's illegal. But yeah, we're giving away shares here. And of course, check it out. Stay tuned for more info. Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TC Racing has your back.
Oh, we have a new distribution, line distribution.
Very
Oh, that sounds like a song. We have new line distributions now.
It's a lot better than, you know, not missing out on an amazing deal.
I feel like I've lost a part of me just now by not being able to say don't miss out on that amazing deal.
The deals are amazing.
Yeah,
right?
I think I have to rethink my life now.
And while Renmar does think about that, I also want you guys to think about this matchup. It is, it's honestly something that both teams are looking forward to. Because if you're updated on the standings right now, right?
Yeah.
It feels like if you were TNC or if you were AP Bren, and you look at each other like, maybe this is a good chance for me to get some easy points, quote-unquote easy points, right?
Yeah.
Depending on where you're looking at. If you're looking at TNC, you're looking at, AP Bren. How are you guys so far with that one win?
Yeah.
And if you're AP Bren, you feel like you're so improving. And let's look at the standings. This is what we're talking about, right? How they're going to look at each other. If you're AP Bren, you're looking at TNC. Haven't had a win in a while. How are you guys, right?
But I feel like the community also has a lot to say, or it has a lot to do with how these players are currently feeling, because we cannot deny the fact that aside from us, also the community does acknowledge enough the growth and the improvements of these players. Specifically,
100%.
if you were to narrow it down a bit more, a lot of the attention pretty much goes to JamesPankgs, the way he's able to play against top-tier junglers too, and even out-referee them at some point.
Yeah.
But it's a different scenario for them all in all heading into this match, because if they did prepare to go up against one of the most prominent, I'd say one of the most well-performing junglers recently too, which is Zaida, they had to change plans right now because it's not going to be the case.
Yeah, this is very important for AP Bren. They have a 2-point gap against TNC Pro Team, who are currently 5th in the standings. Of course, AP Bren at 6th. If they can put themselves a point closer to TNC Pro Team, that puts them 2 points above Omega and Twisted Minds, which means that should, just 1 point above Omega and Twisted Minds. That should give them a little bit more leeway to work with. And that threatens TNC Pro Team's spots in the standings, because then now you're thinking like, how many teams do we have to go up against? It's just 1 or 2 to sort of handle the fact that our playoff spot isn't secured. So compared to the last time we saw AP Bren and TNC Pro Team when they faced off against each other, it was a sweep win for TNC. However, there were some shades of what AP Bren was doing there where it felt like they could have forced a game number 3 but just slipped up in one sequence. If we'll get that again, I feel like we won't. I feel like, again, AP Bren has gotten so much better in the past few weeks that I wouldn't be so surprised if they somehow walk away with even a sweep victory here.
Yeah, and another thing is that AP Bren also kind of probably got a clear image of their own identity along
their
the way,
playstyle, right?
their comfort picks. But I feel like it can go both ways because you could say the same for those teams who went up against them already. They already have an idea of what really works for AP Bren, much to the point that they decide to just respect it all in all and just ban it away from them. So that could also be a challenge for them. Like, what else can they show in the second half of the season? Because as much as you'd like to think that they've come a long way after discovering a lot about themselves, teams have adjusted pretty well too.
Yeah, and to me, at least, it feels like they're completely different teams from where we left off in week number 1. That was a while ago, right? So, in a span of that, we got a change in TNC. Benny Cutie slotted in. Some people would like it, some people don't. That's still up in the air for questioning. And in AP Bren's camp, does feel like they're just starting to get into their groove. Not changing anybody yet. But the playstyle definitely feels like it has more to offer.
Yeah, and of course you can see the difference right now between week 1 and the rest of the first half of the regular season. The stats of JamesPankgs, a little bit more turtle, Lord control, higher damage per minute, gold per minute, and KDA. So it even shows really in the stats that JamesPankgs has been improving ever since they debut week in week 1. And AP Bren, in case you all have forgotten, the points that they were able to take are off of a sweep win against Omega. And they were able to take games away from Twisted Minds. I'm like, all right, okay, a team struggling. But they also got points away from Aurora and Team Falcons Philippines. And in the Team Falcons Philippines series, it looked like JamesPankgs and AP Bren were actually going to be able to take down one of the titans of the league. They fell short, but it was almost and so close. That's why we're saying here that AP Bren improves week in and week out.
Yeah, and I'd really like to see that entire MDL experience finally come into play now in the second half, since majority of the teams have been very vocal about them adjusting to the meta since the patch has changed recently. But for AP Bren, you would know for a fact that they have a very deep hero pool, supposedly, since they came from MDL, which was somehow shown to us by even JamesPankgs playing the Hayabusa just recently, even despite it was a nerf, but it was really good. So I hope it doesn't limit them in the same way we're somewhat seeing it right now, because it feels like they're limiting themselves if they don't show us something else.
That's true. Not to mention the inclusion of Kalea. Right? This week. So, on the other hand, though, let's see what's up in All Access right now.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Just right behind me are the Phoenix Army, and also, kanina lamang ay nakapanayam ko ang dalawang mga manlalaro who will be making their debut for this season. It's Coil and 3 Martizi, and I asked them more about their insights para sa darating nilang laban kontra sa AP Bren. First off, I actually talked to 3 Martizi, who hasn't played in the Philippines since Season 10. Since he's become a Filipino import na nagpalipat-lipat siya ng ibang bansa. But now, he's ready to showcase kung ano ba ang kaya niyang putanayan at kung ano ba ang nami-miss out ng mga tao sa kanya, because it hasn't been a while na naglaro siya dito sa Pilipinas, pero tila binabalik-balikan niya ito given na iba daw talaga ang level of competition dito sa MPL PH, and that is undeniable for a fact considering that we have won a lot of international tournaments from before. And ready rin siya na patunayan sa mga doubters at sa mga kritiko niya kung ano ba ang kaya niyang gawin dito mismo sa ating larangan, which is MLBB. He wants to showcase not only to his family, not only to his friends, but also his supporters na meron pa siyang ibubuga, and he is not yet over with the #1 priority in mind being the MPL trophy to get that championship para sa Phoenix Army. Meanwhile, si Coil naman, gigil din siya para ipakita sa fans kung ano rin ba ang pinagkaabalahan niya during Season 14. He talked to me and he told me na during that time, he really focused on playing ranked games kasi doon din naman siya nakilala ng ibang mga teams na kilala na rin siya ngayon. Kung kaya, nung pagbalik niya sa TNC, ay mataas din naman yung kumpiyansa niya. I talked to him even about that as well, considering na ito yung pagkakataon niya kung ano ba or gaano ba kataas ang confidence level nitong si Coil back in Season 13 tapos ngayon ng Season 15. Sabi niya ng Season 13 it's just a 5 out of 10 given na bitin pa kasi yung playing time niya ron and he really wants to showcase. Pero ngayon, considering that he's gonna be making his debut match against AP Bren, it's a 9 out of 10. Pero humirit pa nga si Trimar TZ. Sabi niya, i-10 mo na kasi mataas din naman ang kumpiyansa natin heading forward against the Beast. And that is exactly a wingman that we need. I am behalf of everybody else in the Phoenix Army ay naghihintay din kung ano ba ang kayang ipakita ni both Coil and Trimar TZ heading into this matchup. Kaya naman, casters, balik sa inyo.
There you go. I guess we completely missed out. Trimar TZ is slotting in, or possibly slotting in, since it was highlighted by our All Access with Hans.
Yeah, it was mostly revolving around Coil being being the jungler for today, because we've been very focused on the jungle gold duos. Yeah. But the XP laner is going to change too for TNC heading into this match, so that's really a new version of TNC.
But if you guys were paying attention, what MPL PH team did Coil used to be a part of before joining TNC? Was it Blacklist? Was it RSG? None of esports or none of the above? Comment the letter of your answer down below. And I think Burrito can give you a prize, maybe.
Do you hear that noise?
What
That
noise?
is a bunch of people who didn't listen and is scrubbing back to the All Access segment. I can feel it in the winds. I can hear it. Yes, it's a bunch of people's fingers tapping on their devices right now, scrolling back to the All Access.
Just a few seconds, or less than a few minutes, right?
Yeah, and to be fair, they probably need a translation for it. So
It was a graphic. Madam, it was a graphic.
But that's true. But,
All right.
I guess one thing we can translate for them, though, is according to Hans, when he talked to both Trimar and Coil, they said if you don't... Coil was supposedly giving out a grade that wasn't as confident heading into the series, but like Trimar was just there to remind him that no, give a higher score since we feel confident going up against AP Bren, according to them. So let's see.
10, yo. What? You gotta go 10, right?
Gotta go 10.
Yeah, Trimar TZ, we haven't seen him in a while, and he's always been on the back end though, from a lot of teams, right?
Yeah, the international experience already. Of course, part of the Season 9 Echo Super team ever since it's been going around. A lot of experience for the young man, actually. So I'm not doubting his readiness here. I'm pretty sure Trimar's ready to come back to MPL Philippines and give us a good showing.
I, for one, cannot wait to see him back in action. Maybe it's the much-needed boost that TNC needs to get back in this one.
Yeah, and he did mention that he really does want to prove himself once more, heading back into the region where it feels most competitive for him, and he is looking to really claim the championship trophy alongside TNC for the season, which that would be a huge development from all their previous seasons if they do get to go that far. But for now, they need to probably solve a little things amongst themselves. So we're seeing some tweaks into their lineups here and there.
Yeah, very small tweaks, and once more, it could be what TNC needs. Let's see if AP Bren can also face that. Let's see the teams walking into this arena.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, our marshals, Joshua, Chico, Patrick, and Sent. A hungry and buzzing hive against a phoenix flexing its new wings. It's AP Bren versus TNC. The EXP laners, dead and welcome back, Trimar TZ. The junglers, JamesPankgs, and his debut for the season is Coil. Let's go! The mid laners, Jove Skirt and Lancey. The roamers, Kakadon and Yawi. And the gold laners, Shizo and Benny Cutie. And of course, welcome their coaches to the stage. Coach Imba DJ and Coach Jeff.
Battle of the New Bloods underway. It is a battle of the New Bloods underway from TNC Pro Team. It's Coil. From AP Bren, it's JamesPankgs. Boys, step forward. JamesPankgs, nakita ko na yung aurahan nyo kanina. Paano kayo babawi? Ano ang palag mo?
Mas gigil ako, tapos mas malakas ako mag-exercise.
Mas malakas mag-exercise. Coil, paano makasiguro na hindi sila makakaisa? Ano naman ang palag mo?
Ba't mo ako tatanungin? May palag ba siya sa akin?
Fist bump, pare. Best of luck, gentlemen. You may now take your win. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. Coil and 3 Martisi making their debut. AP Bren looking for retribution. Mag-ingay tayong lahat para sa susunod na laban na to. Casters, balik sa inyo.
That is definitely one way to make an intro back in MPL Philippines. This is AP Bren.
Oh my goodness. I know we have a lot to say about what Coil just mentioned, but focusing on AP Bren first and foremost, JamesPankgs seems like he's heading into this matchup really confident as well. They've been through a couple of adjustments since the last time they've seen each other, one of which is probably Chopskirt really focusing on his comfort picks, which dictates a lot in terms of how they're able to rotate a bit more overall. It's not the same way as we've seen him in the first few weeks where he was primarily picking up the Selena every now and then.
And then that's TNC Pro Team. What do you think about Coil here?
So here's what Coil said. He said, "Why are you asking me what I have to say? Can the guy across me even stand toe-to-toe with me?" Very loose translation. Debut match for the season, of course. Welcome back to MPL Philippines, 3 Martisi. Back in the day, he used to be known as one of the strongest duelist EXP laners. Dude beat you up. But the meta has changed so much. Good thing he's gotten a lot of international experience where he was able to try out new ways of playing the EXP lane, not just focusing on the duels. Lancy, Yawi, and Benny Cutie will have to hold the fort here for Coil and 3 Martisi. Coil, by the way, I just gotta say, kind of giving me good old Fabian vibes.
That's correct. Actually, does feel like it, right? Let's see if he's gonna be on par as well. Look at the web. Does feel like TNC still has a pretty major lead in terms of stats as well.
Yeah, so we're mostly probably looking at how AP Bren will translate all the being active across the map and kill participations to actually gaining the advantage later on against TNC, which is probably one thing that they've really worked on for the past 4 weeks. But TNC, I'm wondering about this entire chemistry that we could see from them, since this is a relatively new lineup that they're bringing into this match.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if we will be seeing some adjustments that need to be made here and there in terms of that, because I feel like they've been working on it for quite a while now with the previous lineup of TNC already.
Yep. One thing we got to look at here, Hero Pool, TNC Pro Team has definitely showed off more 40 unique heroes compared to the 29 that AP Bren has showed off here. So I'm going to bring it on this one. Hopefully we get to see a little bit more variation from AP Bren. Although I know I've said this before in the past, I can't really fault them for sticking to some very familiar guns and the usual ones too, because they needed that sense of stability. They needed to build on that. Let's see though how they prepared for the second half of the season.
That's right. So overall, stats-wise, does feel like TNC has a big lead, and these are numbers you can see. But what number you can't see is the aura farming. I'm pretty sure TNC is starting to get into
aura
it.
farming?
Yeah, they're trying to get into their opponent's minds, trying to get hard in it, and it actually does work in some degree. So we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be something that is going to be a big factor later on. Watch the jungle. So now today I'm watching the jungle. Hope you guys are too. It does feel like they have a lot of confidence, and that only happens when you have a lot of good practice, right, for TNC.
Yeah.
Maybe did something over the week that we don't really know.
I know, and it probably brings some sense of unpredictability since we last saw Three-Mar way back.
Yeah.
So like, if I were to think of one hero that could remind me of Three-Mar in his time, it's like what, the Thams or something?
Yep.
So
Thams and Lapu.
Right, what are we expecting to see from Three-Mar now that he's back in this meta, which has really shifted from that time?
That's something that I miss me some Paquito as well on the XP. Come on, bring it back. A lot of stuff we can actually really find out. How good is Three-Mar still? Lots of things to really find out. But for the meantime, let's find out what's happening when they do the big test.
Hi guys, ako si JamesPankgs. Gusto ko lang batiin yung coach namin. Birthday niya ngayon. Coil versus JamesPankgs. Sa RG lang yun nangyayari ah. Gandito pala sa stage. Jobs, napatugtog mo ba yung pambitaw? Whatever it takes.
Pawalwalan kang mawala, ubod na nadarama, kalimutan ko na siya.
Idolo. Ano ang palag mo kay Coil?
JP, magtulog-tulog ka naman. Halos bungo ka na lang, partida, busog ka pa niyan.
Nachochoke na ako, nachochoke. Time. Winelcome tayo ng mga to nung debut natin eh.
Pinatay ko na po.
Tayo naman mang-welcome ha.
Ayusin ko mami retry ko. Lalaking ko lang.
Welcome back. Guess who's back?
I love you. Hey you, bili na. Smooth lang. Wala bang pulbo dito? Uy, 1 minute na lang daw. Tara, okay na to, pre. Nahihina ako, pre.
There's so much that happened there in the past minute.
So does that solidify the entire, oh, he reminds me of Fabian kind of idea?
Yeah. Like, he reminds me so much of Fabian, dude. Like how his playfulness, his cheerfulness. Let's check it out. The keys to victory. Surprise them with your moves, JamesPankgs. What else do you have in there? You'll probably end up with what, a Suyo or a Joy. Your Hayabusa was really good when you played that against Team Falcons Philippines. So see if there's an option to get that and not shove yourself into the hole of the whole Joy Suyo trade. Bring out the potential for the million moves TNC Pro Team. You have the new jungler in Coil with you. There's a reason why he went from nowhere discovering MLBB to suddenly in Manana Evos in 2024. Show us why. Show us why Coil was highly touted by the organization. And reset and bounce back. You're both coming off of some losses. Although for AP Bren, I feel like they are coming into this with a little bit more momentum, considering that they were able to take some wins, high-profile ones against some of the top teams in the league. TNC Pro Team, yes, we're able to do that, but again, this is a lineup where you have 2 players making their debut this season. Your other dude hasn't been playing in the Philippines for quite some time, so it is a big reset and bounce back.
Yeah, 100%.
What if the entire Coil presence is already one that could highly influence the reset and bounce back? I don't know why, but I feel like the entire TNC Pro Team just feels so light when he's in there, when he's in the lineup. I mean, have you seen Yawi laughing earlier when he was just doing a pose right in front of JamesPankgs? And everyone feels so light, but that's a completely different story when you head into the game. So
that's right.
Let's see how it translates.
So the thing is, like, Coil in itself already is like a really big, what do you call that? A wild card.
Oh.
Right? What more with Free Martizi? The thing with wild cards, though, is you never really know what you get out of the box. It's like a box of chocolates, right? Are they going to perform like out of their minds? Or will they have like some jitters? Again, these are things that are going to be open for us for interpretation later on.
I don't know, but the way I look at Coil, the way he's been speaking since a while ago, he doesn't seem to feel any jitters.
Man's a yapper. That's what. No, but I mean,
in a good way.
Yeah, in a good way, because earlier in the access segment that Hans brought out, we did bring up that Coil mentioned he wasn't that fully confident, but then suddenly here he comes with the entrance, flexing on JamesPankgs. He had a pretty, good comeback towards James, just showing him that I am not as maybe scared about this anymore, that I'm willing to, talk a bit of trash, have a little bit more fun, and that's good. You need that, because our worries when we saw the lineups at the stop of the day, before we even got into broadcast, was that is TNC Pro Team going to be ready for this? Is Coil going to be ready for this? Considering how JamesPankgs has been, how AP Bren has been just consistently rising up, that I hope we don't see Coil freeze in game, because so far out of the game he's very loosey-goosey with it.
Very loosey-goosey. Maybe the coaching staff does feel like they are doing something pretty good. Making sure that Coil comes in this one with the proper mindset. And of course, it has to start with the draft, so let's get into it right now. Still looking for maybe... Kale's 50% win rate right now, right? 1 loss, 1 win. So hoping to see more of that later on, but it will be banned out for the meantime here for TNC.
Yeah, most probably we gotta see the Fanny slot in one of those bans too. since JamesPankgs, and it's JamesPankgs and Koi. But it would be interesting though if we get to see it, since right now we're mostly banning out. Oh, this is interesting. We are yet to see mid lane heroes get taken out.
By the way, TNC Pro Team are approaching this the right way. They're taking out some of the best picks of Kekadot. I was honestly thinking that they would lean into the Jawhead here, considering that if you're going up against a jungler who's making his debut, Jawhead is one of the best roamers you can pick so that you can pressure that part of the map. Good thing that TNC Pro Team took it out. And continuing some of the trends we saw yesterday, AP Bren are respecting the Hanzo from TNC. However, remember, we saw it in the hands of Zyda. We don't know what Coil brings to the table.
Can be really crazy, especially, you know, Zyda does slot in. They play together, for sure. I don't know how long they've been playing together, honestly. But we'll have to wait and see if some of that really does, you know, spirit, some of that spirit goes into their other players.
Get passed over. Okay.
Feels like a free roam ban here.
And
TNC.
Mad respect too from them. Taking out two of key heroes.
And there,
So the Jushins, the Luyis, they're all open now.
So many options.
Even the Fanny.
And the chip. Oh yeah, the Fanny. Oh my goodness.
I would suggest AP Bren don't pick up the Fanny.
The immortal one chose me to vanquish
Happy
the
to not
shadow.
do that.
Go ahead, play safe. And once you see what the assassin pickup will be for TNC, then maybe you can see the juice in. However, the juice in might actually get slotted in later in the draft. So TNC go ahead, pick up the Granger. Harris will be available. And with the Joe picked up, that's a soft turn off onto the Fanny pickup. I mean, the Fanny cannot get picked up anymore. That's a soft sign that they might actually be considering picking up the Fanny later on in their draft.
Yeah, that's just removing one of the possible counters to a rampaging Fanny. That's just so good to see here. TNC feels like they're doing a pretty fresh draft here. Maybe to accommodate Coil here, who might actually play a Fanny on his first game. That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And how does Skirt respond to this? Does he reveal his hero even without knowing the jungler yet? Because like the Fanny can be picked up later on.
Got to make a really important decision. Maybe they can go for roam here, or doesn't feel like it. That's Luyi. There it is.
There it is, yeah.
There we go.
Just as expected, making his debut in the MPL, and it's with a Fanny.
You don't have any jitters if you decide to go with it. You can't have any jitters.
Here's the thing, if you do this on your first game, if you mess up, it's gonna be bad. There's gonna be backlash. And but if you do good, man, you're gonna be touted as a god. Right? So he's going for the high risk, high reward thing here.
All right, so the Jushin's still there too.
Oh man, I'm surprised Zushin's left up alone here off the draft this far into it.
And good thing TNC Pro Team did a little bit of a surprise here after taking out the Ruby. One of the counters that you can pick up against the Fanny, and because the remaining hero pool of Kekadot doesn't really scream Fanny counter.
True.
The Jawhead was his best one, it's been taken out. I wouldn't want a high loss here if I'm AP Bren. So you might consider something a little bit crazier. Chip. If they want to master rotational speed of the Cho, they can either go Khalid or even beat a little bit more local. If they're willing to, put a Hilda in the roam and put your main tank in the EXP like a glue.
Go for the hard invades, just disrupt the Fanny rotations. Pretty crazy.
I mean the
Kufra can also kind of slot in there.
Yeah, that's true.
The Ruby kind of works well too against the Cho, so
it's like a 4-roam ban. Oh my god.
They just made sure that they could freely move all around. What's left for Kekadot right now? Like, oh my.
I did say, I give a bunch of options. Chip, Khalid, Hilda, Rome, I feel like are the ones. I don't see enough picks right on the side of TNC Pro Team to warrant a Gotcha pickup. If they want to, if Dare is willing to, he can pick up a Gotcha in the EXP, although he hasn't showed it this season, and then you use that as your flex option to give yourself a bit more time to think if you want to lean in on like a Hilda Rome.
Maybe have an advantage on your 5th slot, right?
Yeah. I mean, it does come in at 4 and 5.
Oh yeah, they're coming 4 and 5.
So Farsa gets taken away. Yeah, I think they might not have a lot of dive here, if that's the case.
They took out mostly range options for TNC that you could potentially couple up with the Granger.
Yeah.
So,
I like the way that TNC drafted at least, making sure to as well. It's very heavy physical, so Lancey's gonna have a lot of slack to pick up in terms of doing magic damage for this lineup. There's the glue you're talking about.
Yeah, but it was taken away by TNC Pro Team, and that's a good read because now you're out of some of the best options that you can go for. They're gonna lean towards picking up like the Edith Lucas. They can lean on the Barat's EXP they picked up, but won't be enough. It's a Fanny that you're up against. You're gonna have to slot in a Hilda into this draft. You can go Hilda Roam CC EXP and just accept the fact that you're not going to be dueling in lane as a CC. You're just going to try to clear as fast as you can and then just joining the rest of the squad. But in terms of tankability, the glue wins that. So far, it's looking right now, TNC has drafted AP Bren into a corner.
yeah, if even they decide to go for tanky heroes too, like the high loss, then that'll lessen their crowd control overall, and it's slow. So at least they get the Hilda and still opt for the Gatot Kacha.
Okay.
Alright.
Renmar literally called that 100% last 2 months. That's actually as good as it gets, I think, for AP Bren.
Yep.
And like I mentioned, Lancey kind of needs a really hard-hitting mage here. Valentina feels like, I'm not sure.
There's a Jushin, but
yeah, the Jushin's still good.
Yeah, it's pretty good, especially for a lot of melee range heroes.
Yeah, there's not like a hard assassin that'll mess you up.
Okay.
There it is. This
So,
is beautiful.
Yeah, it seems like they're really doubling down on the physical damage.
Man, TNC drafted crazy today.
I'm leaning towards TNC Pro Team in the draft, just in the draft specifically. They can take control of the center of the map relatively well. 3 Martisi can be like old 3 Martisi and be annoying with a glue. Not necessarily like with dealing damage, but you have a very strong presence. You provide space for the Granger, enough presence for the Fanny through the Cho and the Juice in the center of the map. Meanwhile, AP Bren, they have their work cut out for them.
Feels like everything was really laid out for our debut jungler here in Coil. I hope they can maximize it. Right now, AP Bren, if you make a mistake, this lineup can really punish hard as well.
4 flickers for TNC too.
Exactly.
Only Shizu got to pick up the Purify among everyone else.
Let's load up into game number 1 here for TNC Pro Team versus AP Bren. This is going to be fun times. We're back on the rotation here. And I would say that TNC
to
really
Mobile
won
Legends.
hard on the draft. Let's see if they can execute it well, though.
See how what AP Bren will do in the map to try and weather the storm a little bit. Quite literally, Benny Cutie did get a Savage with this Granger yesterday. It wasn't a win, though. It wasn't a game win. But that's still his best hero so far this season. And TNC play around it so well again in terms of providing space for it.
Yeah. So at least we'll get to see how much can they maximize the presence of a Hilda too. Because as it's looking right now, 3 Martisi, even on the glue, I feel like he can really manage and prevent Dare from being as, I don't know, all over the map for TNC.
That's very true. We're not going to see like a classic Free Martisi going crazy all the time because he is a glue, but he's going to have a lot of presence like Renmar said, and they could really use that for something, especially Dare's going to be stuck clearing these waves a lot.
Yeah. All right, so Ko was able to get the gold crab up top. He's going to hit level 4 through his own golem. Take it off, force to dash out.
We're getting something done here.
Yeah, good control the center of the map for TNC Pro Team. They go to the bottom side.
Oh, that was fast. They go for Dare, but JamesPankgs was there as well, helping his XP laner back here in the Riverside. Though Lancey and Yawi, they're exchanging blows here with Kekadot and Chopskirt.
Yeah, that's a cutthroat already used up by the Fanny. We'll have to be going for the purple buff first before this turtle starts. So AP Bren, I think they're just going to go ahead and start this turtle themselves.
Yeah, they're waiting for it. They kind of have to, right? Especially if you're Coil, you're on the Fanny. Now they know you're Russian. What's the call going to be? They're not slowing down.
Oh, is he going to use a split split? There you go. JamesPankgs, though, still secures the turtle for AP Bren.
Oop.
And the grab will be used. JamesPankgs is caught here. Coil, will he be able to find the right
gets
targets? First blood goes into the hands of TNC. They trade out Coil though. That's both the junglers.
Yeah, jungle for jungle trade, but that was actually a great taunt clutch by Kekadot. He was the one who was able to crowd control Coil just in time to make sure that they could get the kill onto the Fanny.
Yeah, it really was painful to see Coil. They're getting taunted, can't really cable out of the way. Felt like a walk in Fanny at some point, but was able to get a kill, at least 1-for-1 for TNC and AP Bren. But AP Bren did get that first turtle. Pretty good start.
Yeah, and it wasn't even a setup type of team fight, which was started by either Yawi or either Kekadot. It was just really them battling each other up front, closing the gaps. So we'll see how AP Bren though, still at least they have some sort of element of surprise. They still have the diversion which we're yet to see from Chovskirt.
That's right.
See if TNC will be able to find an opening somewhere that would allow Coil to get a kill and maybe start racking some things up. AP Bren not giving it the diversion.
Oop. Here we go, nice diversion into a bush.
Okay, Lassie will be caught here. 4 members make sure that he gets taken out. There's Coil as well, using the cables. 3 Martizi though once again finds someone, and Betty Cutie's here to join everyone, followed up by the kick from Yawi. He takes down Chovskirt, and Yawi still survives.
All right, interestingly, the rest of the team for TNC, you expect a lot of early game damage from them, but it feels like they're slowing down a little bit.
Yeah. So for TNC, the thing that 3 Martizi, I've liked his rotations and the fact that he was able to catch some people there. And Yawi even adding more to the pickoff that 3 Martizi was able to do by supplementing it with a kick and a good rotation to the center of the map by Benny Cutie. So we might see a rinse and repeat of that from TNC Pro Team, and then through that, that's when they'll be able to let Coil start to rack in some kills.
Yeah, it's been an unusual sequence so far for TNC, but it's working really well.
At least they're getting even right now.
Yeah, it's mostly 3 Martizi starting things up. And then Yawi's either there to look for other targets or to provide additional layers of crowd control for them. So AP Bren got the first turtle. Let's see how this goes for now.
Very tanky front line here for TNC. Feels like they can fight. But they are going to spot out Chovskirt, at least for now.
Okay, now Yawi might just decide to start things up. Betty Cutie with the free hits. Takes down Chovskirt first, followed by Kekadot. Shizu's yet to use the Zaman Force, but they might not engage against TNC anymore.
That's 2 down. AP Bren actually have to back off for now. But Yawi...
And he reserved it for this moment. JamesPankgs, though, will get to escape. And that's enough space created for Coil to take that turtle.
Okay. Things are happening pretty fast for TNC. They're going 0 to 100 real quick here.
Yeah, glue pickup is big. 3 Mar playing with it really well. Yawi and Lassie able to zone out. They've provided space for Ben QD. TNC Pro Team has won the first 5 minutes of this game.
Yeah.
Ben QD feels like he's going to be so scary later on as well, right?
Yeah.
The way he's just power farming today.
Yeah, every single time he decides to join in, he at least gets a kill. Oh no, that was a purple buff steal denied and unsuccessful for AP Bren. JamesPankgs gets taken down. They will trade out Yawi. But that's big. That's massive right now for TNC.
Yeah, it's a very good trade. A bit too early with the retribution. Lift up, Balansi.
Shizu finally uses the Zaman Force. 3 Martizi gets left here alone, but he's too tanky. They're not able to deal with him just yet. Dare's here as well, but it seems like he'll just get to walk away.
Wow, TNC Pro Team are playing around their power pick so well. So 3 Martizi went for the route of first building the Dreadnought armor and then just building the Radiant armor right after that sequence. Now for AP Bren, unfortunate JamesPankgs' retribution was just a tad bit too early.
Yeah.
He thought he could even get it with a little bit of burn damage right after that, but no, it wasn't going to be enough. And he essentially leashed for Coil, who now has 2 kills to his name.
Yeah, that was he's trying to go for the fadeaway, right? Pretty easily there, but looks like that's going to be non-negotiable here. Coil, though, caught in a rock in a hard place.
Oh, does he still want to go for it?
Wants to go for it?
Fighting against 4 members.
Right.
Doesn't fully commit. Okay.
Look at the guts on him.
You got the moves, man.
All right, I see you.
Okay, Purify. Already forced for Shizu. Now he responds with the Zaman Force onto Yawi, but he will just dance around the walls to keep himself safe. And that's a battle spell. That's the Purify Force out for AP Bren.
Yeah. Right now, okay, I think TNC Pro Team, this is good for them. 3 Martizi's in a perfect spot.
Oh, look at the damage coming in from those bullets. The Rhapsody is no joke from Benny Cutie right now. This is what you mentioned, Rahar. I bet he hurts.
It feels like Benny Q is just having a fun time here. Everyone's going crazy in front of Fremar and Yawi.
Yeah, no one messed him up.
People are forgetting the Granger exists, man.
Yep.
It's life or dare that he's yet to actually die. He also has 2 kills to his name, but it feels like he can only do so much. Now look at the damage. That's a flicker in from Team Martizi. And then they also latch the way of the Dragon onto Kekedot. They have no problems in taking him out. Coil also survives that even though he engaged against 4. And there, the split which landed once more onto Dare. This might be his actual first death of the game. And that will be it. There's a diversion that isn't fully committed. 3 Martizi, 2 walking in the middle of everyone and will be finally taken out. But that is the ladder coming in from Black CT2. He really wants to proceed with the fight, and JamesPankgs chasing after Yawi might just not be able to finish off the kill as he becomes a double kill for Coil.
All right, we're getting into that situation where it feels like he's got a lot of bite to back up the bark here. And I'm loving what I'm seeing from TNC so far.
Yeah, it seems like it's just not in the attitude that Coil reminded me of Fabian. It's how he plays as well. It's not pure highlights just yet.
Oh my.
But AP Bren, JamesPankgs said, hey, TNC Pro Team welcomed us when we made their debut. Let's give them a welcome. But this is too warm a welcome, AP Bren. TNC Pro Team should not be beating you like this.
I mean, he's just freely able to cable in and out of every single member of AP Bren. There's minimal crowd control that he could expect from them. It's probably just one successful taunt or unbreakable, but if that doesn't land, then he could just keep flying.
That's the beauty of the Yawi Free Martizi, right? They're just so focused on these 2 guys. And everyone else can just do whatever they want, and it is working well. TNC right now almost 6,000 on the gold lead.
Yep.
This is why that pick by TNC Pro Team, picking up Glue in the 4th, ruined the draft of AP Bren and their potential plans. It was a fantastic pickup. And again, after the draft we mentioned, we were all leaning towards TNC Pro Team draft-wise. And game-wise, yeah, they have the better draft, and it's a draft that's way easier to pull off. The Juicing alone already messes up what the Gatakacha, the Hilda especially wants to do. The Glue can do so much to the lineup of AP Bren that the Hilda, in terms of what it brings to the table compared to the Glue, is not enough.
Yep. That Jushin, which by the way, made it all the way to last pick.
True.
For
amazing.
TNC.
And again, I have to commend TNC for being able to do that as well. That's pretty amazing.
Why does he just feel so confident on this Fanny?
It's really slow, right? It's not the usual super zippy Fanny. He's just like slow paced, taking his time with the cables. But it does give a lot of impact. So we're really gonna have to watch these games later on for sure.
Yeah.
They banned the Eve and the Far. I get the Farsa ban, but why ban the Eve? Right? They already have the Gatot. Hariths sometimes don't even care about fighting under the real-world manipulation. Sometimes they welcome it.
We haven't seen a good money diversion yet, have we?
Nope.
Not yet.
Not yet.
There was one that was immediately spotted out. I think that's also one of the advantages of having a Jushin, really. You can just always scout the brushes with your Lantern players.
Which is pretty insane when you think about it. How you have a Suyo, you have a Suyo, yeah, and you have a Loyi, but you can't really utilize them on the map. You're stuck just trying to answer all the aggression from TNC, and that is not the place where you want to be in if you're AP Bren.
Okay, they get to taunt Yawi, who just survives all that.
Cho'God.
Just uses the Jeet Kundo and the Shun pose, and now it's Dare who will be taken down. Kekedot jumps in with the AOG Kyle, while he just makes sure everyone else is distracted. Benny Cutie goes in for another double kill. And just look at the amount of kills already in Benny's hands. That's 5-0 to his name.
Yep. Again, everything's supplementing the Granger so well that Benny Cutie will have the easiest time of his life just dealing damage. AP Bren, unfortunate that they were not able to take down Yawi. They taunted him first. It was a good lockdown, but they just did not have enough damage. And Yawi didn't even need to use the flicker to get away. Coil has been having an impressive debut so far because TNC Pro Team have drafted very well around this Fanny.
That's right. Can't even completely attribute it to the Fanny, right? It just feels like Yawi's just doing Yawi things on the show. And Free Martizi, every time he has a target, feels like that target's just going down, evaporating so quickly.
Yeah, every time we see the flickers or the battle spells being used, it's almost always to just chase or find an opening against AP Bren, whereas AP Bren, they're always forced to use their spells defensively. It's starting to look a little difficult for AP Bren to eventually defend this upcoming Lord Siege. They do have Shizu though, and they have Chov Skirt, which is an additional layer of AoE, but...
They got some tools, for sure. But again, they're not able to actually use those tools quite yet. Yawi's very deep here.
Yeah.
Look at that confidence.
Oh, but he still gets to spot one. Kekedot will be kicked, but that's a punish by AP Bren.
Yeah, good trade there. Use his ultimate right away so that he could get the stun off on Yawi, so that he wouldn't be able to complete the animation of the Way of the Dragon.
Yep.
Look at this though. Attack is happening right now. That tower's not long for the swirl. TNC's out on front 4 versus 5.
Oh, Coil flying inside. Kekedot will fall. That's a flicker once again from 3 Martizi to start things up. Split to survive because the damage is starting to really rack up for AP Bren. The Zaman Force is starting to get painful. JamesPankgs goes in. Betty Cutie though still has the flicker and will immediately reposition to survive.
All right, very costly attack there for TNC, actually losing 2 in the process. But I think can still be considered worth it because it feels like a full reset. So they got a big inhib turret. And against AP Bren's lineup, that's also pretty good.
Yeah, they still have a monster lead, 9,000 at this point. Gonna be a while until AP Bren can really make a big comeback out of this, unless 3 Martizi, Yawi mess up. But Benny Cutie, I was surprised he actually still had this flicker all that time. He was able to use it just at the right time so that he wouldn't get killed by either Shizo or JamesPankgs, forcing their attack on him back. Now another purple side invade. Buff by TNC Pro Team, already forcing out the Avatar of Guardian from Kekedot.
Oh, that's pretty big.
Now they have full control of this purple buff and will deny it once more for JamesPankgs. This has been a very difficult game to farm for JamesPankgs, honestly.
For sure. This is a tremendous game for TNC and a good start for Coil, but JamesPankgs, despite being touted as like the biggest hero here for AP Bren, feels like he's having a hard time just getting gold at this point, and for a good reason. TNC is looking fire, and look at the stacks on that guy.
All right, 40. Benny Cutie was able to build up his Skypiercer at 2 kills. So now he has 40 on him, 528 on the Granger. Looks like he is able to dish out, how many is that? It's like 5 or 6 Rhapsodies before he runs out of bullets too.
Oh, Ko just picked up the Rose Gold Meteor as well. So if he does decide to go in again, even this against 4, he might be able to last a little longer.
That's right. Here's another one. Very good waves managed already for TNC. It's pushing up on top. I don't think they want to rush it quite yet. Might buy some time for AP Bren to get into position to go ahead and contest this Lord.
Yeah. At least they have all complete battle spells. They also have the Diversion ultimate, but every single brush is just being checked so well by Lancy. It's almost impossible to get to find a spot if you were Chov Skirt.
Diversion?
Oh.
They're using it already. Early on.
Conceal though from Yawi. Where is he going after? Oh, he lands the kick onto JamesPankgs! And now JamesPankgs might just get bursted down, but right before he does, the last hit on the Lord gets secured by Lancy instead. 3 Martizi trying to run away. He does survive, and Benny Cutie's now godlike.
What a fight by Yawi! JamesPankgs didn't get taken down, but he could not retribution it just in time. A little bit too early for him, for Coil. Also missed the mark. It's actually Lancy who got the last hit onto that Lord. The diversion play by Chov Skirt put Shizo in a better spot to fight, and a lot of damage was actually dished out by that Harith, just not enough to send TNC back reeling. They can move forward with this.
Going for broke. This is a classic AP Bren maneuver, but decides against it at the last minute, realizing that, you know what, we have a Lord walking up on bottom. Maybe we don't need to make a risky play just yet.
Yep. TNC needs to be extra careful for this. They wouldn't want to make another mistake. That'll eventually allow AP Bren to catch up once again.
Here we go. They're getting started once more with the siege. That tower is quite low. Coil flying in and out.
Oh, the duality is hers! but then they're still able to sustain it somehow and instead force out the AOG from Kekidot. Now there is gone, one tanky member down, and now they gain access to the base alongside the Lord. That's just split from 3 Martizi. Will he able to catch a target? He doesn't. Oh, he does! He got one, and that's gonna be Kekidot. But now Yawi gets bursted down too. The Zaman Burst from Shizu is a bit too much to handle, but there's Coil flying in, trying to burst out the members of AP Bren, but they're able to sustain it.
You can't really underestimate the damage that can come out of a Harif at this point.
Yeah, Shizu is so online. That was the Harif single-handedly keeping them in the fight. Of course, the damage getting dished out by the other members of AP Bren as well. The duality and burst coming out of the low Yi. What damage JamesPankgs can do means that TNC Pro Team cannot end it just yet. However, Benny Cutie is still bulletproof in this game. 8-0-4. He is now at 60 stacks on the Sky Piercer. While Coil is going for the hybrid build on the Fanny, got the anti-Karaz. The second to the last item was a Rose Gold Meteor, and he is playing off of the War Axe Heptasis Malefic Roar trio.
Yeah, big attack though from TNC. They really broke down all those inhibitor turrets, which would mean it's gonna be hard for AP Bren to actually contest this Lord coming in around 35 seconds. Although they have shown that they have firepower, right? I think that might be enough to just stave off some really cheesy plays coming from TNC later on. But that doesn't mean that they can't pull off some cheese of their own with the diversion.
Yeah, I wonder how many Lords are AP Bren still able to hold out since we are past the 18-minute mark.
Oh,
so
yeah.
like
Evolved Lord, here we go.
That's the Evolved Lord already, and it'll be spawning a lot more faster than the first 18 minutes of the game.
Right. In the bright side, historically, like assassins like the Fanny do kind of fall off a little bit in the later stages of the game, but they did build up a pretty sizable lead, which means there's still a pretty good chunk of advantage for TNC in terms of items.
Yeah. It's only that Shizu's lacking, I think, one last item, though.
Yeah.
So you can really feel the damage already coming in from him.
Okay, let's see. Good control. Coil is up at the bottom of the map. I think he wants to maybe just move out the wave a little bit more. No information given. Where is Yawi? That's what they're looking for.
Yeah. Yawi's positioning himself really well here. Lancy also making sure there isn't any diversion.
Wow, this is so planned. They're forcing AP Bren, someone to go back and defend. It's going to be Shizu. That's going to be a lot of damage on the side of AP Bren. Gone for this one.
Oh, boy. That's a brilliant move.
Yeah.
They finally spot Shizu still defending, but at least there's Strong Skirt though.
AOG.
There's the AOG already landed. Oh, Coil catches it actually, and they force him out of the Lord Pit. Now JamesPankgs will try to contest it, but Coil still gets back and secures it for the team. And now there's the lateral players coming in from Lancy, jumping in as well. JamesPankgs already popping his immortality, and Kekidot trying to buy some time to save his jungler, and he will successfully escape, but at the expense of Kekidot's life. Now Coil and Benny Cutie are already here in the mid lane, just focusing all their resources on the base. But Benny Cutie's immortality is finally popped, and he is shut down by Shizu.
This has been a monster of a game. 20 minutes already. We thought TNC Pro Team could win it there, but two members of AP Bren are down. A minion wave crashing in. Lots of it for TNC and the Lord as well, but they don't have Benny Cutie. They will have to rely on the basic attacks of the Fanny to end it if they can.
Very nice try here for TNC, but look at that. They're still fighting it off. 3 members remain for AP Bren.
Split from 3 Martizi, but look at Shizu trying to defend his best. He gets scotched here by that split coming in from 3 Martizi though. And now they're eventually still able to defend this.
No, don't force it, Lancy.
What are you doing?
What, Lancy?
He's going for it. Oh, he's going for it. No way.
Lancy all alone.
No way.
No, Lancy.
Oh my God.
What an ending! Just when we thought we'd see a game where it would just be all TNC, AP Bren held on with so much, but TNC just had too much of a lead, too much minions, and they take game number 1. Welcome back, 3mar. And welcome to your Season 15 debut, Coil.
That was so chaotic.
That was very chaotic. I gotta agree. TNC, they were really gunning for it. They really wanted the game to end the game right there and right then. It was 20 minutes, but man, it still felt like anyone's game here at that point.
Shizu did so much, honestly, to like keep AP Bren in the game.
That was one of the most, how do I say this, impressive Harris performances. It looked like a one man who didn't want to give up on the possibility of them winning.
Yeah.
It's just that at that point it was way too much happening. Benny Cutie only suffered one death there. Coil did a fantastic job. Again, this is why I'm a glue guy.
This is why you're
a glue guy. Martisi was, what did we mention? Martisi can be annoying in this glue, and the glue was such a big problem. Every team fight, every sequence for AP Bren.
Yeah, 100% that glue. And of course, the show from Yawi actually helped so much in making sure they had such good early game control here so that, you know, Coil could have a really good wind-up. He could really get those objectives quite easily, and he could assassinate people without worrying too much about his own safety.
Yeah, it was constantly 3-mar on the front.
Yeah.
And sometimes it even came to certain points where Coil was the one separating the rest of the members of AP Bren.
Yeah.
And he does it really well.
And Lancy for the last finish. Zushin, normal attacker, base defender, base breaker, the breaker of bases. Oh my goodness. And he's going to be your MVP as well. Very well deserved.
Yeah, he was even able to give a bit of highlight there onto Coil. That must have been a scramble of a call there by TNC Pro Team, but Lancy saw, he's like, wait a minute, there's a lot of minions here. I think I can.
Yeah, this brings us back to the time when they adjusted the damage on the base.
Right.
They even had a name for that. Like all heroes are equal in front of the base or something like that.
Yeah.
So like even the mages could just keep throwing attacks.
The basic attack.
Yeah, if they wanted
that's
to.
Why.
The little Zushin that could. That's Lancy for you.
Yeah.
Good call. Good for him. And of course, he did read the situation. They did have enough minion waves there. And all throughout, the Juicin that eventually got through in the draft as the last pick proved to be the perfect partnership with the Glue and then the Cho as well, with how much annoying presence it gave for every team fight. AP Bren always had to think twice about, oh, are we getting hit by the Juicin, the Lantern? Where's this Juicin now? Can we actually take her down? But then she has a flicker. She has, of course, the dash with the Crimson Beacon to be able to get away as well, the blink. So it was just, it felt like an oversight on the side of AP Bren that they decided to commit a ban onto the Eve instead of the Juicin. A Juicin Farsa last two bans for them would have been perfect. Banning out the Eve and Farsa meant that the Juicin got through and it became the MVP.
Yeah, the priority for the banning, we're really going to have to review that later on, because it really did impact that beautifully. The Glue, the Cho, and the Zushin, that front line was insane. It was so hard to penetrate. It was also very difficult to play around them because they would also be able to chase you down.
Imagine the Jushin just literally, I think this is the guy who welcomed everyone. It's like,
oh yeah.
It's okay if you just keep trying to dive in or get close with the members of TNC, because the Lantern players will be constantly there to ensure that somehow they'll find a way to punish you, if not engage and always almost successfully pick you off. And there was some massive bounty Shizu was able to get off of Benecutie there, but really, Lancy just walking straight for the base.
I really
like, all right, so basic attack and the minion waves, because JamesPankgs turned his attention for Lancy just a bit. The minion waves decided to stop targeting the Suyo and went for the base instead. It was a tough call. Dare I say, JamesPankgs should have just committed onto the minion waves and see what he could have done there. However, because of that adjustment, the basic attack from the Jushin was coming up big time as well. But I feel like, yeah, it was an impossible call to make. It was an impossible call to make.
And in fairness, this is a TNC that had a bit of an issue with calls closing it out last week, remember?
Yeah.
So I was wondering, was that going to be strike 2? But nah, they actually came out on top this time around. Whoever made that call really does appreciate how to end the games this week.
Yeah, I wonder how the comms went during that time. Was it like, Lancy, go for it?
I hope there was I hope there was a bit of an argument. It's like, no, back. No, I got it back. No, I can't. No, you get it. It's just pure mess.
Yeah, because there were 3 members already out that time, right?
Yeah. then I don't know who was, but I hope it was Lance who just went, no, I got this.
I got this. Trust me, bro.
Yeah, and if you look at the items of the Harriet, like, it didn't even get the full build. It had to sell its boots so that it would be able to have 5 core items, but was still just lacking 1. Usually that's where we'd see another damage item there, but he didn't have it yet. But that just goes to show how crazy the damage output from Shizo was coming out of him. There was 74,000, almost 75. Almost matching BenQ's 76.
Ooh.
So in terms of raw damage, it was just really Shizo, Choveskirt, and well, even JamesPankgs as well with what they can do. But near the end there, you really saw Shizo just holding on, doing everything he can as a Harith, and it was a terrific performance. It was just, again, at that point, the lead of TNC Pro Team just ballooned to an insane amount. Even Shizo was the rich guy. See?
Yeah.
See, look at that. Again, you can't really like say anything about Shizu's performance other than he couldn't really be enabled, right? He could, I mean, the Harif really hurt, but how do you reach your targets when your targets are either kicking you out, jumping on your back, flying back with her ulti?
Yeah, I think even the members who were supposed to enable Shizu had a pretty hard time, specifically Kekedot. Who I think twice even had to use the AOG in the last few minutes to just get away. Somewhere even questionable, I feel, for us. But it just goes to show how difficult it is if you don't get to see an opponent within range to use the Unbreakable, and you don't have enough information to use your AOG and go in, because I feel like even there, couldn't get enough information too on the Hilda, so it kind of collapsed the entire idea or supposed choreography, if you would say.
Yeah, it's tough. What you required of the Hilda and Gotcha to be able to do with the crowd control that they can to counter what TNC Pro Team wants to bring to every sequence, it's hard to pull off. Except for the Hilda ultimate though. But again, if you're comparing the two ultimates, you have the split of the glue, and you have the Power of what?
Power of Wilderness.
Yeah.
Power of Wilderness, the ultimate of the Hilda. It's just like one bonk, and then that's it. It's a strong single target crowd control, sure, but that's it. But then compared to the ultimate of the glue, it's an entire secondary thing you have to deal with once he gets a grab on you.
Huge team fight advantage there for the glue, 100%. Yeah. For the meantime, though, our Golden Month celebration, of course, continues together with our community. Odin and Auntie Nara actually visited St. Peregrine's Institute in Bacoor, Cavite to give our Caviteño superfans an MPL experience through fun, games, and of course, lots of giveaways.
Oh,
shout out to all the fans from Cavite. What's up, guys?
Oh, that's so cute. I heard they were mostly elementary kids.
Yeah, that's adorable.
See, they're so small. And
so many kiddos.
Imagine they already know about MLBB at the like.
They got hella merch. Where's ours?
They got bags, by the way. I don't got.
I am very happy for the children that got merch. But where's mine?
I don't got MLBB bags.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Oh, I want an MLBB Ruby notebook.
The Ruby notebook. Come on.
Okay.
I want the cap. Wait, is the cap part of the merch, or is that their caps?
That might have been just her cap.
Okay,
I don't see anyone else wearing it.
Because I only see a backpack.
All right, my bad.
The bags are great, though. Please, can we have a bag?
The backpack.
I like that backpack, man. Yeah. So yeah, Caviteño, obviously, this is a really big place where a lot of people play MLBB as well. And apparently they're starting them young there. And hopefully we'll see more like, maybe Coil, who just discovered MLBB in 2022.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you, Coil, for discovering MLBB in 2022.
But
Wait,
all right,
like...
you found out on MLBB 2022.
Yeah.
You became a pro player 2023, 24.
Yeah.
Or amateur? Did he start amateur?
Amateur, right?
Or was he? No, he
Amazing.
did start amateur and then immediately went into Minana.
Yeah, it's like, oh look, I'm MPL now.
Amazing. That's an interesting
So
way to do it.
this is the reason why he was immediately part of Minana.
Yeah.
We got to see it in action.
I mean, whatever TNC Pro Team to hype up Coil, whatever they did to hype him up and give him all the confidence,
it worked.
You definitely saw it there.
Yeah.
With how he was playing that Fanny. Again, it wasn't like an unstoppable, like 11 kills, 0 deaths type of Fanny performance, but he got the job done with what he needed to do. There was good control. There was good decision as well of when to go in, when to go out. It was fantastic.
It was really, really fantastic to watch him play that one. And I'm pretty sure Benny Cutie had more fun in that last one because he was just he was just having, he could hit anybody and no one was even fighting back. It's not that they could, they don't want to, they can't really fight back because, again, such a beautiful draft for TNC. I hope we see more of this later on.
Yeah. I wonder what else Coil has out there.
Oh, we got social media shout-outs here for community shout-outs. This is what TNC needs. 2 frontmen and the damage dealer taking care of the killings. That's very interesting. And that's coming in from our social media from Riza Fernandez. And this is actually something that we kind of touched on later or earlier on as well.
Yeah. Don't forget, if you want to be featured in our community spotlight or community feature, comment in all of the live streams that you will see us in. Okay.
It's all
don't
around.
Forget about the official group as well. It's there. So there's a lot of avenues for you to get your voice heard and get a chance to get featured on broadcast.
Yep. Okay.
All right, so we're on the blue side here for TNC for game number 2. They were red earlier, right?
Yeah, they were.
So that 4-man, 5-man roam band against Gegadon, I think really threw a big wrench in their plans.
Yeah, I think we saw some sort of similarity in the first series, the way Team Falcons tried to do that against JP. But now it felt all the more effective in this scenario, since it did seem like they were forced up against a wall in that particular sequence of the draft earlier. That glue which was constantly being brought up in the draft. So hopefully there are some adjustments heading into this series or this game for AP Bren.
Yeah.
I feel like they have a pretty good idea of what they want to use anyway. So hopefully they just make sure that they're able to use that lineup that they want.
That's the thing, right? That's the biggest thing. Like, you got a pretty good lineup in paper, but could you execute against a very specific hero composition?
Yeah. What's also tough here for AP Bren is that they can't even just say, you know what, we need to take the Granger away from TNC Pro Team. What if we just ban Harith first phase and then get the Granger in the first 2 picks? TNC Pro Team could just easily rush the Granger as one of their as their first pick right away.
Yeah. This is probably gonna be a Badang again, right?
It feels like it. I think historically Dare has just had so much fun on the Badang, even gaining wins from behind. That's how much Badang and Dare just works together.
So it's quite similar to the earlier bands. They just literally switched sides if that were to be the case.
Well, I mean, this time around the Fanny is taken out. Although I do hope we get to see I want to see Coil in a high I mean, already earlier I mentioned the JamesPankgs maybe, but this time I want to see it with him. Or a Joy.
Or a Hanzo?
Oh, yeah, Hanzo, please.
Oh, okay, there you go.
The Badang.
So earlier this slot was either the Hanzo or the Fovius band.
Yeah.
But now it's for TNC.
The Kalea. Let's see if AP Bren will open it up. Or the Juice in. I mean, I don't think TNC Pro Team will rush pick the Juice in. AP Bren might actually open that instead.
All right. So the Kalea is the question here. Or will it still be a usual chip red side ban?
Or the Harith.
Or the Harith. Yes, possibly, right? Although, again, so many things are... It feels like so many things are on the table here still.
Yeah. Okay.
Good respect.
Now you take out the Jawhead and the Cho.
Okay, now this time around, it seems like it's Yawi's options getting minimized here.
Yeah.
Yawi.
So if we were to follow the typical trades, though, it's either the gold or the jungle trades that are supposedly gonna get picked up here. I think there was only one draft ever so far where we were surprised by a very different first pick, which was the Jawhead from AP Bren.
Yep.
When that was that's currently banned out.
Kalea.
Okay. Oh yeah, right.
It's so much. It's really good that we got a Kalea, by the way. Because it feels like, 300% win rate. I think Kalea lost once more. It's not 50-50. All right. So I was about to say, Kalea just feels like a Cho-on steroids, right?
Yeah.
So it feels like Yawi can still have a lot of fun with this hero.
It's a Cho on water.
Cho on water.
Yeah, it's a Cho that's well hydrated. Cho is clearly very dehydrated.
With a little bit of caffeine, maybe, in that water.
Maybe. All right, so strong physical burst for AP Bren. They roast Suyo and the Granger. Meaning TNC Pro Team can lean towards the... You know what? Don't pick up your jungler just yet. I'm going to say this now. What if you don't commit the whole Joy trade? You know?
Yeah.
What if you pick up your jungler but you do something else? There's a Granger Harris, yeah. But what if you... Oh wait, no. With how Benny Cutie is really talking about it, I think they want to pick Benny Cutie's pick now.
Oh.
They want that Harif, yo.
Yeah.
Oh.
Aw.
But like, how often do we see the Joy and the Harris? Oh, it's
None of the above. Wow.
It doesn't happen. Okay.
Yeah. So we're saving the pick for Benny Cutie later. We wait and see what AP Bren brings to the table first.
Personally, I love this. I love the Kale. I love the Loyi working together. They're going to be able to really, if they can combo it well,
Yeah,
they
what
can
if-
time it well.
Yeah, what if we
I've seen
see
some clips.
Some
Yeah.
okay, interesting interactions later on with the Kalea and the Louis.
Special delivery all the way into the bay.
Oh my god. You mean they're gonna... Oh, every Yawi grabs, they diversion so far away. That's overkill for one pick
Okay,
off.
okay. Well, how about they just
Let's do it.
no? How
What?
about something else? Something a little not too over. I mean, there's a. Could it be possible for the title strike to be launched after the diversion? That's a surprise knockup.
Wait. So the moment when the animation land, no, it's just
You have
the
to
other team's gonna avoid it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to grip them first, right?
No, she's talking about the jump.
Yeah,
the
title
jump.
strike.
Yeah, when
right.
she jumps up, and then when you land right when the animation. That's a bit too much.
Yeah,
Let's
that's a bit
see,
too much.
let's see.
Okay,
That's a
I'm
bit
excited.
too much.
If I know TNC, I know the players here.
So many mechanics.
They can be very flashy. Yawi personally has made so many highlights all throughout his career. I am ready for another one. If not, it's okay, Yawi.
Yeah.
It's okay. But we're here for it if it does happen. And on the other side, it might be harder to do that Kalea thing if the enemy is a Tigreal. So maybe that's something we can check out later on. How well can this work if the Tigreal is there ready to kind of fight back?
Will they ban out the Harith here? Can we see a different goal lane?
If it's not there, it's probably just gonna be a not a Beatrix even, like a carry or an Aerithel.
Or maybe they don't want to get the Harith.
Maybe.
Yeah,
That's a lot of magic damage already.
We're talking about new ways of exploring the meta.
Come on,
already have
let's be real.
Kalea.
Let's be real. It's just gonna be a carry.
It's gonna be a carry.
As much as I want to see Beatrix.
Just destroy that Tigreal. Just makes so much more sense. But Beatrix, I would love to see.
I would love to see the Beatrix. I hope they can hear us right now.
I can
so.
try yelling it.
I mean...
No, I don't. I'm not gonna do that.
You know what? We have time. We'll talk, Renmar, that you run up to there and yell into their face. Beatrix!
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get fined if I do that.
You probably will get fined, but yes.
I'm not gonna do that.
Just for that.
I'm not gonna run up to coach and say, hey!
Hey! Hey! I can just
Coach
imagine.
Coach Sammy, come on. Give the Matrix.
Just maybe.
There's pick. Off is gone of the gods. You guys pick up the glue now, come on.
Oh.
Blue's becoming really top tier, especially on the win rate and the usage rate here.
Yeah. The theme of the day so far, or at least based from the first series, is that the revenge hasn't been as successful.
nice.
Oh, okay, okay.
Ooh, Sicilian, I like this. And if they go for glue as a last pick, very good combo. But I wonder if 3 Mars is gonna pick up the glue again too.
Yeah, let's see.
Could be.
Free Marfings, right? Free Marfings. I think it would really suit him to kind of just go for a more aggressive hero like the glue. But then again, he has shown he can be a bit more defensive. Maybe he can pick up the Gatot Kacha just in case, so he can kind of just have something to fight toe-to-toe against the Tigreal setups if the Tigreal does decide to go Implosion.
Yeah. I do want the blue though.
Everyone wants to see that glue, right?
I don't think this Kalea is going to go in the EXP lane.
Yeah,
I
so
like
just so Yawi has some additional company. Oh!
There you go.
See, it's the Bruno again, but not the Beatrix. We're always so close, yet not seeing it. Anyway.
Against Sicilian, though, that's that'd be a tough ask. And then we're back to the whole Bruno Granger trade, although there is a Joy on the other side, but it is a Tigreal. I'm liking AP Bren's odds here a little bit better now, but it boils down to this EXP pick.
What is their pick here? There's the... It's gonna be a similar scenario of again if he picks up the Hilda, and
Yeah.
might not be an easy job.
But this time around, I mean...
Oh!
They go for Ruby. Whoa.
Ruby
EXP.
All right, this is very interesting. And Dare has been known to be really... he moves a little bit differently compared to other XP laners, so kind of fits the narrative, I guess. But it still feels like TNC coming out with a pretty good comp.
Yeah, this is going to be hard for the Joy.
Oh, going in for the Joy, you're right.
Yeah, with the Tigreal, the Ruby, entry for Joy is going to be tough.
You don't have crowd control immunity anymore, right?
Yeah, it's the question of, will TNC even be able to help out the glue when they go forward? I think we might get another game 3. I'm going to say it as early as now.
Why do you look at me like that?
All right,
No,
I mean, not completely counting Coil out.
Yeah.
Don't forget, we haven't seen him watch. We haven't seen him play the Joy yet.
Yeah, and if you were to think of it, like how often do we still see this Glue Ruby matchup?
17 minutes later, and we're going to a game number 3.
Breaking it very early with the copium, huh?
He called it 17 minutes. I wonder how true. Oh my.
Find out. We're walking into game number 2 here. TNC up by 1. And Free Martisi, pretty good lineup for these guys. Chove Skirt this time around on the Sicilian could be a difference maker as well as the Tigreal.
Okay. So the thing is, let's say, in typical AP Bren fashion, they don't get the early game, mid-game that they want. They have a Sicilian Granger to play around the late game. So they're covered. As long as it doesn't get to an incredible amount of huge lead for TNC Pro Team, AP Bren has their damage and scaling covered in all aspects of the game.
True. And very good range as well, right?
Yeah.
I like how he was looking at me the entire time.
I'm supposed to make eye contact with my colleagues. So.
Yes, that's true. Oh no! Oh! Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So I guess what you're talking about, right? And that was beautifully executed there by AP Bren. Yawi didn't really know where it was coming from, and they collapsed on him from all sides.
And this time it isn't a Flicker Kalea, by the way. It's a Purify Kalea who's using Focusing Mark so that they have a stronger pick-off.
Oh, but Koi goes in though. Will he try to take on JamesPankgs? He just dodges all the remaining damage.
Good understanding by Coil that he would actually be able to survive that while dealing a lot of damage onto JamesPankgs. I thought he was done for, but Coil said, nah, I don't think they'll be able to take me down just yet.
Not quite yet. Full combo is not available yet. Turtle is out. Feels like they have a good box out of that Turtle, but don't forget, very close by is AP Bren.
Yeah, Yawi's yet to get his level 4, so they're just kind of holding the Turtle right now. But there though, I can already imagine there's a potential flicker. I'm offended from this guy.
Man, Coil is very far away. What's the plan here?
They're gonna give it.
They're giving it away.
Okay, now he goes in, Talos
he's
right.
here?
Oh, he still goes in, and the Tsunami Slam's also used up. JamesPankgs successfully secures the Turtle, but Koi will go in. Gets denied the electrifying beats with that impressive implosion. But still, TNC gets the better of AP Bren.
All right.
That's not bad. That's a pretty good maneuver here.
Oh! Yikes!
Wow!
Insult to injury.
If you would time travel a bit, JamesPankgs wasn't able to finish off the kill onto Yawi earlier on the throw, but now that felt like I got my revenge.
Yeah, we might have played around a little bit more there, but look at that there, it's on top.
Okay, split and electrifying beats casted onto Dare, making sure he doesn't survive that even though he's already under the turret. And there's a potential trade that AP Bren wants to go for here in the bottom lane. Cutie already using his Purify, stuns multiple members, but still doesn't escape the bullets from Shizo.
All right, very close right now in terms of the kills. So, very execution based. Let's see how TNC Pro Team will balance things out. They go for a 2-man rotation up top with Coil and 3 Martizi. Cutting waves, and Coil will be pushing back there. So this is a smart rotation by TNC and how 3mar was able to manage the lane so that Dare would get pushed back and Coil would be able to freely get the tower.
Whoa.
What a rotation by TNC.
This is a different way of attacking it. Basically, he's getting as many resources as possible into the Joy, shortest amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, the Joy really can rotate really fast, but to think that he was the one working on the turrets, even taking out majority of the energy shields already, so TNC, at least though for AP Bren, aren't that much ahead just yet, if it were to be, or if we're talking about gold.
Yeah. Again, this Sicilian Granger that AP Bren is up against, so TNC Pro Team needs to revel in this. Take the lead as much as they can, dominate as much as they can at this point in the game before they hit the inevitable point of AP Bren being able to match them in damage and stopping their sieges.
Yeah, don't get to a point where you're going to get 2-shot by a bat's impact, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to see that probably later on, though. TNC.
Whoa, Purify from Yawi. He gets to walk away. 3 Martizi looking for a target. He goes in, forces out the flicker from Chop Skirt, and AP Bren now will disengage. He really waited for that timing.
I think they were trying to bait out some more here. Yeah, for the meantime, it is going to be AP Bren trying to just make sure that they have at least map control, even if they don't get kills. Yeah, he's flying around. I love the animation. Literally flying around.
Able to get away. And aggressive.
Oh, that's an aggressive implosion coming in from Kekedot. Now they burst down Yawi without the Purify, but there's the diversion coming in from Lancey. He tries to chase for the other members, but AP Bren are just walking away. They do not want any trades.
Well, all that's happening, Coil's on top side too.
Yeah, just working on the map, getting a lot of farm and applying a pressure up top, while AP Bren decided to go for a 5-man rotation to just try to win through picks and damage.
Coil goes in! And both of them fall!
There, that's a gritty, there's something there in that fight. I can sense something. You know, you can touch it.
That's tension in there. Very gritty that we saw from Coil and JamesPankgs. I bet Coil in his head is thinking like, huh, but you had your tower. I was still able to kill you. It was 2v1, bro.
2v1, bro.
You had your tower.
Classic story. And now for the meantime, it is going to be Shizu on the bottom. We haven't really seen Cutie in action quite yet. So that's something also kind of brewing here for TNC. Oh, look at that, Kekedot!
They commit for 3 Martizi, who still had the flicker. And he just got away like that.
Okay, the ultimate of the Tigreal will be coming back before the flicker of the glue. So that's a resource burned by AP Bren. They didn't get the kill, but that's still a good call for them to make. Now the 2 roamers, very neck and neck on the items, although Yawi already rushing the Dreadnought armor.
Alright, looking at it right now, TNC does feel like they still have massive control. Kekedot and AP Bren looking for an opening. Look at that!
Multiple members of AP Bren get knocked up, and without the implosion, they weren't able to set up things for themselves prior to that objective.
Yeah, AP Bren were trying to open up the map a bit more. They sent JamesPankgs up top, but he's not going to be able to get a push in with the tower, while TNC Pro Team will break another here at the bottom.
Oh, 2-man knockup once again. Coming in from Yawi, but they just walk away after successfully securing the Tier 1 turret down bot. 3 Martizi right now on this 2-0-1. I feel like he's a much bigger problem, more than a normal glue would be.
Yeah,
it's true.
I still think,
which is why a lot of attention is being used or poured onto him. He almost survives that, but at least AP Bren had the necessary damage already to take him out. But Coil, will he still go in? Doesn't risk it anymore, but that's some sort of shutdown from AP Bren onto 3 Martizi. Oh, Tsunami Slam used onto Kekedot. They're not done just yet. They burst him down. He tries to walk away, but there's one more ball coming in from Cutie and Coil on the other side, taking down Shizu.
Look at that, the outmaneuver out of Coil here. Beautifully taken out Shizu, not even allowing Shizu to join that fight.
Great targeting by Coil and very welcome addition to the squad. He slotted him in perfectly with the rest of them. Zaida has been impressive, but wow, Coil, good for you, young man.
Yeah, Zaida, I think he was really impressive, especially when it came to the Retribution battles, but overall TNC now and their dominance in just engaging every now and then in the team fights, led by Coil. It's massive
Yawi.
for them. Yawi though goes in, Tsunami Slam uses it onto Dirt, and there's 3 Martisi with an additional layer.
Coil!
Stun! Coil again! Finding the targets from the back lines, and Kekedot will not survive this too. Coil with a sliver of HP will get out alive, and that's 4 members taken out of AP Bren.
I am seeing a pattern here. If you guys don't know, the whole fight, no one really cared about Benny Cutie. I am seeing a pattern here for TNC Pro Team, and I am, I gotta say, it's good. It looks good.
Oh, TNC Pro Team did not respect the backline dive right away coming out from the Joy. Let's go back to the instant replay. 3 Martisi was already spotted out there. Okay, so they decided to focus there. But Coil just dived to the back as Kekedot was looking to set for the front. No one was there to protect the backline.
Yeah, that was a sideways flicker from 3 Martisi just to make sure he hits a lot more targets. Maybe Bren, they need to be a lot more careful of where they pick their fights.
Giga Chad moments here for TNC. They're basically utilizing the time when I think AP Bren threw out a lot to try to kill 3 Martisi earlier on. And all their flickers are on cooldown, and then, you know what, TNC said it's an opening. Why not, right? So far they're doing good. And AP Bren right now are on recovery mode. They're trying to survive right now.
Yeah.
It's just difficult.
Yeah. And you mentioned no one gets to pay attention to Benny Cutie just yet. Not, or probably aside from that first gank we saw from AP Bren.
Yeah.
Benny Cutie so far has just been freely roaming around the map.
Okay.
Kind of makes you wonder.
3 more.
Old times, just like old times.
Look at him, he's been doing this since game number 1, honestly.
Welcome back, 3 more. We've missed you, bro.
We missed you.
It's gonna take some long time until we start feeling the damage of the Sicilian here, who is neck and neck in terms of... oh, he went for the Clock of Destiny second item. Yeah, it's really gonna take some time.
It's gonna take a long time.
So it was Gem into Glowing Wand into Clock, which means at this point, Choveskirt needs to make a decision whether he's still gonna go for the Holy Crystal or rust the Divine Glaive. Because there's an Athena Shields for Yawi and 3 more, and the Divine Glaive should help with that, meaning that's even more damage coming out of him, plus the shields generated by the Low Yi. And even the Joy as well.
Okay.
There's a Malefic gun for Benny Cutie already picked up too.
Just gonna make it a lot harder to reach that Bruno.
Yeah.
I mean, good thing that Shizo was able to keep himself very close in the farm. It's not a clear lead for Benny Cutie in terms of the items, and Shizo has kept himself close.
And it can always all just boil down to one good implosion, right? If you're fighting against a Tigreal, that's just a given.
Yeah, only that you have to worry about 3 Purifies.
3 Purifies, I know, right? It's just... Woo-hoo-hoo-wee.
Yeah.
They're gonna have the work cut out for them, 100% for AP Bren. And so far, it does feel like it's gonna take a lot of errors for them to actually just equalize. But look at that, waiting for that next Lord. Good discipline coming in from TNC as well, not really pushing their advantage so far.
Okay.
Purple bow for the Sicilian, but yeah, they're gonna have to turtle it out. They cannot fully dive into this unless they're... Are they gonna try? No, they can't.
Pretty far away, yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be too dangerous. At least for this upcoming defense, they have their battle spells with them, so they can go for a counter engage if they wanted to. It'll be safer to fight under their turrets for now.
Yeah, they're gonna have to wait for Lord if you're TNC, right? So all's good in the hood. Let's take this moment to just breathe in, relax, because here we go. Could be a big one, especially since TNC looks like they want to really equalize the top lane minion wave. That means they really want to go end it right here, right now.
Yeah, it's an 8K gold lead for TNC. So that's a lot to consider for AP Bren?
I mean, it's not insurmountable, right? We've seen this kind of goal lead overturned before.
Yeah.
Here we go. Yawi.
Oh.
Making a bit of a play there. Or trying.
Yeah, it's fully built already for this Joy, so if the Joy can reach the Granger, that's going to be game over.
Yeah.
Watch out, watch out.
So far, at least they're just able to focus on taking down the Lord, but Yawi seems to be looking for something or someone. Doesn't fully commit it though, forces out the I'm offended from there.
All right.
But that's a successful defense for AP Bren.
Kind of to be expected, especially with Cecilia under the lineup, right? So far so good for AP Bren. They know what they need to do in this situation. They have been there before. We've seen them time and time again struggle with the late game, with the early game, and then try to come back in the late game.
Yeah. Again, it's Sicilian and Granger together, one of the best in terms of holding on as long as you can. 14 minutes in and still not a 200 stack.
87?
It's Chove skirt. Yeah, it's a little bit of slow on the stack farm there for the Sicilian. It's still on the way to the third item. Once the third item comes in, the turnaround is a little bit more within reach for Sicilian. Once the fourth item comes in, that's how you know this game has gone on too long and AP Bren has a good chance of actually winning it.
That's true, that's true.
Yeah.
It's a little scary, and they can't really blame, you know, him. Choke skirt, he can't really go out of that. Yawi.
Oh, JamesPankgs dodges all that, but the Tsunami Slam will be used onto Kekedot, who still has the implosion, by the way, but he decides not to commit it just yet. There goes Kekedot, though, just before he's able to cast the implosion, and they traded out Yawi. So far, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but 3 Martisi using the split will be popping his immortality and won't survive all the damage coming in from AP Bren.
All right, we're talking about errors, right? Errors being committed by TNC. I think we saw one. It's very minor. It was still a bit of a trade, but AP Bren got out on top with that one.
Okay, double kill for JamesPankgs, and getting a little bit closer and closer for comebackable territory for the Sicilian, who just built up the Divine Glaive. One more core item. The last time we did this, and I was starting to name down item conditions for a late game Sicilian. Once the fourth item got locked in, it went to a game number 3, folks.
That's right. And for TNC, you have to hunt down Sicilian, right? There's just no other way around it.
Yeah. There's a huge responsibility right now.
Trying to make
for
play.
Yawi and 40 Martisi, but they and Coil secures the Lord. Now, with a pick up onto JamesPankgs too, they're still gonna go for it. The dispersion doesn't connect, but there goes Yawi. He gets punished though by AP Bren, so they're also down by 1.
What a play, Coil! Again, impressive in his season 15 debut. 7 kills, 1 death, 2 assists, and a very key Lord steal.
That's how you make an entrance, right? That is the best way to make an entrance so far. Game's not over yet. And don't forget, we still have Cecilia that's clearing all these waves, but you know what? TNC, they're doing everything that needs to be done.
Yep. There's still a Lord too, marching down bottom. Yawi could make it and catch up to the fight. But what does TNC plan to do with that?
Let's see. Getting started on those turrets though.
Good zone.
All right. 3 Martisi commits the split zones and buys enough time for TNC to take down that turret, and Coil once more gets to spot JamesPankgs. He gets to, or the immortality is popped as well for him, but look at Benny Cutie also looking for the targets. Kekedon, he will still survive. He has the Ashtina shield, and they will now shift their attention to taking down the Lord.
Slowly but surely, man.
Yeah, slowly but surely they bought a lot of time. AP Bren, though, will be able to clear out the Lord and the minion waves. This game is not yet over. AP Bren holding on for dear life. 3 more and Coil down. An impressive kill onto JamesPankgs, but he gets instantly punished with an implosion from Kekedot. It was a jungler for jungle trade, but it became a jungle for EXP trade.
TNC looked like they were able to make a way around this Cecilia, at least for now, right? They were able to play around it, get those turrets, that's a start. But then again, AP Bren are not far away in terms of items.
Yeah, they're not. They're now catching up. This was what Renmar mentioned. The 4th item being locked in for the Sicilian, for Chop Skirt. And the way that even despite TNC always going for it and even Coil always looking for JamesPankgs, they might need to be a little more careful from this point onwards. There could be faster responses, there could be much more damage coming from AP Bren compared to the first few times where they just kept going in without any hesitations.
Shizo started to build up those Sky Piercer stacks as well. Of course,
20.
He's catching up as well. There you go.
277, 276 now, climbing, getting closer to 300.
Stacking heroes.
Oh, hell yeah. AP Bren. How they're going to play this next sequence, though, it's going to be the biggest question. Because TNC Pro Team, if they win this, then it might be an even tough defense for AP Bren, and they're rushing it.
Oh.
It's the right call. They won't be able to get to the Lord in time. They won't be able to get there in time for a punish as well. So they're just going to have to hold out and see if somehow, some way they can defend this push. But this is going to be a very expensive one. And if AP Bren walk out of this, with them being able to march out of base, having cleared out minion waves, being able to take down turrets, this game could go on for another 6 to 7 minutes.
You're absolutely right. This is going to be so tricky, right? It's going to be so tricky to do this.
And Keketa has the... okay.
What?
He has a purple buff.
Purple buff.
All right. This is the Evolved Lord that they have to take care of.
Here.
It's a magical Tigreal.
Three waves crashing into the base. AP Bren around the defense.
All right, there's
Here
a
they
flicker.
go.
Oh, there's a dispersion as well, sending Coil to the back lines!
Wow!
Taking down Shizo and making sure there's no one left to defend for AP Bren. They take down Kekedon as well, and JamesPankgs trying desperately to save this game, but he too will be taken out with the immortality, but it's a triple kill for him, but not for long until TNC secures the sweep!
And what do you know? With two debuting players, TNC come out with a 2-0 victory against AP Bren.
No comebacks needed. What a play to send Coil to the back, immediately taking Shizo out of the equation. It's the Granger and Sicilian that they needed, with the main physical damage dealer down right away. The marksman gone. TNC get the sweep. What a debut in Season 15 for Coil and 3 Martizi.
Yeah, I'm liking the Lancy and Coil connection so far. Even earlier when Lancy got the MVP, he tried to pull in Coil so that he would be shown to, and now he's the one sending Coil all the way to the back to ensure that it would finally end then and there. So still props to AP Bren though.
Yeah, 100%. Right now, not going to be surprised if Coil takes that MVP performance as well. So, AP Bren, as much as they did improve in the season, that's all that's happening to them so far.
Yeah.
They will need a lot more to get back into week number 5.
Expected a much closer series, 3 games even, but no, TNC Pro Team still proving that they have AP Bren's number despite them having 2 debuting players for this season, and a tremendous start. And I'd want to see if TNC Pro Team are going to stick with this. As impressive as Kozen, Lord JM, and Zyda has been, see where the momentum will take you with 3 Martizi and Coil.
What if they can switch every now and then? That would be scary.
They have so many tools in the shed. Let's see if they're going to use it. But for now, this is the winning lineup for TNC on the stage.
Back into the winning column they go. Your winners, TNC Pro Team! Gentlemen, congratulations. Nakuha nyo na yung panalo. 3-Mar, welcome back, man. We haven't seen you in a while. Huli mong laro season 10. How does it feel na finally nakabalik ka at yung una mong pagbabalik panalo pa?
Anong una, meron pa rin kaba talaga. Kasi iba pa rin talaga maglaro sa MPL PH. Tapos, nung second game po, doon na po naging komportable. Tapos sobrang na-miss ko po maglaro talaga sa Pinas.
Dalawang beses eh. O, dalawang beses siya kasi ginamit yung glue, so mas pulido na nung second.
Oo nga. So welcome back, 3-Mar. We're happy to have you here. Speaking of that, no, sabi mo kakaiba talaga when you play in front of the home crowd. Tell us about that feeling. Ano ba yung experience na you're here playing in front of the home crowd, yung community na binuo natin dito sa MPL Arena?
Anong pakiramdam na nandito ka ulit? Like, actually here sa arena mismo.
Ano ba, sobrang saya na yung nanonood sa amin. Nanonood sa akin, mga Pilipino rin, mga nagsusuporta, ganun. Sobrang sarap sa feeling talaga.
And congratulations on your win indeed. Actually, I wanna ask Yawi this time. Congratulations. Before this win, okay, nagkaroon kayo ng 3-match losing streak, right? And naka-apekto ba sa inyo yun in a certain way, especially with how things are going? Paano ba yung mindset nyo heading forward into the series?
Ano po, reset lang po agad pagdating po sa bootcamp. Tapos review po. Yun po.
Okay, so reset and review. Pretty basic, Jamie, if I would
They
say.
did amazing though, even if we call that pretty basic. Now, speaking of amazing, Coach Imba DJ.
Coach.
Ikaw naman. Pakihawak naman yung mic. You know what? I know a lot of you are wondering as well, so let me ask this question on behalf of everybody. Coach, what's with the switch with the play? Dito ka naman sa
Ako
gitna,
nang bahala,
Coach.
ako nang bahala.
Grabe naman, I don't bite. Ayan, dito muna, magkatabi muna tayo ha, Coach. Okay lang ba? Okay, Coach. No, seriously speaking, what's with the switch? Why did you think of putting Coil and 3 Martizi in the lineup? What were you expecting to see from them?
Bale, para makita rin namin talaga yung difference. Tapos kita naman natin na kaya nila sumabay pareho.
Ay, naku, oo nga, kayang-kaya talaga. I mean, 2-0, they did so amazing. Great game plan.
Yeah, congratulations, Coach Imba DJ. Boys, matanong ko lang, sino bang pinakamaangas sa team? Sino ang pinakamaangas? Igitnaan nyo nga yan. Igitnaan nyo nga yan.
Ayan.
Coil.
Sino yung Hans?
Coil, ay, ibigay niyo yung mic, ibigay niyo yung mic.
Bakit ang layo nyo? Dito
Ibigay
naman
niyo yung
kayo sa
mic.
gitna.
Ayan. Lapitan nyo.
Okay.
Coil, pwede na ba itang tanungin?
Pwede na ba?
Pwede na, okay, pwede na. Mabuti nang pwede na. Kanina, hindi nakapalag or hindi mo pinaisa si JamesPankgs. Para ba sa'yo? Sino bang may kayang pumalag sa'yo? Na jungler dito sa MPL Philippines?
Si Boss D.
Tapusin na natin to, Coil. Okay na yon. Your winners once again, TNC Pro Team! You may now take your walk of victory. Coil and 3 Martizi's debut. Phoenix Army, you may now take your bow. I mean, you see, amidst of all of the trippings na ginagawa nila kay Coil, they made a valiant debut for Season 15.
They definitely did. That was such a great series to watch, Hans. Pero sasabihin ko din to ha. You know what? AP Bren, may palag din sila. They really put up a good fight din.
Oh yeah, for sure. But as of this moment, it's the Phoenix Army getting right back on that winning column. Ano masasabi natin doon? Casters, balik sa inyo.
Trying to pick up my composure here a little bit. But what a fun interview for TNC Pro Team. And it is another 2-0 in the column after that lose streak we're talking about.
Yeah, an exact same outcome as the last time they saw each other, but with a different lineup against AP Bren.
That should hurt for AP Bren, but let's celebrate his debut in Season 15. Coil, it wasn't just his aura in terms of how he carried himself in the intros, it's how he played as well. Fabian-esque. My eyes are gonna be on this guy right now because how he played this Joy was so dang good. 10, 2, and 3. And just sheer confidence to enter. Again, it was a lineup that had a lot of tools to mess him up. The Tigreal and the Ruby. But his entrances were almost always perfect so that the pressure being applied onto Kekadot, the TNC Pro Team, the moment they saw the Tigreal, it's like, all right, we need to make sure that this guy has a hard time because this is the guy that will mess up our guy the most.
Yeah.
And they were able to save Coil as much as they can. It also really helps that there is a bit of a debuff cleanse feature when you are able to use the electrifying beats at the right time. And that play at the center of the map felt like a massive heat check for JamesPankgs. The man with a million moves looked like he was just frozen up against Coil.
Yeah, I now understand why you want to see even the Hayabusa on this guy. I absolutely want to see more from him too, just given the mechanics he's been able to provide us on the Joy against this lineup, who Renmar repeatedly laid out the multiple difficulties he could probably encounter, but it didn't feel like he
exactly
worried about one bit.
Actually, there were literally there's so many obstacles for him to actually have a good Joy game. Implosion, right? Don't Run Wolf King. Everything was just so hard. But he was able to actually play around it with his team as well. Even breaking the defense of a Sicilian.
Yeah.
How do you do that, right?
Yeah, it was them being able to send Coil to the back to pick off Shizo here in the final siege. That was so big. If Shizo survived long in this fight and was able to deal a good amount of damage, AP Bren would have extended this game a little bit more. Again, JamesPankgs went out of that sequence with 3 kills. AP Bren definitely could have gotten more.
Yeah. It was probably one of AP Bren's. I don't know if they really. I'm yet to see them really show us a lineup or heroes which they comfortably played similar to the key heroes we really attached to their names for the past few weeks of MPL. So it's quite sad to think that it's actually the case for them right now, but I'm hoping that it actually pushes them to really explore a bit more in the remaining weeks we have here in MPL.
Yeah. Part of it was also a big part of it is I feel like the way that MLBB actually handled that draft, not allowing Dare on the signature hero, and also counter picking in the proper times, right? That was pretty impactful, which really helps his players really play it to their optimal efficiency.
Again, for me though, I feel like AP Bren still got out of this with a winning draft in my books, but it was the age-old story of TNC Pro Team, just got to execute it so much better. Especially Coil making himself not so difficult to get taken down with everything that was on him that could give him difficulty. Dude, he ended the game as the BP Irish guy. 972 GPM with everything on the board to give difficulty for this Joy. This man is a talent to watch out for.
100%. Almost breaking that 1K GPM barrier here.
Yeah.
Usually very difficult, even for the more experienced junglers that we have here in MPL Philippines.
I agree.
That's very impressive on its own.
Impressive and a very promising future for TNC, I'd say, because they have multiple options now if they wanna field in a different lineup every now and then. We're not so sure anymore because it's all up to Coach MLBB at the end of the day.
And Coach Semi.
And Coach Semi.
100%. Great coaching staff, able to really enable their players to reach better heights. And for the meantime, it does feel like I would love to hear what was happening behind there. Maybe we're one call, right? We're looking for. Let's hope that's it. On the mic check.
Patay. Let's go! I love you! Oh, saluting. Ruby lang. Wala. Perlu. Tig Ben. Aplikan na. Proud kayo, pre.
It wasn't the Zushin base block. It was a different one. That was a multi-kill under the tower there by Coral.
Yeah. Again, the diversion to the back to send Coral. That was such a good play. I'm glad you pointed that out too, because for a moment there I didn't realize, like, wait, well, how did Coral get there? Oh.
I just saw the circle where they were summoning things. And it was outside the map. Typical Louis late game taking down base turrets thing.
But are you ready to show what you got? Because right now the MSL Collegiate Cup Season 2 is nearing. By the way, it's a Collegiate Premier League for aspiring MLBB pros featuring student athletes from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. You can join now by heading to moontoonsl.ph.org/MCC for more information. So check it out and start your journey to pro. Maybe you can do what Coil's doing and discover after 2 years become a pro. So maybe, right? You never know. MLBB, of course, Win Big right now is happening. Whose team do you want to go see and win it all? Are you Team Fuego? Are you Team Trippings? Something very interesting to happen here. Check it out. Win Big in the summer.
I agree. Support your favorite content creators and vote for their video entries in the official TikTok page of MPL Philippines.
Yeah, and don't forget that one user can vote 5 times in a day, and it will reset every midnight. This event will be until April 10, so hurry and head on over to the page and start voting. Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
It's still a deal.
He's bringing back that part of him, which he...
It's an amazing deal.
It will never be taken away from me ever again.
I guess it's an amazing deal because you know what? You're already having a good time in MPL.
Yep.
You can also have a good time on your social media. You know what? Never really doubt.
Okay.
Okay. All right, let's get started here. It's Onic versus Aurora. Coming up next, I hope you guys have all your goodies. I hope you guys have everything that you need. Get settled in. We're going to have some fun times, especially here on match number 3. My goodness.
Yeah. I just want to say, although this is a very intense matchup, Chantel and I won't be casting it anymore. So, I don't know what might happen. I don't know what might happen.
Are you going to be watching?
I will.
You're going to be watching, 100%. So that's going to be it for us. I'm Rockhart, Brigida, and Renmar. We're going to be back for match number 3 very, very soon. Don't go anywhere.
GG bro! Don't worry, the Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Angas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yep, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple, just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1,132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. Alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Arena. And we are officially starting the second round of Season 15 with all of the matches na kailangan nating asahan. Ano bang dapat i-expect ng ating mga MPL fans?
Good re! Dad, kunin mo dad, kunin mo dad! Pre, pag gumababo ko, pre, di ko napapagupit. Ano dad, basket? Basket kaya tayong 5, pre. Ano? Okay, di din ako pag 5. Ano, mamaya agad, mamaya. Di naman na siguro sasakit kung kung di ako kasama kasi 6 naman na kayo eh.
Hello. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Uy, all in na, parking.
Nakabina ko.
Yun, nakapagpani din. Pogi ni Pando. Kamukha ni SGA.
Hi guys, ako si JamesPankgs. Gusto ko lang batiin yung coach namin. Birthday niya ngayon. Coil versus JamesPankgs. Sa RG lang yun nangyayari ah. Gandito pala sa stage. Jobs, napatugtog mo ba yung pambitaw? Whatever takes.
Pawalwalan kang mawala, ubod na nadarama, kalimutan ko na siya.
Idolo. Ano ang palag mo kay Coil?
JP, magtulog-tulog ka naman. Halos bungo ka na lang, partida, busog ka pa niyan.
Nachochoke na ako, nachochoke. Time. Winelcome tayo ng mga to nung debut natin eh. Tayo naman mang-welcome ha.
Ayusin ko mami retry ko. Lalaking ko lang.
Welcome back, guess who's back?
I love you. Hey you, bili na. Smooth lang. Wala bang pulbo dito? Uy, 1 minute na lang daw. Tara, okay na to, pre. Nahihina ako, pre.
GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa BIN na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP racing, way reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS, parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east of the southeast. Takas sa matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Stars, ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The atmosphere is electric here at Green Sun Hotel. We are on our star match for this day, and it is gonna be fantastic. I'm Rockhart, this is Naisu, and this is Renmar, and we are at Match 3 of Week 5, Day 2. It's Onic Philippines versus Aurora. And man, oh man, we are in for a treat for sure, because I feel like something's got to give with Aurora's 8-0 right now.
Yeah, I would say so. You know, it's heated already. I'm surprised the last series was a sweep. I was expecting the 3 games. Hats off to Brigada doing a great job. I am replacing her. So sorry, Brigadudes, it's now me. But I'm feeling good about this match, and I'm wondering the same thing. Is that record going to be broken here for Aurora?
Yeah, again, we are coming from a series. It was a sweep, as formerly mentioned, with Coil and 3 Martese making their debut in MPL Philippines Season 15 for TNC Pro Team as they swept on through AP Bren. Similar to the result in the first round of MPL Philippines, well, will we see history repeat itself? Because Onic lost to Aurora in the first round, but Onic has reawakened, even going back to a little bit more of their old swagger as Brusco is becoming a little bit more vocal again.
Is it 4 matches now? 4 matches in a row?
Yeah.
They've won?
Yeah. They're in a 4-0 win streak. This is going to be 5-0 for Onic.
Oh.
That's going to be something, right? Because obviously Onic feels like they are back in form, their championship-winning form. But you're also facing off against an Aurora that has been undefeated so far in 5 weeks. So it's a very interesting check in where the power levels are right now for a lot of our teams, especially for these two who just keep catching each other neck and neck, especially in these scenarios, right? For the meantime, tickets for the match between Team Falcons and Smart Omega, by the way, are running out fast. It's happening tomorrow, so
make sure you guys get yours now via ph-mpl.com/tickets.
I'm excited to hear the mic check because Flap TZ and Jome are both rap battle enthusiasts. And as you've heard in the mic checks recently, our players are becoming a little bit more vocal, a little bit more stuff are coming out there. A lot of rhymes, lots of bars, and I hope Flap TZ and Jome will show up for that.
Here it is.
Oh, let's go!
Wait up for that one.
You didn't have this yesterday.
Yeah, the first Acid Gothic style legend duo form skin, by the way, Alpha Revenant Roses skin trailer is here.
Do I have to do the voice again?
You kind of have to.
As enemies flood towards the castle like a tidal wave, Alpha inside merely scoffs. Bow your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed.
New skin will be available March 22nd. It's available now, along with the new item, Dynamic Portrait, Revenant of Roses. Get yours now, yeehaw.
That's not very acid gothic of you.
Not very acid gothic at all.
I don't even know what it means. But it's provocative.
It gets the people going.
And I gotta say, it feels like you guys could be voiceover actors, right?
You know.
You have a feature in voiceover.
We've done a thing or two.
Thank you. Yeah. A lot of the stuff I put out there, let's not go there. Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
Yeah, if you guys need,
it's on a different side.
Hugely different side. So now, we're getting back into it, and I gotta say, I am loving where we are right now, because, again, one thing has to give. Either the win streak of Onic or of Aurora loses out today, or we see, and then we see Onic really go crazy, or we see Aurora beat Onic twice in the season.
Yeah.
Well, what does that mean, right?
Well, in terms of the standings, it means that if Aurora wins today, they will be 9-0. Further increasing the chances that they will be securing a playoff slot. While for Onic, then they're in the red now of the middle of the table. That means that they are still going to have to try and crawl back to chase Team Liquid Philippines, who are now 2 points ahead of them. Again, the top 2 slots are coveted for the regular season, as that does put you in a much better position heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, because we know, again, we mentioned this during the first series of the day, there is already stipulations in place for TLPH to get to that playoff spot. They've already, managed to get one of those stipulations done, so they still have to win tomorrow's match for them. And so obviously when we start to get to this point in the season, even though it is just the starting point of the second half of the regular season, these games are going to start having some heavy weight to them. You know, even down in the bottom of the standings, they're so close that things can change quickly, actually from day to day here.
Especially at the bottom of the of those standings.
Yep.
Sometimes they just separated by one game win.
Yeah.
Right? So, sorry, one series win. So it really could shake up. And that 6th slot is something that everyone's definitely watching out for. So the Trailblazers of the new era, road to 14-0, maybe. That's a bit of a, it's a bit of a ways down.
There was one team that almost did it.
Yeah.
Almost.
I mean, at this point, like, it took us a long while to start acknowledging the fact that Onic Philippines eventually did end up becoming the record breakers last season. So why not start as early as now? For Aurora, if Onic can go 13-1, why can't we say that there's a chance that Aurora can't go 14-0, right? So might as well start counting down the list with road to 14-0.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting because, again, the closest anyone's ever had to a perfect season was Onic Philippines with that 13-1 record in the previous season, where we did see the one that we usually don't talk about, Golden Masha, really didn't, hit its mark. But it feels like the team that has been touted as the most consistently inconsistent team in MPL Philippines feels like they are stepping it up at least one at a time.
I can already see it. If this does happen, if they end up 14-0, there's going to be so many montages and collages of people, of the people that are saying, the most consistent, inconsistent team, and then it's going to hard cut with music and flashes and everything else. Yeah. And it's going to be 14-0 champions. And I would love to see that because, again, I wasn't on that saying specifically, but I did say before the season started that, obviously the RORA that we saw at the previous internationals weren't the RORA that we saw back in the last season of MPL Philippines. And they have done more than enough at coming into the season and really proving, I would say, the doubters wrong. And can they get to this 14-0? What's the actual probability of this happening? I think obviously they've been very clean gameplay-wise. All the roles have been really covered. They've brought some of the most unique hero pools to the matches. As we get a good look at the boys here.
Oh, wait a second.
Playoffs secure.
It is official. Aurora Gaming is the first team to qualify for the MPL Philippines Season 15 playoffs.
Congratulations.
With their win streak, I mean...
Look at Renegade. But they still want that streak.
Of course, of course. So at this point...
Is this from the last match? Is that why?
I think so.
Yeah,
with
I think it's
that
a result
happened.
of the last one.
So basically, they still have a lot to play for. Obviously, top seed is not guaranteed yet. They're just guaranteed to basically not go lower than 6th place.
Yeah.
Which is definitely what you need to just get into playoffs. No matter, even if they go on a lose streak, I mean, knock on wood, they will still be able to enter the playoffs. That's all it needs. Now, if you're Aurora Gaming, you still want... That's only half the journey, right?
Yep.
You still want to prove the doubters wrong. You still want to prove that you're one of the best teams in the MPL Philippines. And you still want to be able to get one up against Onic Philippines, who has had your number time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, that man right there said he's 200% confident that he can just go ahead and defeat everyone else right now. That they can, and that they will. So that's why Road to 14-0, the storyline for Aurora has to get repeated every time. Especially now that they're the very first team, just after 5 weeks, have already secured their playoff slot. That's how dominant they are. And of course, that goes to show about the lower half of the standings. While across them, the Kite Brothers look at the KK connection. When we compare their stats in the very first round, of course, the Kite Brothers are edging out over the KK connection. They get their own banners and logos too. That's pretty cool. I just realized that. Because again, Aurora have been the more consistent team. They have been the better and stronger team in the very first half. But Onic Philippines have just been getting better and better as well, getting back closer to their old form.
What is King Kong show? Oh, okay, he's doing the Glorious too.
Yeah, trying to do the Glorious, which is, I don't know if they're copyrighted or trademarked yet by
Team Falcons.
By Team Falcons. But I will maybe ask them later on or tomorrow. But for the meantime, these stats really do show how close They have both been.
He's giving it to him.
Got a little bit of shaking and baking going on here.
Hopefully KK does something too. I mean, Kite Brothers. Come on, Kite Bros.
Come on, Kite Brothers. See,
Come on.
That's Demon Kite and Domin Kite are very golden retriever black cat energy.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Demon Kite like shoving Domin Kite to do something, and Domin Kite is just as chill as can be.
Wait, who's the kid?
Demon Kite would be the golden retriever.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Domin Kite would be the black cat.
He's just like, what are you doing?
Big question for you guys though. Is the road to 14-0 feeling real to you? Press A if you think that they're going to seize the win. Or press B if you think it's Onic time and maybe they can turn the story on its tail.
Yeah. Again, it would be so wild if Onic Philippines, as early as now already, hey, congratulations for making it to the playoffs. Nice win streak. I'm going to stop it right here. Just when you think Onic is out for the count, they're the ones to snap Aurora's win streak. But then, again, it's so tough because Aurora has just been the better team so far this season, even though some of their inconsistencies come from the fact that I think teams people like to point out that the Aurora has dropped some points towards teams in the lower half of the bracket. At the end of the day, they still get the dub, right? They still win the series.
That's what matters, right?
It's something about them. The synergy is really interesting, but it's also, I would say, just the play style of Aurora, specifically too, obviously in the roam, the way that, we talk a lot about Renegade, but there's also a reason for it because he's such an anchor to this play style of Aurora Gaming and what's made them so successful up to this point. And I think that the current meta that we're seeing come into place, I know you guys mentioned it earlier too. Sometimes it's like right now they're still figuring out where Kalea fits.
Yeah.
One game she comes through, another game she doesn't. And it's really shaken up some of the bans, and some of the picks here. So I'd love to see it again, how Aurora deals with this, because both these teams in their own ways are on their own streaks. I mean, even Onic Philippines, a lot of people look at yesterday's games and will say, dang, it is the old Onic Philippines. Like, the connection is back, the super fam is back.
Yeah, their hair is back on.
The hair is back,
well,
by
right?
the way.
So that's pretty amazing to see. And right now, obviously for Onic, I haven't seen them smile in a while, so I feel like they're a scarier team to beat. Aurora, though, facing meta shifts, they still are as consistent as you can ask for, I guess, for a team of their caliber. So lots of questions need to be answered here, folks. I hope you guys have questions as well. Comment them down below on your own social media and on the streams. We'll have to read them later on, because for sure, even we don't know what to expect from this matchup, where it's not literally Clash of Titans, but it's definitely something else. Let's watch them walk into the arena as these two teams go on head-to-head.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, our marshals, Joshua, David, Patrick, and Sent. Will it be Aurora's road to 14-0, or will Onic break the streak and reclaim their throne? It's Onic Philippines versus Aurora! The EXP laner of the week, Kirk, and Mr. Consistent, Edward! The jungler of the week, King Kong, and the smiling demon, Demon Kite! The Monster Mage, Super Friends, and the mid laner of the week, Yawi! The Bruiser, Brusco, and the back-to-back Roamer of the week, Renegade! Oh, damn. The Gold Standard Kelra, and our back-to-back Player of the Week, Domankind! And their coaches, Coach Hayes and Coach Master the Basics.
Now with that being said, we are ready for a pretty good showdown. I'm calling on from Aurora. It's the Kite brothers, Domin Kite and Demon Kite. Meanwhile, for Onic Philippines, it's the KK Connection. Kelra, King Kong, gentlemen, step forward. Demon Kite, hawak mo na rin naman na. How will you stay undefeated? Ano ang palag mo?
Gagalingan ko na lang, galingan na lang nila.
Galingan mo na lang daw, King Kong. Ay, ikaw muna. Gusto mo na rumibat? Ano ang rebat mo?
May kakampi ako, Sigma.
With the assist, King Kong. Ano naman ang palag mo kung gagalingan mo na lang?
May kasama si Kailarang Sigma.
Domingkay, tapusin mo na to. Ano naman ang palag mo?
May kasama rin ako, kaso letter sila.
Go ahead and do your fist bumps, gentlemen. Best of luck to both Aurora and Onic Philippines. You can go ahead and proceed. This is gonna be a matchup between the top teams. Magingay tayong lahat para sa laban between Aurora and Onic Philippines. Casters, balik sa inyo.
The season of the duos is still ramping up as we do face off against each other. It is Onic Philippines looking serious as ever.
Yep, and of course it's still Kirk, King Kong, Super Friends, Brusco, and Kelra. And like we have talked to up to this point, they obviously had a rough start to the season. Well, now it seems like with the hair change and everything else, they have found that connection. Again, Kelra mentioned this just last week, that they have been really working hard to get back to that what made them so strong and what made them conquer the world just recently. And the fact that they found the connection again, they're showcasing it throughout their games, specifically the last 4 matches. Can they keep it a 5th match ahead of this team that's been unstoppable?
Yeah, in the center of the map, Renegade and Yawi, I have given so much praise for how they've been playing so far this season, and add to that Dom and Kite so much better compared to season 14, excuse me, and of course the recent international tournaments where he had a little bit of a how do I say this, negative eyes on him, but he has definitely showed up. To me, he's top gun right now in MPL Philippines. So I'm looking at Renegade versus Brusco, because those two have been on fire in social media lately.
Oh, look at this. This is one of the more interesting graphs that we've had so far, with just about a single team, Onic Philippines, coming out on top this time around against someone who is higher up on the standings than they are.
Yeah, of course, for Aurora, they have the higher Lord control percentage, so very close to the turtle percentage. And of course, for the tower take, slightly higher for Aurora as well. So the numbers aren't leaning towards one way too much, except of course for the game and series win rate for Aurora. So hopefully this time around we get to see a much more competitive Onic Philippines, because when they went up against Aurora, that was a relatively close series with some relatively close games, but there were times where you're going like, that's when people started to tell like, something's up with Onic, right? Yeah. Aurora looks so much way better than them.
Yeah. And these are things that, Onic's trying to silence, Aurora trying to show that they are more than what people think they are. Let's see what's happening on the ping test though before the game starts.
Malayo-layo ka sa'kin, ayaw ko sa maasim. Meng, inaurahan ako ni Bruce Goat. Ano masasabi mo dun, Meng? Dati mo ka-teammate, inaurahan ako. Okay lang, bobombay natin yung kamaya, the bomb. Wag ka masyado agresibo, Bruce ko, ha? Ako daw yung bumawi sa kanya. Grabe ka naman. Balik ka ng balik sa nakaraan. Tignan mo yung present.
Grabe ka, M-Zite. Pinos! Sa akin din eh. Kirk, mag-date kayo na mamaya, Kirk. Sa kayo kain. Legal na ba kayo? Hindi mo ba na-meet yung parents niya? Paparazzi!
Paparazzi.
Paparazzi out of nowhere. That was the most unexpected ping test I've ever seen so far. And yeah, it's a Brusco and Renegade right now facing off against each other. These are the infinite keys to victory.
Yeah, I like that we're looking at the 2 roamers. So for Onic, the bruise the opponents to 1-up for victory. You're really not allowed to let Renegade and Yawi have a comfortable time here. Because when they're comfy, Dom and Kite is comfy. When they're comfy, that means Demon Kite has already killed you. So for Aurora, be the man your team needs, Renegade. Whatever that is. Heel man, Hitman, Merman. You've already shown yourself to be one of the most dependable roamers this season. You've continued your streak of having so many heroes available for you in an MPL PH season since last season. So, continue that. Well, for both, it's retribution time. But that could mean either Onic getting the revenge or Aurora solidifying that they are the better team so far in the regular season against a team that denied them the championship last season. Or will you be able to set up for your junglers?
That's a whole lot of double meaning.
Yeah,
to
right?
the last
That's
one,
like
you
a
know?
quadruple entendre.
Yeah. Is that what it's called?
No, it's just a double. But yeah, for the meantime, it feels like the story just keeps getting better and better, right? It feels like there's so much that they don't really want to say. I don't know, maybe it's because they want to stay focused, but you can tell from their faces that they really are gunning for each other.
Yeah, they're
I love
locked
seeing
in.
that.
I think part of this too, again, is the draft itself, especially considering the coaches behind these amazing players. That's where we get to see some of the creativity of these teams, and I think that's one of the hardest parts for the teams facing against Aurora up to this point. Like, when they come to the draft, they're like, all right, we have to go and draft and pick against a team that has such a deep hero pool with the roamer alone, let alone everybody else. And that's the obstacle that a lot of teams have not been able to overcome in facing Aurora.
Here we go with draft for match number 3, game number 1. And big difference from what we saw in previous games, previous series as well.
Yeah.
Fanny getting banned out pretty early on. And Matilda.
Yeah.
No chip bans yet, though.
All right, so Onic Philippines are respecting the 2 undefeated picks for Aurora, the Phobius and the Hylos. While Aurora are just going for a little bit more standard, taking away the Fanny option from King Kong, while taking away one of the best, 2 of the best picks for Super Prince in the Loi and Ju Sin. So Onic might have to watch out for the draft here in terms of what Super Prince will end up playing and what he could be up against, because Aurora might be going to this mindset of as long as they mess up Super Prince, then they should have a good time. We're going to see the Suyo Joy trade and Harith Granger trade active, so they're going to be exchanging those power picks. Let's see if someone will swerve and pick up something alongside the Chipper. Maybe even the Cho, which is available for both Brusco and Renegade alongside the Jawhead.
And the Kalea, by the way.
Yep.
I'm a little surprised we're not seeing a lot more respect for that, although the win rate is a lot lower compared to what a lot of people really expected coming in for that hero.
Yeah, and I think it's going back to it is one of the players mentioned, you know, maybe part of it, or we talked about it on Desk, maybe Purify's enough, you know, a couple Purifies kind of helps negate some of that crowd control that she brings, but Harith is going to be picked up, and then the Kalea, so we're going to get a chance to see it once again in the hands of Renegade.
Probably Granger here coming in, but that can happen maybe a bit later depending on how confident Onic is feeling right here.
Yeah. I'd want to see them pick up the Granger now. And then it's just going to be up to them if they decide to pick up something like the CC or the Hilda early on, or maybe one of the Brusco picks already. You don't see enough. I want to see them consider the Sicilian. You know you're up against the Harith. You don't want the Sicilian Harith together alongside the Kalea. So Sicilian Granger, maybe?
Sicilian Granger. Otherwise, if they don't grab it, UA's just going to be the guy to pick it again.
There's the Jawhead.
Jawhead.
So they go for the Jawhead instead. Go for the pick off and the quick burst scaling. So they already showed their hands for physical. They might only be having one source of magic damage unless Kirk gets his Edith later on.
That's a lot of bans out here. I'm thinking maybe we should see more mid lane bans coming in from Aurora later on. Just goes to show how much you can really respect Super Friends, but also have to think about how they're gonna position their roam as, their XP laners, not really getting a lot of attention here.
Yeah, they're both prioritizing the EXP lane matchup, considering the trade for Lucas. Oh, wow, okay, so...
Did not expect that.
Yeah, they're going to go into this with a flex pick that could either go into the hands of Edward or Demon Kite, but I'm leaning towards a thought that we might already be seeing the jungle pick for Aurora.
Because he won this.
Yeah, and he won with this. And they showed off that they can play with it very well.
Yeah, it was yesterday, just yesterday.
Yeah.
And he's probably one of the few junglers that actually made it work. And it was really the space that he was able to work with. So a highly dependent on this, and the reason why it's also flexible is because the reason why it worked so well yesterday was your XP lane option. So depending on what Aurora takes in the XP lane for this, that'll really allow that Lucas to shine if it does go in the jungle.
I think he's only been the second player to make it work. I mean, or to at least try to make it work, right?
Yeah.
So there you go. As expected, a lot of bans on the mid lane as well. I'm expecting maybe an Eve getting removed here. I don't know why even Onic is banning out some mid laners here.
Definitely ban out the Sicilian if he can.
Sicilian.
If Philippines.
Right, right.
With the Farsagon, if Onic Philippines gets stuck with an Eve, I'm going to be a little bit iffy on that. I'd want to see them end up with something along the lines of a Vexana instead. Although Aurora has this, it's not really a pocket pick, but there are times where, surprisingly, they would pick up the Faramis and then just play so well with it. It's actually undefeated for them. It usually comes in either the 4 and 5. So that might be something that Aurora are leaning towards too.
Wow, they're really boxing it out here. I like what I'm seeing here. Faramis hugely a big benefit if you are playing Lucas. Makes it a lot easier to go for those dives and maybe maximize Unleash the Beast.
Yep.
Same with the Kalea. So you're absolutely right. The only trade-off is they're going to lack a lot of that range because Harif is also just a really close-up mage here. Doesn't really have that much range.
Yeah, for this too, just because of the typical combo of the Suyo and the Jawhead, you know, it's Aurora that has to go ahead. As long as they avoid that early setup potential from that combination alone, if they're not getting picked off and thrown into the air, then, you know, they can really rely on some more of that late game, especially where Harris starts to come online and pop off. But we've seen Granger do that too so many times, you know, and this last ban, interesting, is the Hanzo. So it just, for safety purposes, I guess, you know, so we saw this pop up, what, 3 times yesterday, but did not get any wins. So teams are still going to be struggling with that, trying to make it work. So this next pick, are they going to go with showing their XP lane maybe? Unless this is a flex.
I mean, based on the bans, Coach, why not just making sure that it really won't, there's no Hanzo shenanigans just in case Lucas does go XP. So not quite locked in yet, right?
So they go for the Sicilian as expected. So they are playing around the flex of the Lucas in the jungle. If Onic go for CC, they put the Lucas in the jungle, pick up a different EXP. I want to see Onic Philippines consider picking up the Edith.
Right.
With the Suyo and the Jawhead, you're already showing that you're very ulti dependent. Every mid laner available right now will be very ulti dependent. You need something that can extend the team fight a little bit quicker. I don't think CC will be the best one for that. So go ahead and pick up an Edith for Kirk. And then for Super Friends, just it will be pretty much up to them. Maybe they can even go Veil if they want to.
Well, that would be an interesting twist. Eudora, maybe? Just kidding. I mean, it got
you never know, man.
Buffed recently, but maybe it works against Akalea. There's the Edith and the Eve. So we are running out of mid laners. Super Friends decide, you know what? Don't overthink it.
Yeah. I like, by the way, how they show this this skin because it's the MPL skin. It's like.
Available now.
Available now, by the way. Make sure you guys go ahead and grab it. Is it Prismatic Sentinel?
Yeah, Prismatic Sentinel, yeah.
Wow, I can't believe you actually know the name. I tend to forget some of the names of these guys.
Well, you read it enough, you remember. And there's the Hilda. Okay.
They're definitely going to go for that Lucas jungle this time around. Very much balanced for me for both lineups.
Yeah.
It's so hard to know who actually came on top in the draft here.
Yeah, this is one of those who can execute better scenarios here. I mean, both of them have the capability to snowball relatively quickly. Aurora through their Harith, Onic through the center of the map. It's not a clear-cut, huge control in the center because with how Onic drafted here, they really have to make sure there's always a body with the Eve because with the Kalea and the Hilda around, they actually have enough reach to be able to disrupt Super Friends' positioning.
That's actually super crucial, although it does help. Real World does have like that crowd control immunity, but only for a bit, right? Once Aurora decides to jump on him, that might be a problem, especially with Hilda on Edward. So it's going to be very curious to see who can execute better. Let's throw it over to the Land of Dawn. Let's see what's going to happen in game number 1.
Well, the star match of our triple header. And a lot here still on the line. Once again, Aurora has already secured their spot in the playoffs. They're just trying to go ahead and maintain and maybe break a record for the MPL Philippines win streak. Their goal is the 14-0, and it looks like Onic Philippines, a superfan, wants to stop that from happening.
It's Super Fan Saturday, and you can hear the super fans in the background already making noise, while Edward be able to whittle down Kirk early on in the laning phase, of course, as the Hilda. Already popped out the regen from him.
I'm actually quite wondering how they're going to start the fights later on, because as you can see, they're very heavy on that top side for Kirk, although it isn't either. Very hard to dive in.
Yeah.
Maybe they might have something to say here.
Yeah.
Dinkai is level 4.
Good tank emblem set pickup for Kirk. He needed to be tanking here. Already forcing out the flicker. So that's what we were talking about. Through the center of the map, Onic Philippines can snowball and take control, and they've already sent the Sicilian back home early with the flicker.
Yeah, flicker down too, so they got that information. They can try to punish UA again if Onic Philippines wants to go that route, but so far it might be just them kind of setting up for that first objective.
Yep. Yeah. Setting it up right now very early on. That's going to be Brusco close by. He's got the ejector potential. He has that flicker as well. So, you know what? They have some pretty good fighting until maybe Renegade reaches level 4. Then maybe it might kind of just go Aurora's way.
Yeah.
And they can start the fights earlier on. But Brusco with that early game advantage of that Jawhead really pushing their map control.
Yeah.
Again, just kind of scouting out here. Super Prince is actually going to be fine.
Yikes.
Weren't able to connect though. Renegade doesn't have that level 4, so all he's got is a title strike. Turtle's up half health right now. Edward just going to zone them out on this Hilda, and that might be enough to go ahead and secure the first objective. Demon Kite grabs it. Kirk might not be able to escape, pops the flicker, and he's going to be fine.
Yeah, since Kirk was not level 4 just yet, Onic couldn't go for the full commit, plus Super Prince was sent back after that trade in the mid. And Brusco, of course, not level 4 as well, and will lose in terms of the skill trading against the Kalea this early on with how good the Kalea is. So Aurora, they're continuing the speed right now.
Oh no, okay, Kelro's gonna be fine. Edward just showing up.
Yeah, I decided to leave the EXP lane so that he can apply more pressure into the gold. He's willing to give a little bit more gold to Kirk right now. He doesn't mind doing that.
The predictions right now are inch, neck, and neck. I was really surprised with how fast they rotated to the bottom side of the map. They were like on Nitro or something.
Yeah, I love that river buff, plus the first skill of the Hilda together. You can really roam. You can give up one lane control so that you can just come back, one minion wave control.
Whew. Now we are on that scenario where our roamers are now at level 4. And maybe we can get stuff done, but it feels like Onic just not really quite willing to take these fights yet. Which is, again, for me, it feels like such a new thing where it's hard for me to see Onic a little bit trailing and trying to catch up to the opposing jungle.
Again, the meta has changed for the Super Fam. Gone are the days where they just snowball early on, getting kills very quickly. Teams have learned, gotten better, and have adjusted to them. But one of the things that Onic are good at, it's still very active right now for a lot of the teams. One of the best strengths of Aurora actually is what Onic was one of the trailblazers of, which is respecting that mid-game power spike. And they have a lineup that are good with that. Let's see how heavily Kirk will join in the next fight, because that Edith is a linchpin for a big mid-game power spike for Onic.
Yeah, full-on secure for these bushes. Very hard to actually infiltrate, so that's going to be a big map control bonus for Aurora. Getting into possibly securing Turtle number 2.
Turtle number 2, just going to go in the hands of Aurora. Looks like no contest here. Now, we have seen King Kong and Onic Philippines do this before. Sometimes they give up all 3 turtles just to get pressure on the map, like they're trying to get this tier 1 here. Oh, in the bottom side, though, Renegade gonna get caught out a little bit, but the rest of the team is there. Kirk could pull the trigger, not gonna go, but Demon Kite's gonna jump in. Has the form and will be able to find Kelra, and the blast is shot off, but he didn't need it. He's scary enough in the beast form.
And Demon Kite's having a lot of fun with this, while his Kite brother, his fellow Kite brother, is actually just wailing on his opponents. I love the dynamic we're seeing here.
Kirk! Here we go, Kirk. Gonna be able to find a connection. Edward will flicker around. He's gonna be fine. Even with the Primal Wrath from Kirk, they couldn't clean up that kill. So Edward will live.
It's his first 2 turtles, and Demon Kite was able to get the first blood. Brusco's gonna get caught!
Brusco's gonna get caught, gonna be in trouble. Time to strike already used. There's the flicker from Kirk. Able to find 2 with the Earth Shatter. Renegade's gonna go down. So finally, an answer back from Onic Philippines.
100% though, Aurora have ticked their early game condition off first. Being able to land the kill for Demonkite early, plus getting the 2 turtles, and Onic gave up. See how Onic will be able to get a little bit of equilibrium back. Demonkite will invade. Who will get the purple buff? King Kong does not get it. Stolen by Demonkite. Kelra?
Oh, Kelra could be in trouble again. He's going to get slammed down on from Edward. Kelra having a really difficult time. We'll see if there's an answer once again at Onic Philippines. Over here, there's the toss-up. Edward's going to be the focus. The jump in from Edward, the title. The Tsunami slam to bring him back. King Kong's still going to be able to get away, though, and so they'll avoid the death. Meanwhile, a turret goes down top side.
Unbelievable tempo coming in from both teams. I think in the past 6 minutes, we've had like 12 skirmishes or something. They're fighting so much around the map. And you know what, Onic, they're able to get some punches back, but Aurora has been non-stop.
Yeah, again, understanding of their power spikes. They wanted to play around the 5 minutes of pressuring Kelra, and they were able to take just that. Aurora can take control here. Onic Philippines will have to be wary about starting a big fight.
Again, Edward will hold this up. Oh, there's the flicker again. The toss up. They throw Renegade in the air. He's gone. And now the RWM enough to be able to catch out Demonkite as well. Even though they grabbed the 3rd turtle of the game, Aurora loses 2.
It's trading a turtle for 2 members. This looks like it's Onic getting into their form here. They're not going to take the objectives, but at least they're going to win on a lot of these team fights, and I think they're quite happy with that.
Well-timed real-world manipulation by Super Friends, even catching Demonkite in there. Demonkite a little bit too forward in that scenario. So they balance things out in the map, able to take the tower up top. Now going to the items, in terms of the mid laners, both for Glowing Wand priority. Brusco looks like he's going to be rushing the Dominance Ice. Already 1 onto Kirk. And for the junglers, it is a slight lead for Demonkite. It's a 2k gold lead for Aurora, but not that too wild in terms of the item gap.
Well, just yet. We see Onic playing a bit more passive here at this point. I don't blame him. Don't want to get too much into it, with the rest of Aurora still going fast-paced so far. Only a 2k gold lead here for Aurora.
Renegade giving some information here, but yeah, you don't want to jump in there. He is going to go ahead and just stay waiting patiently. The rest of the team's just around. But yeah, King Kong's like, yep, I don't want to deal with that, and he heads on out.
You see Onic hunting together, trying to find an opening, but they can't just seem to find it as Aurora. Perfect timing for them. No members of Onic here to defend up top. They will lose the 2nd tower, while Onic will decide and push in the bottom. Let's see if they will be able to break it. Looks like they should.
Decent trade. I think Kelra's going to have enough firepower to take that out with just a few attacks. And we actually have yet to see a solid attack from Onic here. We can see that now.
Super French taking a ton of damage. Had to pop the Purify too.
Yeah, that was a full combo from the Hilda already. And with the big ability gone from the Eve, he'll be forced to use his ultimate if ever he gets caught out with a big crowd control ability. Of course, he is immune to crowd control when he does have real-world manipulation up. Back into the items. 2 items already for both, but the lead between Demonkite and King Kong is getting bigger and bigger. Radiant armor and Dreadnought armor is the priority of Renegade.
That's right.
Should help survive the damage of Super Friends and Kirk. Good itemization from the roamer of Aurora.
We got good advantages as well in terms of map control, not just the items, right? So Edward very forward there with the shielding that you get from your passive. Has all the information you need to get Onic under position.
Oh, they want to blitz this one. Lord under half health, Edward. Under half health himself. They're going to give it a go. They're just going for it. Demonkite secures the Lord. No contest. And again, you see how much pressure there is because of just, it's literally Renegade and Edward posting up in the front, cutting off the angles that Onic Philippines can take.
3rd item already secured by the Lucas Demon Wings, or excuse me, Queen's Wings. And yeah, it was really tough for Onic Philippines to try and contest that. It would have been devastating. They needed to make sure that they got the purple buff for King Kong first, because if they contested that and lost that, they would have lost the Lord, lost bodies, lost their purple buff. That would have ballooned Aurora's lead even more. So Onic Philippines had to respect that possibility and decided, you know what, we can give this Lord, get the purple buff, and we'll just try to defend. But this gives a lot of map control for Aurora.
Yeah, they're just looking for that one-off pick-off. And that actually could lead them into a really good momentum. But for now, it is going to be Aurora camping on their jungle and seeing if they can maybe utilize this Lord on top.
Okay, that shield up top is going to be popped. The Lord is dealt with. They should be able to get maybe another shield that looks like it's going to hold together. So maybe after all of that, Rora is only able to get the one shield on the top turret, and they take the discipline route and back off. Again, they're not that far ahead, and they really have to respect the lineup that Onic Philippines has.
Yeah. And Onic Philippines, because of the presence of a Lucas jungle, I think I'm starting to understand why they're a little bit more hesitant to actually like hold, to try and force anything. They know if they mistime something, wait.
Toss up again, gonna be able to throw him into the air. Edward's still alive with a flicker, disengages. It looks like Roro wants more, but Kirk will flicker out too. So two big battle spells for both sides burned.
That was close though. That was super close here for Edward.
Yep.
As good as an attack as you can do if you are Onic with Brusco, not even utilizing the flicker.
Yeah, and I think if they were able to secure that kill onto Edward, Kirk would have used his Primal Wrath, but he's still been holding onto it. He's he knows how valuable his ultimate is, that timed perfectly should mess up Aurora, but Aurora are also not giving Onic Philippines a lot of opportunities to turn things around heavily. Little by little, Aurora's lead gets bigger and bigger, but Onic Philippines are getting some key items. Traded Armor and Dominance Ice for the Edith, already up to the Malefic Roar, plus the War Axe for the Suyo as well.
So far with Brusco on that Jawhead hasn't really been stonks, right? So maybe they're trying to wait and see if they catch up on items first. But yeah, Aurora might have just a really good control here. At least for now, Onic, they are sticking together. Trying to see if they can just pick off someone who might be laying on the bush somewhere, but Aurora is not giving him an opportunity.
Yeah, that's the main thing though too. Even with the Jawhead, it's like most of the time the people playing up front on this side are either, you know, Renegade or Edward, and it's so you have to be able to provide so much damage to actually take out either a Hilda or the Kalea, just because of also the escapability, you know, and having the flicker available. So Lord is up. Rora's just going to go ahead and blitz this one, it looks like, but this time Onic Philippines, it looks like they want to contest this.
Whoa.
Damage.
So they'll take a couple shots. The damage is there. Right now, though, they're going to hold it toe-and-toe.
Put it to half just on his own, just like that, just a few combos.
Yeah, relatively quickly. Again, unless it's, I think I'm still going to be a hater of the Lucas jungle, unless it's Demon Kite.
Unless it's Demon Kite.
Maybe.
Only got to make it work so far.
We'll see. Really helps out right now that Rora has good full vision as well of Kelra on the bottom side, so they know they can buy some time. Or they may try to intercept here. We don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, look, slow pushes on the side wave, so that makes Onic think twice about engaging this heavily. They have to control the middle. Naturally, they're going to lose one of the side lane minion waves. Natural push. So Onic, they might be put into a position where they need to force something happening here.
Yeah, I think they're going to want to force this fight.
Trying at least, right?
They're going to wait for it again. It's just kind of restarting back and forth as Demon Kite and King Kong take a hit, run back, and really it's just, it might be the call for one of the roams to actually just pull the trigger. There's the conceal already. Renegade is going to be the one to do it. Brings him back with a Tsunami Slam. We'll be able to find Brusco. That's one down for Onic Philippines, and now RWM's dropped down. Renegade could be in trouble now. Flickers defensively. Demon Kite jumps into the fight as a total beast. He does go down, but 4 are gone from Onic Philippines. And now it's only King Kong. The rest of Rora looks to go down in the lane and just pressure it in with a few minions.
Wow.
4 members still alive, working on the turret. King Kong, I don't care how good Suyo is or how busted he is, he can't 1v4 against the lights of Rora as they take game 1.
That was a straight up base attack here coming in from the Auroras without even going for the Lord anymore.
Exactly what we were talking about with the Lucas jungle. The hesitation every single time of Onic Philippines to try and make something happen was because if they time things wrongly, once the real world manipulation of Super Frizz goes up, that's going to be the sign for Demon Kite to go in, dive, and be as aggro as he can. He can lose his life, but he will take 1, maybe even 2 down with him. Great fundamentals and execution showed up by Aurora. Onic Philippines just looked lost.
They were playing around basically a jawhead that could really destroy you in the early game. That's one of the most amazing things about this matchup.
Yeah.
Able to do it and actually turn it around at the very end against Brusco himself. And after Brusco was gone, there was no initiation factor for Onic, and they just whittled down.
It was like on cue. As soon as I was like, man, it's going to come down to one of the roamers, pulling the
Right
go.
there.
I heard the conceal, and I was like, well, I guess it's Renegade going first. And they found the right mark on it. And, again, in those moments when that Lord is just being pulled back and forth, sometimes that's what it's going to be. And that time it was Renegade to be able to catch out Brusco. So, and then Demon Kite, when he turned into the beast and he jumps on into this fight, it's like, man, they're just willing to go toe-to-toe and fight with them.
Yeah. Of course, that man's going to be the MVP. Kind of zesty, Demon Kite, but all right, I'll take it. The Lucas Jungle on point here, 3-1-2 again. He was able to get that first blood, and the timing, how they play around it. Again, going back to what we talked about the Lucas Jungle yesterday, if you weren't able to catch it, he plays it like an assassin. How other teams play the Lucas Jungle is utility. It stays in the front, tries to bait things out, uses Unleash the Beast when it's time for them to back off or try to fight back. While Demon Kite is like, no, I'm not going to play it like that. I'm going to be in the back. I'll let my team do the damage for me. Then when my time is right, I go in with Unleash the Beast, and you realize how devastating it is when the Lucas goes into a fight, mid-fight, not starting it.
Even this one, he's just, like that. Yep. Like, there's multiple people there for Kelra, but it's like, yeah, we don't want to go and even touch Demon Kite here. And there was so many moments of that. And, maybe this is a little proof in the pudding now that, hey, Lucas Jungle can work for certain players or teams.
It not even just work. It worked against King Kong Suyo straight up, even edging the EXP advantage to the Lucas.
It's like the Beast staring down himself. His inner zone.
That's painful.
No, it's King Kong facing his inner demon.
Yeah.
But the inner demon is just a little bit too good.
There you go. That's a 5-6 game, just like how we do it in the Philippines.
Yep.
Just 14 minutes, 5 and 6. It's all a mind game.
Yeah, it's wild. It's like we're past that whole super slow dance, long Lord dance.
5-minute Lord
Yeah, those kinds of that kind of meta timing. But Aurora have gone back to the basics, what made them stars, which is that kind of play style. That's how RSG back in the day was able to do it, because they were one of the very first and the very fastest to adapt. Barretts, Baksha, Ballman, Fredrin in the jungle even. And then, of course, with the other members of Aurora, that's how they got to shine with Blacklist International in Renjay, Yue, and Edward. But adapting it to, again, the idea of just really respecting your power spike. That at around the 4th to 6th minute, you commit some very crucial rotations. In this game, it was the rotation downside towards Kelra's lane, where for 2 rotations, it was just like, Kelra's like, yo guys, I just want to farm. And every time it happened, he got killed. And that was 2. And that put favor towards Aurora.
Hugely giving Dominkite as well such a big window to actually just do Harry things, and he is our BPI rich guy for this game.
Yeah, it's funny because, again, I think Dominkite he was able to have mostly a chill game just because of how things went, and, he's able to farm up, do everything that he needed to, and really, going back to that reference with our previous metas in the past, this is really exciting, I would say. I like that there's it's almost like a nice balance between our old meta and current meta, because we have seen some of those utility junglers, come through again. Obviously, they're very niche right now, and they work with certain lineups. But for the most part, it's nice to see how, I don't know, maybe some people would still call this a Lord dance, but it's like such a what's like a quick, maybe it's like a dance that you see in the shorts right now, it's like a 30-second dance sometimes because they happen so quickly and they're so decisive, but in essence, it's still a face-off for a lot of the teams, and it really comes down to very specific instances where the team gets the upper hand. But again, great performance there in Game 1 from Aurora.
Yeah, this is a Aurora that definitely showed up so much, and Onic, who was on the defensive for a majority of that game. So I really wonder if there's a different mode of Onic that we're going to see today here. because that was not the Onic I was expecting to see when they were walking onto the stage. So, whew, take a big breather. Let's all just chill out. Let's go throw it over to All Access for the meantime.
Thanks again to our casters. We are just outside of the MPL Arena kung saan nandito na finally, Jamie, ang ating smart booth. It's so nice to have them here with us, right?
I love that they're here. They're right by the entrance, by the way. And you can see what happens here over the booth. And we can easily explain it to you guys. Pero, kasama natin ngayon, si Shaina.
You know what? Si Miss Shaina ang best na person na magpapaliwanag sa atin kung ano ba talaga ang meron dito. So, Miss Shaina, what do we have in store here para sa lahat ng ating mga MPL fans?
So, meron po kami ditong binibentang SIM card for only 50 pesos lang po. Kasama na po yung load for 7 days.
What a good deal. So, only 50 pesos, kasama na yung load for
7 days. Okay, I like it. I like it. Ano naman yung meron tayo dito? We have SIM cards, right? So, why should the people right over there switch to Smart?
So, sa Smart kasi 5G na siya, then affordable din yung mga loads ng Smart.
Okay, so 5G signal, best in the metro, probably even best in the country if you would say, right?
You know what? You should really switch to Smart with these amazing deals. And again, if you're a fan of MPL Philippines, you're here watching, check out the booth because again, 50 pesos lang ang SIM nila.
It can go as low as that. Shaina, maraming salamat for being here with us today. Go over dito mismo sa Smart booth if you want to switch to Smart because it's the best network that there is. Pero as of this moment, balik muna tayo sa ating mga casters.
Thank you so much, Hans. I would really like... I should have scanned the QR. Actually, should also get another one because it's always nice to have another one. And in the Smart Power Pose, you also want to get another Yawi somewhere out there. Who's it gonna be?
Oh, who's gonna do the pose? Guys, do the pose.
You gotta do the pose. Don't wait for the camera.
There we go. There's our guy.
Lip bite, sir. Lip bite.
Lip bite.
Yeah, there we go.
He's got the head nod too. Oh,
don't hate me. He looks like US brother.
Take the jacket off.
See?
Yeah, he can pass off as US relative.
Yeah, he could.
That's pretty cool.
No.
Oh, wow.
No, there's no tongue. There's
Chill out, bro.
There's no jawline.
You're doing too much. That's right.
Give it to this guy.
Yeah,
Thank you.
there we go.
Thank you.
US cousin EU.
It's not all about jawlines, guys.
Yeah.
His
all
cousin
right?
Ewi.
Congratulations.
Not always about the...
Happy for him.
It's not always about the... That's right.
Although, you know, it doesn't hurt to have a jawline, but not in that specific
We
way.
all have jawlines.
Defined jawline.
Sometimes you can just be a little bit too sick. Plus you gotta calm down the Sigma just a little bit.
We have to know the way of the Sigma.
I don't want to know the way of the
Yeah,
Sigma.
we gotta know the way of Sigma. Man, thank you so much to Smart, obviously, and get more data for maximum gaming with Smart's Powerall 149. Make it look easy with 16 GB for all apps, plus your choice of only Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram, or only TikTok. Personally love that one. Plus only calls and texts to all networks. And all of that is going to be bound to be OP for just 149 pesos for 7 days. Don't have to worry about anything, so load now.
So it's kind of like Suyo.
What?
It's OP. It's bound to be OP.
Yeah.
Like Suyo, he's OP.
Or Kalea.
Or
It's Kalea.
I won't go
you
as
guys have
far.
that already?
I don't know. I don't know if I could say Kalea's OP, man.
Not quite. Have you seen the Kalea?
I think she's strong, but she's not like broken OP. Because
That's
when you say
fair.
OP, that's like broken.
Unbeatable. It's impossible to win a 1v1.
I still think she's OP.
She's still pretty strong.
I mean,
just people need to take Purify.
As a roamer, though, are you gonna do that? No. Can't do that as a roamer. And if you're a pick-off style roamer,
especially Bruce,
you get caught by the Kalea.
Like a jawhead,
You're dead, bro.
Okay.
I mean, that's what we saw. Like, one of the things I love and hate the most about her kit, hate it when I'm against it, love it when I'm using the Kalea, it's when she does her roll. I'm up in the air for some reason. I fly even though I'm a fish.
It's
and
a
then
fake
jumps
out.
on you. It's a fake out. It's like, is he going to go down? I don't know. There's no indicator. Like the only indicator is if you're fast enough to see the Kalea going down and be able to go away.
So it's like a distraction too, because you're just like,
whoa, ah!
Kalea's like one big distraction.
is she coming down or not?
Yeah, dude, it's her title strike into the rolling wave.
That's true. Okay.
Oh, what is
I
this?
like how we have this now, the BPI Rich Guy rankings.
I love this. This is actually interesting. Dominkite has been on that chart apparently 10 times already since we started it on week 2.
Yeah, as of this is for as of week 4.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah,
Not counting now.
Yeah, not counting now. This is for the first 4 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. This includes week 1 numbers.
So he's at 11 so
Yeah.
far. Yay, nice
Man,
one.
that's
Did they get a prize?
I
from
was
BPI?
just gonna ask that, Rockhart.
What?
I was just gonna ask. I wonder, is BPI planning something that we don't know about too?
Maybe.
For the players, like the top 1 BPI rich guy becomes a rich guy.
An actual rich guy.
Dun, dun, dun.
He gets a prize higher than the entire prize team winning.
Whoa.
Whoa! I
Oheb would love that.
don't want to put that pressure on BPI.
Yeah.
We
He
got
gets
Aurora.
a bucket hat.
With money. It's
Ooh.
a bucket hat with
Full of
cash.
money. Hey, that's not bad.
That's not
It's a
bad.
good promo. Blue side is going to be on Aurora with an 81% win rate on this next game. Yeah, looking at Brusco there. Brusco did not have a fun time with the Kalea on the other side, and he was a jawhead. And I think that's one of the biggest strengths of Kalea, right? Not
Yeah.
really executing your skill, but the threat. Just the fact that you can just grip on anyone anytime. Essentially like an ejector. Anyway, let's go into it for draft for game number 2.
Okay. So in this sense, since Roar is going to be on the blue here, we'll see if the Clay is going to be banned out or not. But that is the Phobius being taken out. We could possibly still see a priority for the Suyo. That has been the case. Also, of course, the Granger, still the Harith too. So far, game 2s though have the red side that has been the Kalea ban, right?
Yeah. No ban. Actually, no bans on Chip. Kalea only got banned, I think, a few times, 3 times maybe today.
Yeah.
So not really super priority on the bans as well. So, but when he's been thrown out, he's more likely to get picked up.
All right, Onic has a decision of whether or not they're going to ban the juice in. Both power pick trades are in effect. It's Kalea that gets taken out.
There it is.
Will Aurora lean towards the juice in rush?
Ooh. Juice in, and then just let the Suyo be taken because you know that you can actually play, if you have to, something else in the jungle?
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm really hoping that Aurora Lucas Flex becomes a staple now because I feel like it can slot into a lot of lineups. But there's Zushin left available here. 97% contestation rate still, and a good solid 80% win rate for that Zushin means people are more likely to pick it up still.
Okay. Aurora can double down with, even if the Cho gets taken away from them, they can still go and pick up the high loss later on in the draft. I like the idea of them showing the Lucas already going to second phase with the flex. I'm with you on that, Rockhart. So the Great Jutsuyo gets locked in by Onic.
Ooh.
I hope they consider the Lucas. Lucas and Juicin together. That provides a lot of space for the Juicin.
Sounds crazy, huh?
Yeah, for the Lucas, actually. And they can just lean in on the Harith for Dominkite again.
And maybe have a jawhead there. Just make it harder for King Kong to actually go and do King Kong things. Other than that, feels like they have a pretty solid start in the draft so far.
Yeah.
And you went back on the Zushin is just a huge comfort, right?
Yeah.
Magic is my life.
Okay.
Harith.
There's the Harith. Classic matchup. What are they going to take here? There it is. It's going to be the Hylos this time.
Classic combo, huh?
The old horseman.
Yeah. Playing it safe, slow, and Sorcerer Vitalized. So they go into the second phase without a jungler and the XP. They're waiting for that. So do we get the Brusco pick right now? I'd want to see them consider just picking up the Gata Gacha. They already have their course, but they go for the Eve first. Okay.
Right. I guess they're trying to avoid or bypass the risk of what happened last game where, Jesus, no mid lane was safe. That was a really bad draft for a mid laner, right?
Yep.
This is really scary though too, actually, just the combination between the Jushin and the Hylos. There's so much cutoff potential, you know, and initiation options that RORA can play around with just these two heroes alone, and then you throw in a Zaman Force from the Harith. And so there's a whole lot of impact, especially when we consider the objectives later on. So they do go ahead, and it's Onic Philippines that bans out the Lucas. They don't want to deal with that possibility of popping up again. So I'm wondering, you know, again, like, what does RORA want to put in the jungle here against the Suyo?
Well, classic, you know, historically, it's great for the Suyo to not have a Joy to worry about. But other than that, yeah, not really much that can actually go toe-to-toe, right? So that's a big advantage for Onic.
Yeah, I think Onic needs to ban all the Joy, too. That leaves...
No, it's already banned out.
Oh yeah, right.
Aurora on.
They need. If that's the case, they ban the Hayabusa.
Hayabusa, there you go. That's a good one.
And then you leave the Alpha as the best pick that the Demon Kite can go for, unless he's gonna show up with a Ling.
It's like a full-on dive composition. Alpha with a high loss with the Zushin. I like that. Anto's out. No Haya ban.
The High is gonna be available here for Demon Kite. If that's the case, if Onic are thinking about the Hayabusa already as an option, as much as I want to see them pick up a different EXP laner, they might need to lean towards picking up the Hilda 4th.
Would CC work well here?
Then I want to see them pick up something that could give the Hayabusa a bit of a hard time in case.
Just in case, yeah.
Yeah, but I want to... I think Gatotkacha, Haya... Gatotkacha, Hilda should be the last two picks here for Onic Philippines, considering that the glue was rightfully so taken away by Aurora.
Okay. So far, no one really has like a straight-up advantage. Again, just like game number 1 draft, it's really crazy the mind games that's happening right now.
Yeah, it's really the... When we even look at game 1, and both drafts were kind of even in that sense, it was more so that how that early game went, and really if there's not any pickoffs or mistakes being made, it comes down to really those first turtle fights for a lot of the teams with their compositions. And there's the Gatotkacha. So this is actually a really good answer to those first 2 picks that the first 3 picks that I was mentioning from Aurora earlier on. You've already got the real world manipulation, you have the Gatotkacha to help you. That's going to also be a Revitalize to answer the Hylos Revitalize that we're going to see here. And they really need it because a lot of the extended team fights that RORA is looking for, this allows you to at least have that or at least match it. And then it should allow some space for the Suyo and the Granger to work with too.
Yeah, you need space creation, 100%. So Edward has a choice between a Hilda and a CC. And then... It has to be a Hayabusa, right? It's not every day. Not crazy. He does go for the lane.
Wow.
I love this.
Oh, and it's a Khalid. Cool.
I like this.
Oh, that's a good swerve by Aurora. I mean, I floated the possibility, but I didn't expect it.
This Ling is really in a really interesting spot, specifically since Khalid was picked up here. He'll have to tiptoe through a lot though, right? This Ling is not gonna have like a free time.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. I don't think we've seen too much of this combination of heroes, at least from Aurora. That's what I was saying. You know, you got to leave it up to the hero pool that they have here. Last pick is the Cho.
I'm liking this.
Okay, so we're going to get to see that come through. How are we feeling about this?
I feel like Onic had a pretty good advantage still, despite a very interesting Ling pick, just because of how easy it is to execute.
Okay. So for Aurora, they decide to put the high loss in the roam. Khalid in the roam, high loss in the EXP. I thought they would put the Cho in the EXP and Gatotkacha in the mid, but they wanted to match the rotational speed, so it's going to be Khalid, Cho, roam face-off, while Kirk will get the Gatotkacha. The Ling is the X factor here. Demon has the X factor because the lineup of Onic Philippines, it plays to their strengths.
Yep.
But accessing and breaking the formation of Onic Philippines, getting to that Eve is so easy with the Ling Khalid and even a high loss empowering it.
I like this too, that swing, right? Because of now it's Edward on the Hylos. You have the Khalid over here, and even the Khalid alone, like there's a lot of set potential, and I want to see how they are able to protect the Ling because we just haven't seen the Ling too much this season.
That is true. Only
Welcome
one game
to
has
Mobile
win
Legends.
already under its belt. It's a classic Demon Kai hero as well, so let's see what's going to happen here on game number 2 between Onic Philippines and Aurora.
It was Kyle TZ and Team Falcons that played Ling first this season, and it won. Let's see if Aurora can replicate that with this Ling.
Hey, if Demon Kai's done it with the Lucas, he can probably do it with the Ling. It is great, again, to see some of these other heroes pop up, though, just because we're so used to seeing, you know, the Suyos and the Joys in the jungle. But already, you know, taking a look at the emblems, he is running that killing spree still with the Sling.
Yeah, pure damage. It's a Fatal, Warcry, Assassin, and Dominic really wants to maximize the raw damage he can output, gets Weapons Master alongside Inspire for his emblem talents.
I guess that's one of the few ways you can actually keep up with the Suyo, right? Straight up damage output and try to get him with as few hits as possible, because more likely than not, you're the one who's on the receiving end. You're very fragile as a Ling.
What is the Fatal again? It's like 5% crit? Is it 5% crit, right? I always get those in Killing Spree mixed up, but the fact that he's got the Warcry emblem, you know, and he's able to go ahead and pop out some of that extra damage, I'm wondering, though, as later in the game that it's going to be increasingly more difficult for him to actually fight toe-to-toe, just because, again, you have an Eve for Onic Philippines. You know, you might have to deal with Brusco trying to kick you at the same time. So I think for Onic Philippines, if they can actually get that Tempest Blades out early, that does a lot already in the mid lane. Edward going to be in trouble. RWM already dropped down. Brusco will flicker out defensively. So they force that fight. They'll call it off, and now the turtle's up.
Yeah, fast level 4 for Super Friends actually getting the real world manipulation right away. And Aurora understanding the tendencies of Onic Philippines to go for that pre-turtle trade. We're ready for it, but they weren't ready for Super Friends being level 4. Onic get the first turtle.
There you go. This time around, it's going to be Onic who are ahead on the objectives very early on. And that is really saying something. Now, it feels like Aurora are going to have to turtle up a little bit just to be able to catch up here.
Okay. So with that, they get themselves a very minor lead. We'll see how they adjust from here. Again, they kind of have to play around their own timings. Aurora is a little bit different. Not too much difference, though, in lane-to-lane matchup right now, while both teams just go ahead and focus on farming. This is very similar to what we saw in Game 1 in the early game, until eventually kind of all hell broke loose, you know, by that second turtle.
All right, so yeah, we haven't really seen the full effect of the Onic line, the Aurora lineup so far.
Ouch.
Then again, their damage is quite lacking at this point. Demon Kite, ouch, is the right term for it. We're looking for damage right now. We have a lot of crowd control, but not really much to follow up on it.
Okay. Very slow rotation so far. Aurora just trying to find an opening through the center. Again, with how these two know well each other, they really don't want to let up with controlling the center of the map. Going a bit closer. Let's see if anyone will try to go for a sequence in the gold. Renegade is going to show up here.
I think that, though, again, is even just going to be spotted out, man. They have their bases covered everywhere.
Pretty much.
And we could have a very, once again, a situation where it's a very Filipino game. You know, low kills, at least until things kind of break out. UA also just kind of getting spotted out. Kirk, they know that purple buff is up. Demon Kai wants to go in and secure that, so that's the information given. But we're 15 away from that turtle.
Yep, Kirk just wants to check here. Again, no damage quite yet from the Aurora lineup. And now it's Onic who are looking for some of these kills to happen. No one making or committing to any major mistakes yet, though.
Could be a slow start. I wonder if Aurora is suddenly going to pull the trigger and go for a very aggro play here, as Onic have already started the turtle, but will back off as King Kong wants to get his buff first.
Probably could. Just back off for now. Both junglers getting into a position where they need that buff, and they want to go for an all-out fight. You want to make sure that you have the tools to take that fight, and yeah, they're doing it right now.
Okay, Brusco holding on here. He does have the flicker available. Yui's going to be fine. The buff secured now, so they're going to get in position. Aurora has a lot of utility. The question is, will Renegade actually be able to use it? Will he go in with Sandstorm, or a vice versa from Onic Philippines? They're finally up on this side. The gold laners will go ahead and stay 1v1ing down in that gold lane, but very slow second turtle of the game. Clearing things out, just kind of feeling out the area right now.
Yeah, there's a fight happening very soon here. Demon Kite waiting for the retribution range. Oh,
they're going to have to go for it. King Kong will get the retribution off. There's the kick from Edward. A sandstorm from Renegade, but they immediately call it off. They don't have enough damage to actually go for that fight. Now the fight for it, the purple buff. Brusco jumps in too. Now Super Friends could be in trouble. Demon Kite at the front of it. Temps Blade's going to be used. Now RWM already dropped down. They just don't have enough damage to fight against Onic Philippines. They're going to crash down and Edward in trouble. Finally a kill on the board for Onic. And they get the buff.
First blood at 5 minutes and 49 seconds.
Yeah. What did I say about these two teams in the last one? These two teams really know how to make something happen every time around 46 minutes. It's a big one. It'll be a slow start, then suddenly something will explode, something will go very wrong or very right, depending on who you're going to be looking at. It went very right there for Onic. Brusco and Kirk were on point there, and even Super Friends holding on to the real-world manipulation as long as possible, forcing Demon Kite out of the purple buff. He was forced to use his retry there, so he loses his purple buff. He couldn't even get a knock-up on Super Friends because he used his real-world manipulation to avoid getting crowd controlled by the Ling.
So much stomps here for Onic so far.
Edward could be in trouble. There's the kick. Yue trying to help him out. Renegade's going to be too late. Even with the pathway, won't be able to escape. A jump in from Kirk, and standing there menacingly after the jump, it's going to be fine. Another kill on the board for Onic.
Definitely a better game for Kelra this time around when everyone is busy just trying to deal with all these AOGs and Brusco on the show. It looks very good for the Granger of Kelra.
Oh, Renegade! Be able to find two with the sandstorm. This is the time they go. They will find one now. Kirk could be in trouble too. Quite tanky himself. The rest of the team comes through, and Kirk will go down. Another pull, and that utility from this Jushin paying off.
That's a 2 for none here. King Kong with a steal on the buff though, pretty huge.
Yeah. All right, but this purple buff, this turtle should take for Onic is not going to be easy. They cannot fully commit into this as Aurora will take it. A great rotation by Renegade to put him in the spot to catch off Brusco and Super Friends.
Conceal going to be used again, focusing on the turtle, trying to zone him out. King Kong might try to jump in on this. He goes in for it. Yue actually secures the turtle, and they'll go ahead and disengage. So yes, that was difficult, even Demon Kite without the buff, but they get the objective.
Demon Kite, no retry then. King Kong didn't have his readily available for him as well, so they just tried to play out to see who could get the last hit. Brusco.
Okay, Brusco. Yeah, they just want to put pressure on anywhere they can for Demon Kite. They're going to wait here patiently. King Kong will get out of there. He needs the whole team to go ahead and just help secure the orange buff, and that's the things about the Lings. You know, they need to be very dependent on grabbing their buffs and not having them stolen.
And it's honestly a little bit more difficult for them to actually pull off a sustained team fight. Aurora got a bit of an advantage, but that was because they caught Onic by surprise. If Onic sees it coming, it might be a different story. They might be able to just dip and dash out of harm's way here. They have the lineup to do it.
Yep. They can go ahead and continue to just win on the map is what Onic Philippines really wants to do. Meanwhile, this whole time, though, you know, for the most part, the gold laners, this is where they start to shift as a focus. And, you know, the whole time, this 9 minutes that they've been farming up, their damage should start to really come online. Renegade's taking a lot of shots. Edward, too, might be in trouble. Already getting the glorious pathway out. This is the pressure now for the purple buff. Demon Kite's going to have to fight for it. Taking a couple shots. Demon Kite takes a Queller shot and will have to get out there, too. And that's just going to be a purple buff. Taking it now once again from Demon Kite.
A damn good real-world manipulation coming out from Super Friends to zone out and stop any chances of Aurora to try and force a fight and the purple buff and giving a chance for Demon Kite to take it. By the way, it's 3, making that 2 levels behind King Kong. I believe King Kong should be closer to hitting level 15 while Demon Kite just got past the level 12 hump. In terms of the items, it is Radiant and Dreadnought for Renegade. For Edward. So a good amount of tankiness coming out from that high loss. While it's, of course, a Thunderbolt Rush for the Khalid. And I like the itemization of Super Friends. Actually went for the Bloodwing's second item. He's prioritizing his own survivability, knowing again that he's up against a lineup that could mess him up easily if he's not careful.
Yeah, whatever they talked about there in that dugout, Onic 100% feels a lot different in this game. And Super Friends is more on point. Now he's back on the eve and can go into more confident positions here. Look at them. Philippines, making sure that they have a lot more advantage in terms of vision and control of this Lord.
So also a pretty big gap between the junglers right now. As King Kong is 15 to Demon Kite's 12, or probably almost 13. Half health on the Lord. They're going to poke down Aurora. Glorious Pathway going to be dropped. Renegade 2 goes in with a Raging Sandstorm. Pops the flicker from Kelro. Kelro could be in trouble, though, under the turret. They find the kick on Demon Kite, and he's gone. A double for Kelra. They're looking for Demon Kite. They'll find him as well. 3 down for Aurora. As now Onic Philippines will go into the mid. The Lord is already secured, and they want to take the turrets.
20 seconds in. Feels like a big advantage here for Onic, trying to go for the jugular here, attacking on the mid. UN Renegade might be in trouble.
Oh, already working on that mid turret, even with a shield down. King Kong's gonna jump in, has a ton of damage, and now Renegade is gonna be gone as a shot comes through, and still the Lord is up. Now on the top side, Onic Philippines looking to take more. 4 up though for Aurora. Will they be able to look for another kill, another queller shot from King Kong, and now they face off. Have to deal with the Lord. Demon Kite going in from that back angle. He's going to be stared down, though. Looking for Kelro possibly to jump in. Kirk jumps in, and Demon Kite's punished again. We have a game 3 ahead of us.
Wow. That is the Onic that we know and love right here, right now, taking game number 2 and equalizing against Aurora.
They demand perfection from one another. Slip up at the wrong time, and you will get punished. How they're both just trading very key and specific moments, playing around an insane amount of respect in terms of waiting for key abilities. These are the two of the Philippines, two of the best that the Philippines has to offer today, and what a series.
Possibly the world, right? What a series indeed. So this is exactly what you kind of expect from Onic. They have been known for this, right? Their relentless, ruthless aggression, especially when they get in a good position. With Aurora making some counter plays here and there, but not really quite enough. And I really noticed a huge lack of damage on the side of Aurora, especially in the early to mid game.
Yeah. Again, the shutdown onto Demon Kite there was big. King Kong getting the turtle. The Lord, Kelra able to stay alive. Brusco, great zone out for his gold laner to be able to land the kick onto, I believe that was Demon Kite who was getting very close to him. Yeah. King Kong starting things out here.
Bang.
Being able to land the kill onto Renegade. It seems like Onic just hit another level again. They reawakened after that loss in game number 1. And the fact with how quick Demon Kite was taken down because Kirk was ready to taunt for Kelra to make sure that he survives.
That was pretty clean so far. At most of these engages, there was not really an engage that they didn't get some advantage one way or another. And there you go, Brusco.
Big Brusco.
Big Brusco here, our MVP for that match.
That's
a perfect pose.
Perfect pose.
Perfect, right?
It's so funny because he's 0-0-4. And again, game 1 and game 2, very low, low kill games, but like you mentioned, it just seems to be they know each other so well, Renmar, that around that 4 to the 6 minute mark, it's relatively calm before that, and then during that time frame, 4 to 6 minutes, things break out. It's all hell after that, and then things like that happen, and it just seems to be a switch that these teams play off of.
Yeah, so Brusco MVP here because he did a great job of doing 2 things, protecting and help setting things up. If it wasn't him landing his typical, oh, here's a Way of the Dragon, serving it up fresh for you, let's go ahead and get that, he's going to be using it to protect his back line. For this one, he was zoning out, he was holding onto it, but he kept Kelra alive. Jeet Kundo, Flicker, plus the kick, and that was crucial for Onic Philippines to keep their lead alive. Brusco helping Kelra, that's why he's the MVP.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like this would have been a completely different story if the Hayabusa was there in those scenarios where you're literally just hunting down the gold laner, right? And Demon Kite tried to do that over and over again, but was punished non-stop, resulting into a lot of his buffs also being taken. So there's that. That was a relatively quick game, 11 minutes and 38 for Onic.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, really, when you think about it in that sense where, the first portion, or I guess the first third of this game almost, where nothing's happening, and then so much action packed in. Because look at this, it's 2 to 7. But it was such a dominant game after that said point of that 6-minute mark around there, where then everything just fell into place. All those turrets went down from Onic Philippines, and again, I think, yes, Brusco got the MVP here, but especially with Super Friends, the fact that he got this Eve, he's one of the few players that still picks this hero up and makes it seem like it's back in, what, Season 9 when all we saw was even Farsa in Season 9 and 10. Yeah. And his usage and positioning is what makes it so good, what makes it work out so well for the lineups that they have here.
Yeah, again, these are two drafts where Onic Philippines decided Super Friends go ahead and pick up the Eve. And this time I thought it would be a very difficult game for him, but Onic Philippines were just able to protect their backline, hold to their key abilities at the right moment so that they have enough tools for peeling, knowing that, you know what, if we cannot get the big set ourselves, our set will be Super Friends' real-world manipulation. That we don't need the AOG or the Way of the Dragon so much to say, hey, the fight starts now. It can just be Super Friends easily popping off the real world manipulation saying the fight definitely starts now. Let's go.
And having all that fun on mid with Super Friends means that our BPI Rush guy is going to be Kelra, who had so much free reign on that lane once again. It's like what we saw in game number 1 when, everything was going fine for one team. Their gold laner really had so much fun as well. Yeah, I think the biggest difference from game number 1 Onic is definitely that aggression that we saw them use against so many teams in the past.
Yeah.
They just need to get that confidence back, and safe to say, I guess, that this is the Onic we know and love.
We see kind of shades of the old Onic Philippines. I feel like this season we have, but we've seen more of those shades the past, yesterday and today, for the most part. We saw a preview of it last week, and again, that's where Kelra was mentioning how much they've actually worked on getting that connection back. And I know that, personally, they've gone out, after some of their games, win or lose, they still go and spend time together. Obviously, that's a big part of it, and what we hear from Coach Wynot and everybody else involved. So it does seem like they are back on track. Now, do they still have, do they still falter a little bit here and there? Of course they do. Yeah. Look at game 1. But definitely, I think for a lot of the Sonics out there and a lot of the fans for the Super Fam here, we might see them climb back up, man, to the standings. I wouldn't be surprised with the way that they're playing that maybe we see them end the regular season two, maybe the second spot even, if they continue on this trajectory.
I mean, dare I say, with how Aurora played that game number 2, it's sort of like the same feeling as Onic game number 1. Onic game number 1, it's looks like they were so hesitant, they were so cautious. I thought they were just scared. It looked like they were just super respecting what Aurora brought to the table in game number 1. In this game number 2, it's actually Aurora playing the same way. It's like, oh, dang, but there's so many things you have to watch out for. The late entry punish of the AOG. Of course, Brusco on his show with what he can do with it. It was Aurora this time around. I thought it was looking scared, but it was them being hesitant. And the time they pulled the trigger wasn't the perfect time to go for it, and then they got punished.
It feels like these teams kind of just maybe feel the same way or think the same way, where they're trying to get an early advantage. If we don't, let's back off, right? It just feels that way. It just so happens that, they got the head. Shout out, by the way, to our MLBB KOL, Elgin, who is hanging out. And he did show off this amazing one, the new Alpha Legend skin, Revenant of Roses.
Yeah, he gave us a preview of his gains, and also how cool the skin is, as well as some tips on how you can get the skin at lower prices. I appreciate this because I wanted to get it at a lower price.
Yep, don't miss out on this amazing deal. Make sure to follow Elgin on his official social media page just to stay updated regarding MLBB content.
When I met him in person, I didn't realize he was actually that fit. Because all I know is his voice from all the videos and stuff.
He's a fit dude.
And when I met him, I was like, he posted up in front of me and I posted up in front of him. And I mean, I'm still a little bit bigger than him, but I was pretty impressed.
Just a little bit bigger?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Sure?
Just a little bit.
That buff? I remember he was quite lean. Oh, man.
Yeah, but I mean, he's buff.
Yeah, he's buff. But you're buff.
Well, his photo there looks pretty good. He's had some gains. Or maybe it's Photoshop. I don't know. Where is he?
I'm pretty sure those are legitimate
I don't know. I know he was here last week.
Was he?
I don't know if he's going to be here 2 weeks in a row. Yeah. But yeah, either way, big shout out to Elgin. You know what? You're Chad. You've helped so many people, I think, improve in MLBB.
Hold up. How big of a discount can you get on the Alpha Acid Gothic skin?
I don't know. You're the one who got it.
Yeah, but I didn't get it with the tips that Elgin gave.
I didn't know there was that.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't
I
know
don't
there
know.
was.
Dang it! I could have saved like 1,000 or 2,000 diamonds.
No, but at least your number is smaller. The number of
yeah, but do people really care about the number?
I guess not. I mean, for me, it's just for your own flexing.
Yeah. It is for the
People
flexing.
love to flex that.
What was the one before that? Was it the Moskov?
Huh?
Was it the Moskov that had the number?
Yeah, it was Moskov.
Moskov.
Yeah. So just give us a little bit of a braver, because man, that was a intense one. Let's throw it over to All Access with our host and see what they have.
This series has reached game number 3. Roras, Sonics, make some noise! Sa aking kaliwa, from the Northern Lights, para sa inyo, magingay tayo lahat para kay Carly. Sa aking kanan naman, representing the Super Fam, magingay tayo lahat para kay Erica. Carly, Erica, napag-usapan na natin to. Ikaw ang unang papalag. 5 segundo lang ibibigay ko sa'yo. Carly, ano bang palag mo?
Huwag nyo nang piliting bumawi. Meron kaming the Hitman, the Hillman, the Hookman. Kay Rene J pa lang, bugbog na kayo.
Bugbog na daw kayo kay Rene J pa lang. Erica, ano naman ang palag mo?
Kahit meron kaming World Championship title, never kami nagyakbang sa ibang community. Kaya humble lang kami lagi.
Humble lang daw, Carly. Kailangan mo nang ibigay ito. Ano naman ang rebat mo?
Kahit ano pang sabihin at gawin nyo, si Rene J pa din ang tatalo sa inyo!
Rene J, mainit tayo kay Rene J, okay? Erica, ano naman ang rebat mo?
Manalo man o matalo, sisiguraduhin namin na yung team namin makakapasok sa playoffs at dudurugin namin kayo!
Usapang playoffs na agad. Meron ka pa! Meron ka pa!
Pasok na kami.
Oh! Oh my goodness! Daanin na lang natin to.
Kung meron kayong Rene J, meron naman kami super family!
Masyadong maraming nangyayari. Daanin na lang natin to sa cheer. Onic, what time is it?
It's Onic time!
Roras, lights within?
It's the win!
I guess everybody is ready. Game 3 is now on. Balik na natin sa ating mga casters.
Nice one, me.
Oh my God. Wow.
Nice one!
You gotta get your throat.
He had a good comeback, though.
That was okay.
That was a good comeback. Oh my God.
So she said like, we're gonna make sure we win and we'll enter the playoffs and beat you. And then Aurora's guy said, but we're already in the playoffs.
We were like,
over.
That's very passionate. Love the passion from our super fans. But you know what? You can also join the super fan rap battle. Check out the official MPL page for more info. That's one way to do it.
How is that gonna work, man? Like, I mean, the first time that I saw this, I'm like,
let me check it out.
What are we gonna do? Like, are they actually just gonna be rapping against each other, like the super fans?
Maybe
or
they're
super fans.
I'm thinking maybe they're trying to get some people who are lyrically inclined.
But then, like, are we gonna like see that in the playoffs?
Maybe
or
like before the playoffs.
Maybe,
right? I mean, that's something we're gonna check later on. For blue side now, it's Onic on the blue side with 66% win rate. And yeah, if you are lyrically very
inclined,
inclined, please check out that.
I know we're not, Rockhart.
We're not.
he is. He's on a different level of lyrics.
No, I'm okay.
Maybe he's just a poet and he don't even know it.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that.
Just a little bit, you know? So, get into it. We are on to drafting base for game number 3. Even though Bree is not here. And
she's probably still in the building.
I feel like you've unleashed something in Rockhart. He's trying to bring out some bars right now.
He's bringing out the bars. I've inspired him. Okay.
All right. So, Yeah, so at this point, I'm very happy to just leave the Lucas on the ban phase if I was Onic. Because, man, Demon Kite looked a bit different in game number 2. Probably because of the draft as well by Coach Wynot. That was impressive.
There are also shadows.
Huh, okay. This draft is going a little bit different too. Wondering for Onic Philippines if they just take the Suyo again, give it a King Kong again, if it's open.
Yep.
Probably could.
For the trade. I like the bans, the committal on the focus back for Onic, which has been too good. Oh, they banned the Kalea this time around.
On the blue side.
Yeah.
I like the respect here. I mean, it worked out so well for them to have Renege on a setter that wasn't ready to jump on you every single moment.
Yeah.
You know, worked out very well in the end. So now the question is, do you still leave the Lucas open? Because Wynot could still counter that. That's a usable hero here for Onic, not necessarily on jungle.
I think we'll see, depending on the picks for Onic
Suyo still.
We'll check out after the first phase of Onic if Aurora are going to lock in the Lucas in the third, or maybe they might even consider it for the fourth. Now, though, I think it's clear that if Aurora pick at third, it's most likely going to go to the jungle. You can't say anymore the flex possibility, because if the CC is still open, that means Onic will just pick the CC. So they go for the Granger. Will they go Jawhead? They do not. They rush the Sicilian right away. They go for their backline focus strength.
Great combo.
And now they're going to pair that up, not necessarily with a strong front. They can go one strong front and then pick off. So Onic will have to keep that in mind. They pick the Harith into the Sicilian Granger lineup, which could be difficult. They need a bit more reach for the Super Friends hero to match that.
Maybe, do they take it now though? Like, do they just lock in possibly a Farsa or something? Oh no, they don't. They go to Hilda.
Right, that's a relatively fast draft here. That's what I'm seeing. And now, are you gonna do it? MLBB, the camera's right on Demon Kite. Are you gonna go for it? Because you might want to just stay comfort on this one, especially since Onic feels like they're on fire today.
Was the Ling a little too like risky?
There it is.
Was it? Like, do you think Ling still doesn't really fit into the meta right now?
I think it does, but very
is it like
selective.
A Hanzo?
Hanzo
I don't.
like fits better.
I feel like people are picking up the Hanzo just because like it's a bit of an unfamiliar territory for teams. Like, whoa, it's a Hanzo.
Get a kill.
Get by surprise. Yeah.
But you saw how much the Ling struggled, especially when you don't get the buffs, you know?
And without an Angel. Oh,
yep.
Oh no.
Fast trading around the center of the map. I think Onic are floating the possibility of they'll flex the Hilda. That's not necessarily the Kurt pick. Considering that they're treating the Lucas as an assassin, well, why not pick up a Hilda who is known for, if you play it in the roam, messing up assassins. Lucas, of course, a little bit tankier compared to like the Hayabusas and Lynx of the world, but could be.
Would you actually like this Hilda onto XP or maybe roam for Brusco so he can maybe hunt down the Lucas more?
We'll see. I want to see the fourth pick of Aurora first and then decide whether or not I want to put that in the roam or EXP. So I think Aurora needs to go ahead and pick their... I know they have to show something. Pick their roamer. Pick their roamer first and then commit the flex at the end with the EXP last pick.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. We are going to have to think about a good roamer here. All the usual suspects are not quite there. No Hylos, no Jawhead. Gotcha feels like it could slot in well.
Would Badang be too? Is this?
Oh, it's
like,
badangable for Aurora.
Is it? That's what I'm saying. Is it badangable
yeah,
for
it's badangable,
Renegade?
Definitely.
Does he become the fist man once again?
Is that the official thing? Fist man?
It's one of them.
The punch man.
The punch man.
The punch man.
I mean, to be fair, all his skills are called fist.
Fist man.
All right, they're all fist.
There's a good thought. All right.
Fist win, fist crack, fist break.
I wonder if it's still a flex. I have to double check if Edward actually has a record with the...
It's a lot of flex. It's a freeway flex, if ever.
Usually it's only Kurt that does it. I guess the...
Man,
okay,
Tig.
so it's a XP Hilda, Rome Tigrio. Ooh, this could be tough for Onic a little bit. Very close range, needs hard reach. Hard to go Eve, but... Yeah. They decided to go Farsa. Yep. They need a little bit more mobility of the wings by wings.
Last pick.
And for the mid, I would say, sorry, for the, we're not sure. We're not sure.
This 100% a Renegade pick. This
think
was
it's
for
a Renegade pick. Okay. CC?
Yeah, that's fine.
Not much else, right? CC and Edith. All right. Also a classic Edward pick. I like it.
Yeah, last season, these are the two teams that played Edith the best. Edward for Aurora and Kirk for Onic Philippines. And before, there was a point in the grand finals where it became like a big Edith trade of like who gets this hero and
I
whatnot.
remember. Yeah. It was Edith tossed back and forth throughout that series.
Like, okay, you get it now, I will get it back. Oh, look, we're in the game 7.
And when that happens, it feels like they're just the only two teams that do it, right? None of the other teams actually do, so love to see that Edith right here. And now we are on game number 3. Now, who do you guys think came out on top there? Let us know in the comment section. Maybe we can try to figure out some logic to these. No one really won out on the draft for me. I don't know about you guys.
I'm liking the damage output of Onic Philippines more.
Yeah.
But knowing Aurora, if they don't slip to the point where they lose a really big lead, their late game is something that Onic might have a very difficult time dealing with.
There you go. Load up at the game number 3 here. It's going to be a fun one for sure. They're getting started right away. It's Onic Philippines versus Aurora. Close up. This is a very close fight, honestly.
Yeah, for me, in terms of the draft, I just think I'm going to have to lean towards Aurora. I like what they have. I'm a believer in Demon Kite's Lucas. What has he been able to do? He still has a good front line to allow him that space, and that's been the kind of the secret sauce to making the Lucas jungle work. That's Edward and also Renegade here that can play that front line for him.
New Demon Kite signature pick maybe coming in.
Maybe.
Maybe force out some bans. I mean, got forced out of the ban last game. It had a solid impact on his pool, on the way that Aurora actually played here.
Yep. Similar to, I believe it was Kirk in game number 1. Now this time it's Edward picking the pull yourself together for the Edith so that they can get the quicker access onto the Flicker. That's going to be a big tool for making sure the Ediths can survive or even set up. Keller aggressive in lane now, going to get taunted and pressured. But it's been Domikite who's getting the brunt of damage from Keldra.
There it is. King Kong diving out. Yue in trouble here.
Wow, Yue. Oh, he is taking a little bit of damage. It's going to be fine. Had to pop the Purify and the regen too. He will survive. He'll get back to base, and that's always the threat. Having the Suyo on the field right now. So Onic looking to take control early on.
Yep, look at that. The rest of Onic members look like they're out for blood. Camping out on all these bushes, stopping him from going out of their jungle.
Okay, Turtle's up. Trying to get in position. Still some level 4s have to come online here. They're not going to have him Brusco and Renegade both. So they might just give this one up. King Kong will blitz it forward. The Unbreakable, though, already forcing back. Demon Kite's going to jump in. King Kong will get the turtle. And Demon Kite falls. Edward jumps in. He's able to hit and kill King Kong. So both junglers down. And now Renegade with Edward. Earthshatter on up. Yue trying to get here. Not level 4, though. Renegade could just get caught out by himself. Couldn't find Brusco. He wanted him, but Brusco survives with 1 health.
All right, they actually kind of sacrificed quite a bit to make that post-turtle fight happen for them. You know what? Somehow, some way, it's Aurora. Sorry, it's Onic who's going to be coming out on top there.
Yeah, great positioning there by Onic. A lot of the crowd control early on that they have, especially around the Farsa and the Tigreal. Messed up a little bit of the approach that Demon Kite wanted to start with. He entered, but then immediately walked into a bunch of, hey, why can't I move? Oh, look, I'm dead. I get bursted down by the Farsa.
Yeah, Farsa, don't forget, has experienced a pretty solid buff in the previous patch. Also makes it so much safer to play with decreased move speed from wings by wings and solid damage overall. So, a very reliable mid laner now in the hands of Super Friends. can really affect how this early to mid game is turning out for Onic.
Yeah, the early game window for Aurora is still quite open though.
Yeah.
Although Onic has closed it like halfway. One more win like that and that shuts it down completely. Kirk a little bit more confident now in lane, handling the Edith very well. Great. How Onic have been playing around the shrubs for a good amount of this game so far has been great. They're out-rotating Renegade and Yue right now. The early trade with Yue in the mid lane, forcing him to go back early, meant that they got a little bit more time to take control of the key shrubs in the rotation. So Onic Philippines so far have been taking control of this game very well.
Yeah, it feels like they're on security mode, right? They're making sure that no one can pass through this river. No one shall check vision. And that's actually giving a lot of free space to everyone else.
Turtle's up now. We'll see if Demonkai has a better time jumping into this one. He got pretty much just blasted the last turtle. There's the flicker. Brusco jumps in with the implosion. He's going to be able to find Edward. Edward already gone. Now Aurora looking to see if they still want to cap out the turtle. Kirk on the backside too. King Kong just goes in, gets the turtle under the hands. Then now Renegade on the run. And Demonkai in trouble too. Tries to get away, Bang! But Kirk will find him. Already a killing spree for Kirk. And now under the tier 2, Aurora. They're in trouble. They will have to go back. They lost a whole lot of that turtle fight.
Whoa, Kirk's enhanced basic attack from being able to use skill 1 locked in just in time for Demonkite. So Demonkite dashed out and it looked like Kirk was like, whoa, why are you connected to that, Lucas? Why is that basic attack homed in on that, Lucas? Well, that's because he was able to press it before the dash animation was committed. So yeah, what we talked about earlier, the window for the early game for Aurora has been closed. Good call right away. Once Brusco saw Edward, they acknowledged, okay, that's the major problem for us in the early game. We take it down now, and there's a high chance we win the fight. Great call by Onic.
Oh, Demonkai 1v1 with King Kong.
Call here.
Blasts him, but King Kong gonna be fine. I can only imagine if Demonkai wasn't behind right now, you know, maybe he's able to pump out a little more damage, but this is definitely harder than what he went through in game 1.
Yeah, more unlikely to for those solo kills to happen this time around. Feels like it's just Aurora on survival mode, trying not to die to the onslaught of Onic here. Look at that.
Oof, the pressure with the Fendered airstrike. They'll still maintain that tier 1 turret, but there's so much focus here on this bottom gold lane right now. So some of this, as the window is closed, it might be up to Demonkite. You know, farm up as much as you can, stay alive. And we hope that the Granger is able to go ahead and pop off later towards the game. But right now, Aurora just has to cover so much ground that they've lost in the last 2 turtle fights.
Yeah, good cut there by Onic Philippines. And now 4,000 is their gold lead. Aurora are going to have to commit a lot of big trades so that they can just level out in terms of the gold. Demonkite already has the Sky Piercer built up. But Demonkite is crawling back into this. For Onic Philippines, though, Super Prince has done a tremendous job so far controlling. He's not afraid to use the Feathered Airstrike to just get even more control. Zone out, force back, and it's what's keeping Aurora at bay.
And what has been keeping it at bay should not be able to do that for long.
Conceal.
Now they have to go out.
Oh, Brusco again, implosion right on the mark. Toss him in the air. Edward will be able to get away, and now Renegade is going to be the one in trouble, but Kirk jumps into the backside. Demonkite firing off, still keeping them at bay. A jump in from King Kong. He finds the beast and takes out Demonkite. And now it's Aurora running to disengage. That's 3 for 3 in the turtles for the Super Fam.
For some reason in this game, Demonkite's Lucas just can't really move like it used to in game number 1.
Yeah, that's again because early on, they lost the window. This is one of the trade-offs with Lucas. If you don't get that early wins, snowball win, it's not going to go good for you and your team, not just the Lucas. And all the crowd control that Onic has, they've been man-marking very well. They've marked Edward as, okay, we'll start on him. We can't take him down. Next guy is Demonkite. And look at Super Friends just adding to that point.
Actually, that's true. We've been seeing a lot of TKOs in this game, right?
Yeah.
You're not really dead, specifically happening to Edith as well as Demonkite, but you can't fight either. So you're forced to back off either way.
Trying to hold down that mid line. Hold on to the turret. This is the artillery that we see from Super Prince every time he gets his hands on that Farsa. You know, I said this at the beginning of the game. I was like, man, you know, Demonkite, he makes me believe in the Lucas jungle. Right now, I'm eating my words because it's not looking too hot for Demon Kai in this matchup. Now 6,000 behind and almost the 9-minute mark. That is not going to be a good first Lord take or contest for Aurora.
100%.
That's why I'm still a Lucas Jungle hater.
Of course. It's just not as consistent as you want to be. It's really good when it gets rolling.
Oh,
but the question is, can you get it rolling?
Just going to go ahead and find multiple members from Onic. Not going to actually be able to do anything, though. So, really, Onic will just grab what they can. Lord's up here in 20 seconds.
That's going to be it for that push. Now we're going to be in a little bit of a lull here, but 7,000 gold lead for Onic at a 9-minute mark. Their GPM must be off the charts right now.
Yeah, King Kong's getting close to hitting level 15 around the 10-minute mark. Back to the form that we know them to have.
That's right.
Dominating has Onic been. After losing that game number 1, getting dominated by Aurora, they have clapped back.
Ooh, look at that gap, 3,000 gold gap against the Lucas for King Kong.
I don't think you're going to be able to really play, right now, at least until you get 5 minutes more maybe on the Lucas, or you just hope you have an amazing base defense, as Lord is now secured so easily for King Kong and Onic Philippines.
Yeah, they waited to take it. They let the 940 minion wave come out first. They want the Lord to come out at 10-10. They said, okay, we don't have the right position and timing just yet for the Lord to come out. This gives Onic a little bit more time to position around the map before the Lord comes out, and they will probably take down a lot of turrets on the side of Aurora. Dominkite, only level 11. Still only up to a Malefic Roar. Kelra level 12 just built up the Holy Crystal. 3 items already locked in. That's a lot of damage coming out from this Harith. King Kong level 15. Demon Kite level 11 who just built up the War Axe.
Yep, this is a Kelra that has been left in the kitchen, as they say in the Philippines. Left in the kitchen for far too long, and now that Harith is gonna hit like a tank.
So he's been cooking. Is that why? Is that the saying?
Yeah, that's exactly it. He's probably been cooking and eating, and now he is fed. He is hungry for blood, not food anymore.
Well, Lord making its way top side.
Brusco?
Shields are still there. Brusco, sneakily, with the conceal. He's not going to be able to do much with it. So right now, the shields up top go down. Tier 2 in the mid lane going to be the next focus. But Aurora will have to brace themselves to see if Brusco actually forces a fight, holds on to a flicker. So now that the shields are gone, the next waves are going to be pushing in. They're going to be looking for an angle. Edward goes in, feathered airstrike, a jump in from Renegade, and he is deleted off of the map. He's already gone, but it's a 1-for-1 trade of Brusco and Renegade, and Aurora will hold on to the base turrets.
Oh, a little bit too early for that AOG. Super Prince and the Renegade popped off her ultimates at the right time. But since the AOJ wasn't targeted towards the far side, Super Prince got to deal a lot of damage there, which kept Aurora at bay, and which meant that they were able to walk away with a kill. It was a roamer for roamer trade, though. Another feathered airstrike. Prince, again, has just been a monster in this game. Even though it's 1-0 and 5, the little details, the timings of his feathered airstrike, the little pokes, the stuns that he was able to dish out, the fact that he was the reason why Demon Kite got taken out in the very first big fight that we saw in this game, and it started the downfall of Demon Kite from there. The monster's effect in this game, though kind of low-key, was massive.
Really is. This is Super Friends that is not getting pressured as much by the opposition, basically because they can't reach him, number one. And number two, if they can't reach him, there's not really much oomph in the hits of Aurora so far. So he is actually fine. He's doing good. Here's Brusco.
Again. Jumps in, Edward trying to get away though, but on the backside, Yue is already gone. Kirk, a monster already. Jump in with the Avatar of the Guardian, and now Renegade taking the brunt of the damage. Edward already gone too. Demon Kite can't help with the fight. He's zoned off from it, and Demon Kite goes down with Brusco able to get the kill. Lord is now up. Renegade has nowhere to go. It's Kirk all game, all day, and he'll take another kill from Renegade as he just tries to walk away. One more hit, and Kirk adds another one to the list.
That was a bars night too, damn. That's Onic Philippines. We'll just have to deal with you and Dominkite, and Edward is about to come back. Get the super fam snap the road to 14-0.
Oh, it looks like they might try to, but they're going to clear it out.
Clear. Really good clear from Yue. That Cecilion starting to kick in with that damage from the Bat's impact.
Ouch. Lord is up. King Kong, he's like, all right, guys.
Do your thing.
We got what we could. I'll go grab this Lord and get ready to march in. This Lord here could very well be that push in to end that win streak of Aurora.
So look at that replay there. Yawi was actually just demolished here, removed from the map. Ren and Jay missing out on that AOG was actually pretty crucial as well. And Dominkite was in no position to help out.
Kelra deciding to dash in, still got a shield, which is why Demonkite wasn't able to finish him off. Kirk, the sole reason as to why Dominkite was zoned out way too far from the other members of Aurora. Too much pressure from the Hilda. 5-0 and 2 for Kirk.
They're waiting for that 14-10 mark, I guess?
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
no.
They
want to
decided
rush it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just going to go for it now. Oh, wait, no.
Oh.
No. Okay, it was the 14-10 mark in the game.
In the game.
Right. This is different. A little different. It's like a split-second difference here.
Yeah.
All right, so they decide to delay it as long as they can, going for that one big push. And these towers are not built and equipped for this kind of a push, especially with a big lead, 12K to 6K on our junglers. Oh my goodness.
What a way to face down the streak right now. 14,000 gold behind at almost a 15-minute mark.
Yep.
That's not the 14 you wanted if you're Aurora. You wanted the 14-0, not a 14,000 gold deficit as they get ready to defend against this Lord push. A fully locked-in Onic Philippines lineup.
Conceal.
Ren and Jay's already going to pop the conceal, holding them up in the front side. Demonkite is in trouble from Kirk. They pull the Lord to the side. They're going to try to clear out the waves. Brusco jumps in and implosions. Super Fritz is there too, laying down and the artillery strikes. And Edward's going to be gone. Kelra firing off his own force. He'll be able to find Demonkite and he stays alive. And that's it. No win streak for Aurora as Onic Philippines will win the series 2-1.
The streak is over, at least for Aurora. It is Onic with a 2-1 victory. Man, oh man, and the crowd is going crazy.
The road to 14-0 was paved with defeating expectations, but the gods felt their kingdom getting threatened, and with a strike of lightning, smote down the road and said, there's no records getting broken. Just your streak today.
Dun, dun, dun. That's it. Oh, cannot believe how this is Onic back in their prime form, right? That's just the Onic we all know to really destroy each and every team that comes their way.
Well, I guess Aurora can still say, you know, hey, they are in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So that's what they can focus on here. They're in the playoffs, but this is their first taste of defeat as they take their bow here. You know, and it was great. I mean, a lot of people obviously here packed in to see if they could continue their win streak. But this is good. I like the fact that we are in this second half of the regular season and we're seeing these teams really come back to what made them known, and it's going to shake up the standings even more. Like I said, it's so close on the top of the standings, but also on the bottom. So every game, every week is really going to make things kind of come to fruition for these teams.
That's true. Today's, man, statements have been made, and it's a fun time, especially for Sonic here, as you can see. And for over the stage for our winning interview with Onic.
Ladies and gentlemen, the streak has been broken. Here are your winners, Onic Philippines! Gentlemen, congratulations. It was a truly intense series. Pero gusto ko lang malaman, Kelra, siguro mauna tayo sa'yo, men. Sabi mo sa amin, sabi mo sa kanilang lahat during the first round na willing talaga kayong bumawi. And in that game 3, nakita namin yon 15,000 gold ang kalamangan nyo in that game number 3. Talk to us. Ano ba yung mindset nyo heading forward into this match going up against Aurora?
Mindset talaga namin kumbaga parang lahat talaga kasi ng team gusto talaga namin bawian. Kumbaga talagang gigil na gigil talaga kaming bumawi sa mga team Saka nan-trash talk din si Rene J.
Sige, kakausapin natin yan mamaya. Kakausapin natin yan mamaya. Tapos, nakahanap na rin, finally for this season, ng makakapigil sa Kite Brothers. Ngayon, with your own streak going now, sino pa bang gustong makaharap ng KK Connection? Kung kayong dalawa lang ang pabibiliin, sino pa ba sa mga natitirang teams ang gusto nyong makalaban?
Lahat. Pero special mention, TLPH.
TLPH pala.
Mind explaining why, King Kong?
Wala naman. Gusto lang namin bumawi. Kasi nung last na nagtapat kami, durog kami.
Special mention for TLPH. I'd love to see that, Jamie.
All right, you know what? I want to talk to Super Friends as well. Ikaw naman, tabi naman tayo. You know, we always talk about the KK connection and props to them, really. Pero we have to say also na talagang teamwork. Kayong lahat gumagalaw, especially for that series. So, as the captain, Super Friends, may makakapigil pa ba sa inyo?
Opo.
Talaga. Ano yung dapat namin...
Ang dami mo sinabi, Prince, ha?
Opo, yun lang. One word answer, opo. Okay, so, kung may makakapigil sa Super Family, ano yon? Ano yung talagang kailangan nyong i-watch out for?
Siguro lahat po ng teams.
Lahat ng teams. Pero may nag-iisang team ba? Di ba sabi nila TLPH, sabi ng fans.
Kung ikaw ang papipiliin, Prince, sino pang gusto mong makalaban?
TLPH or Falcon?
Falcons. Pero rinig ko dito, sabi nyo, okay. You know what? I have to really shout out to the community of Onic, no? Sonics, what time is it? You know what, Super Friends? Sila talaga yung palaging nag-show up. They're one of the loudest and most cheerful fans in the MPL arena. Ano yung message mo para sa kanila?
Yung message ko po sa fans namin, thank you sa suporta kahit na natalo kami ng first leg, babawi kami second.
Kahit natalo sa first game, my gosh naman, 2-1 ngayon. Kayo yung winners ng series na ito. Ang galing.
And they also broke a streak. We're talking about messages. Katabi ko na ngayon, yung nag-umpisa nung lahat ng mga mensahe na yan. So, Brusco, nagkadurugan. Okay, nagkadurugan bago magsimula itong match na to at nadurog nyo na ang win streak ng Aurora. Anong message mo para kay Rene J?
Message ko kay Rene dyan, respect. Kasi lakas niya talaga.
Man Brusco. We're gonna leave it at that. Once again, your winners, Onic Philippines. And right after another win, gentlemen, you may now take your bow. We ended off today, Jamie, with an intense series where a streak was broken.
A streak was broken indeed, Hans. I didn't see that coming. Wow, what a series.
And I am sure na maraming masasabi ang ating mga casters. So casters, throwing over to you.
Onic, on the form that we all know him to be in, got that 2-1. And I gotta say, I feel like they're starting to just build up that in-game muscle again.
Maybe it's all that glorious posing they've been doing.
Yeah.
Or trying to do. Maybe that's the buff.
Flap TZ has taught us so many things.
What a treasure.
No, but it really feels like gods are back. I mean, they needed this win to make a statement.
Yeah.
They are so back, and that you guys still gotta be scared of us. The fact that Aurora, the first team to make it into the playoffs this season, undefeated up until this match, lost with a 15,000 goal deficit in around 15 minutes. And Kirk, after having to me, he was one of the players that really struggled for the first half of the season, getting his MVP game 6-0-3.
That's crazy that the MVP going to Kirk. Like, you don't see this often. I mean, obviously Kirk had one hell of a game 3 here, and he was such a big nuisance to just everyone from RORA. It's not often that you see a Hilda like this, played like this even, and have this kind of impact throughout the game.
Yeah, that was a huge impact that the Hilda did. Literally with a picture-perfect chase onto Renijay at the very end. He was like, and he got unstoppable. I was actually shocked when that happened.
Yeah.
That just means the hits are just so unbearable from this Hilda. And whoever was in front, even Demon Kite wasn't really given a fun time. I was allowed to play there primarily because of that Hilda. And of course, King Kong is wailing on him.
Yeah, really maximizing his ultimate. Him zoning out Dominicite here, forcing out the flicker.
Yeah.
And in the other sequences, you saw that Kirk was just ready to like hunt down. Once they get the kill, he's on to the next target. If it's not the back line, it's whoever's left as the stragglers in the front. So the Hilda game that Kirk showed here was just a masterclass in target acquisition. I get one. All right. Brusco already got the setup. This guy's dead. Where will I go next? Easy. I'll go to the back. I'll force you and Dominicite to go a little bit more backward and think twice about wanting to join in the fight. These guys are already zoned up. Who am I going to go for the next? The guy who's already trying to escape, I'll finish him off or rejoin the fight to help deal more damage so that the two backliners that I zoned out have nothing to help anymore when they finally decide to join and they get to reposition. So it was a well-deserved MVP for Kirk.
Yeah, and this is such a crazy thing to see for a game 3 too. Just 0-0-0 on everything.
0,
and that's
0, 0.
that's really how gapped Demon Kite was. I mean, at one point, the gold difference between him and King Kong was like 5,000-6,000 gold. So maybe in a way it was also a little poetic. Yeah, for
double the gold.
Yeah, double the gold. But maybe it was a little poetic for King Kong because we talked about in game 1, he had to stare down the beast because King Kong is the beast in the jungle, or his stare down his demons because it's Demon Kite. And I would say, man, he came into game 3 with a vengeance to be able to do that.
He took that personally.
He took it personally. He just, honestly, he shut down Demon Kite to a point where Demon Kite couldn't do anything. And it ended up resulting into the entire team not being able to really do much at all to answer anything.
Yeah, Coach Why Not was vocal in an interview about the resilience of the squad after losing, or after Benny Cutie got the Savage in their series last time.
Right.
Coach Why Not said he was very happy and proud of the team and their response to that. I believe the response was something along the lines of Brusco saying, you know what, don't worry, we got this. I'll get Benny Cutie on the next one. And he was able to get Benny Cutie on the next one. And even though the Storm got the Savage, it was Onic that got the win. And I felt like this resiliency that Onic has definitely showed up here. Game number 1, what happened to them? Straight up stomp. 2 and 3, they were the ones doing the stomping.
And who's stomping on the way to the bank? Yeah, it's going to be King Kong. PPI rich guy here. GPM very respectable, especially with the way that he was playing in that last one. Man, oh man, Demon Kite could not keep up at all. So that's saying something, and that's exactly how King Kong got his M6 championship in the first place.
Yeah, he's very proactive in game 3. I mean, throughout the whole series. But again, it's the reason why you always look at them as that connection they have, the super fam and everything else. It's like, because you never know, like when the games come through and they have these kind of games, like most people won't expect Kirk, for example, to get the MVP on a Hilda like this, a hero like this.
True.
And it always happens with this lineup, these guys where, you know, they have their moments where they're all playing phenomenally, but there's always one that really steps up, you know, from game 1 to game 3, or if they're in a best of 5 or best of 7. And so it is, again, the whole story of the shades of what made them world champions, the shades of what made them our previous season champion.
That's right.
Are starting to come back for Onic, and that's why even their squad over there is completely hyped up to see if they can continue on their own streak now, because this is 5th. This is their 5th win, so now they're technically 5-0 in terms of matches that they played. They're on their own streak if they can continue on for their games ahead.
That's saying something, right? I mean, it's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen Onic like this, and honestly, I'm very happy
it feels
to
like
see
it. Yeah, it's been weeks.
Right, it's been weeks.
Yeah.
So, in some of their previous wins, it felt like, all right, you kind of just had to get that win. But this time around, it felt like, yeah, this is the true bar to see if Onic was back or they need more work. And so far, Onic is clean as ever. Except for that game 1, but obviously that's just Aurora with their own strengths as well, showing on the battlefield. Let's go ahead before we wrap this up. Let's throw it over to a quick mic check, see what they were talking about in the game.
Targetnya. Kedwin. Bukas na daw. Win streak kayo, ha?
It's so funny. Brusco was trying to do like a little cheeky taunt there, and then Kelra of all people was going to go, hey, don't do that.
Of Kelra of all people.
Yeah.
I like how you saw that too. Sorry, you like Kirk. Like he's playing like they're in the boot camp or something. He was like sideways with his foot up.
Oh yeah. Just be calm about
imagine the MVP performance that he had. He's like that.
With a leg up on the chair.
Chill guy, man. Chill guy Kirk. So here it is. Obviously in the standings, Aurora is still on top. It's going to take a few more wins for Onic to actually get that top 1 spot. But they are definitely in the right direction for this one.
Yep. Team Liquid Philippines now a point away. Onic a point away from Liquid. Falcons a point away from Onic. TNC a point away from Falcons.
Wow.
A very tight race for those top spots. Of course, Omega, AP Bren, and Twisted Minds lagging behind. But look at the 1 series point win differential between the top 5 teams in Season 15.
This is going to make, you know, I know we still have tomorrow.
Yeah.
But it's going to make it very interesting to see what happens, especially on the bottom half there.
Yeah, RORA secured for the playoffs. That's a green blinking thing there.
Congratulations to all the RORAs.
Of course.
The lights, are they RORAs or lights? Are they the lights?
The RORAs.
The RORAs.
The RORAs.
Yeah. So
good job, RORAs.
You did a good job, but you are far from securing the upper bracket.
Yep.
Competition is pretty tight here.
Yep.
Could change with 1 game, so you got to keep up and make sure that you are on top of the curve, especially on the meta. And this is for the Infinix Fancy Laban. The Minds are leading so far with pretty much the same story. 1 point differential between top 1 and top 7, actually. Oh, wait, all of them are 1 point away.
This has changed too because it was the Bees on top for a while, right? Like they were number 1. So even our Fancy Laban is seeing some shifting happening in the standings.
By the way, TNC Pro Team in the regular season standings, 5th. Starting from the bottom, Sonics, Cavalry, Green Falcons, Aurora, number 4, Phoenix Army, 5, TNC and 5.
TNC
and 5. You're still getting there.
Hopefully I didn't curse them.
Yeah.
Maybe not for the whole season. Maybe just for that.
Yeah,
you know?
hopefully.
But we'll get there. And again, we are on week number 5. Ching, magic number. Right now, it is very interesting to see how everything is just starting to shape up.
Yeah.
Pretty similar to how we kind of expected the start of the season to be.
Yeah. I'm glad to see, again, where we are currently. Yes, RORA locks in their playoff spot this early on, week 5. Didn't expect that. I was thinking that would happen, you know, next week and week 6, but it's nice to see that, and it's still super competitive for all the teams, the 7 trying to get that spot.
Yeah, the introduction of Kalea has opened up the draft, or we're seeing Juicin go in from time to time, although the commitment of the Fanny Juicin band red side is still there. But things are starting to change up a little bit more. Little by little, the binds that have kept us so locked in the meta for the first 4 weeks are loosening up. So I'm excited to see what other experiments we'll see and changes in the draft ordering and priorities starting tomorrow and for the rest of the regular season.
Don't forget, it's only been barely a week or so, right?
Yeah.
Since the patch started.
Yeah.
And I feel like we barely touched or scratched the surface here. So it's still a very open field. And I hope that you guys join us for the ride as we do explore and see what's happening. That's going to be it for me, Rockhard, and we got Renmar and Naisu. Go Hands.
Today's triple header has finally come to an end, and Jamie, hindi ko makakalimutan lahat ng mga nangyari ngayong araw.
Same here, Hans, especially when you have super teams going up against each other. You really can't help but cheer with the community. I mean, unang series pa lang, Hans, ang init na.
I'm so happy that you mentioned the first series kasi nakita natin ang Team Liquid Philippines getting it in, you know, pretty dominant fashion kontra sa Team Falcons, and you can't really deny na bukod dun sa kagandahan ng split push ni Oheb, maganda rin naman yung gupit ni Carl Tizzy.
Hindi ko makakalimutan yan, oo. And And then let's talk about the second match. With Coil and 3 Martese coming back, Coil is really a player to watch out for, especially because he's still looking for a jungler na kayang pumalag sa kanya.
Well, hopefully we see it in this last series because it was Aurora and Onic Philippines at natapos na ang winning streak ng Aurora at magtutuloy-tuloy sa pag-arangkada ang Super Fam after getting their third match or third game na nakuha nila sa ngayon. I cannot wait to see how the rest of the season is going to be unfolding.
I'm so excited too, Hans. With that said, let's not forget that the excitement in the MPL arena is really emphasized because of the community.
Tama ka dyan, Jamie. The rest of the people who are here at the MPL arena at kayo rin ang mga nanonood sa kani-kanila mga tahanan are what builds the league at nagpapakita ng tunay na suporta sa kani-kanila mga paboritong teams.
Kaya, sama-sama ulit tayo bukas, ha? Kita-kita tautro ugma para tunghayan ang
Lakas ng Pinas! Kita is bukas!
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Weapon fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching a lane na parang gera. HP Racing, may reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS, parang Lyra.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging every beat, no surrender nor retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender nor retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like East to the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami